Places for working class This case was reported in 1914 This fields from first in the early 1910s, the best filling in the repost in Scotland. Many of the sense of destiny and mortality in Scandinavian literature have made Danish and Swedish works more graceful and honest. In 1912, for example, the most venerated use of forward was in the work of Benjamin Christensen. Christensen studies the make this mysterious eggs in
19. Look at your little baby, lucky. You're a champion, baby. Baby being baby. Baby being baby. Be a little baby, man, lucky. Little baby. He's a little baby.
I'm a doctor and there's a medical emergency. I need to get on a flight. I don't believe you. And a doctor before they can. Just careful. All these colors don't go together. Designed by Santana. Sir, don't use the word bomb in this Air Force. Class 7 joke. Come on.
Like Vegas. Was it the worst scramble? I'm a player. Something good actually came from Andre. Yeah, he said you for a Vegas draft. So excited, guys. We're getting so many new ringtones. Yeah. Did you hear they have a lion habitat here? I already have almost every other kind of cat fucking, but lion? That is the holy grail of feline fucking ringtones.
Check it out, alright? We are living the life. This weekend is going to be amazing. But I have one rule. What happens in Vegas stays.
No, it does not.
What do you mean? No, it doesn't. It's a rule.
I don't subscribe to that rule.
And you can do it.
Nothing. I mean, that I'm not home. No. Oh, and by the way, the turbo happens in Vegas. That should be like buried in the graveyard trees because along with you go girl shooting ones.
Come on, I'm gonna play that.
Really?
Come on, let's go check out this weekend. This is so funny. Vegas, baby! Gentlemen, and beat Las Vegas. Spanish for Andre. Awesome.
Well done.
I got a well, I ain't seen nothing yet. Gentlemen, Chad did be our special guest. You know, our master ceremony. How are you here? Chad and I
I'll make it bold. Two sides. Wow, why are you working? Yeah, sure. Mojo, this is just the typical douchebag ice cream. That's Andre. Hold up, babe. You have one of lightweight outside. Yes! They're talking casual. Child, please. No, I won't. Stop. Don't do that. You didn't even use it in the right way. What can I say? I want to fix stuff. I'm like, child, please. Then you go. I think they need to come up with something more underage stuff. Child. What was that? Child guilt, child. Child JD. I must have to say, I'm an adult virgin. Not even true. You have any draft advice for me? I'll draft you first. Hey, draft you first. Need any advice? Yeah. Shut up. What? I'm trying. Isn't what you're saying? Go back. Oh my God. You see how you're not? What? What? Asshole. What have you done to sheep? Oh, it's not the sheep. Why are you dressed like a ballerina? That's you really got in your own image, Andre. I'm not, dude. It's the sheep. It's the drag. It's the sheep. It's the drag. Guys. We're reaching a compromise here, okay? Let's call it the sheep. That's it. So we'll call him sheep. We'll call her sheep. No, call me Andre or winner or champion. I don't care what you guys say. Winner, champion, rugby, and respect. Alright, this is just a pit stop because I have reservations. We're not going there. Back off of this thing. One word, my friend. Supersound ringtone. This is a ringtone. Really sound that friend. Make it friends. Nice to meet you. You guys are not focused at all on what is at hand. The draft is upon us, and I'm the only one focused on it. I'm picking first. I got to know about you guys. Yeah. You guys have to worry. Do whatever you guys want. Take it from the big champion. QBs are all the races. Look at this. All my trainers. What? Trainer league? We talk about trainer league. One second. Why do you look background dancing? Milk Rivers. Round one. You try half. Go ahead. You know what? First round. Go ahead.
You guys have got it wrong. Yours isn't going to look third in any of my mock drafts.
We know about this.
My lead last year. So, warm, auction, that's my
Big man, fantasy football. Why are you such an authority in fantasy football?
players come in here.
Seriously? Wow. So I should just whether it's for the champion. Just do 200 clothes on. I really just need I'll give you 250. You keep your clothes on. We'll do 4 rounds.
Why don't you guys just put your money and come together?
No. God, no. We discussed that with the streams. I will give you 250. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to say 300. I just need 15 minutes, 3 rounds, but make 3 sleep. 400 for Kevin. What? You're salt. You get the first one you drop. That's the only advantage you get. I don't like this whole altruistic side. What's with all the money? We're at a strip club. You pay for services. Huh? Yes, it is just free. You got us as well. Season.
Felix Jones? Why take Felix Jones in the second round? And at the year, their stats are still the same.
Gentlemen, welcome to the Helms Deep 2010 Phantom Draft. Nice. Wow, get in. All these beautiful women. Here, this is what you get. Your elite champions at night. Gentlemen, I'd like to all prepare your domination. Domination. The Trump Andre. Oh, really? That's the worst. Hey, what's up? Just good. Before we go on, special thanks to the man that made all this possible. First off, I haven't seen Vince all. He's supposed to be coming. Oh, that's right. I spoke to Vince. He's not going to make it to Vegas. He's actually out of here. What? Now you tell us. I just found out like a month ago. Oh, you're dead. The AT&T is already weak as it is. I'm part of the right? All right. So, hey, good question. Is it cool? Child, please. Jesus Christ, Buxton, you know what I'm saying today. Don't get your panties in a bunch. You guys need a problem solver. Say why. I will solve the problem, alright? That's why I invited Rabbi to join me. Rolo? No. First off, it's terrible. Secondly, it's in Chicago. No, actually, I've had to talk out here. Rabbi! Oh boy. Rabbi bomb! Hey, what's up, guys? I know! This is so exciting to talk to something. But it's not definite, right? We said it's definite. We said it's on. Alright, let's get this thing started, right? What is this? Rap. You know, behind this there are girls, right? This is our only option.
So, guys, we might have one more on.
Whoa.
Let's talk about Vince's wife on the phone. Did you say Vince was that? I thought you guys were
We got our I don't know, guys. I think this might actually be a vote. Yes, okay. Yeah, no, I want to vote. What do you vote for? You didn't vote, Rafi. Why not? I'm in the league.
Yeah, he's sitting here next to you with humiliating.
Sorry, we gotta ask. Hey, so we talked about it. We've come to a decision that congratulations.
And you're nice. Jesus, are you kidding me? You picked him? Oh, unbelievable.
Don't be mad. It's my wife. And it's official. Robbie's part of our league. All right. Here you go. Hey, can you please get the draft started? Yes. Let's do it.
I want to know, who didn't vote for me?
Well, it's a secret vote. We can discuss the details. Wow. There's already one woman who's there. Isn't that right? She's right.
I'm pissed. I don't know, guys. I just think it's really sad that you are racist. I think you did it because you're scared of me. What I want to do is inflict as much pain on each and every one of you as possible. What's it? Yeah, well, if you have any facts, that's fair.
Yes, I like it. All right, first pick, 2010 draft, running back Chris Johnson. Taco has traded his number 3 pick for Ruxin's number 6 pick in the draft. It's my lucky number.
You want me in the league?
That's gonna get married all over.
Ruxin, I've got some awesome sleepers.
You know my friend Mike? Mike, just same last name. You guys were lit. Stop so often to me. Guy who picks X in Spanish numerals is the last name. Rabbi, it's your pick. Fine, whatever. This guy. All right. Kicker. Anger, Adam Vinatieri. I like Kikos. Alright, I'm out. I'm gonna find you later and the rest of the documents. Round three, cameras! Nick Ford, no! Rocco was there first. What? Okay. You do that, Eli. Hey, hey! Probably one of the fastest to ever play the game. Never played the game too well at night. Too many people underestimate it. Oh, yeah, okay. Really? How do you so easy? I hate this game! Wow, great. Yeah, we just talked about using that. Jesus Christ. Hey, Kevin, you put my $10 back up yet? I'm on picoftheday middle. That's about though. Hey, where did you guys get the tools? Where'd you get the tools? I mean, look at my Stop masturbating. You can't just masturbate to your public jobs. Table service provided by. Why doesn't it have a penis? Oh, because it's anatomically correct, Taco. It has a penis. It is. Well, we can make it come on, right? My wife's out of the curve and okay, I get it. I'll keep you covered with Sophia. Oh, but you know who the prettiest lady at the party is? Really? Oh, you wouldn't let me bring a board. All right, enough with the ROTHSCHILD fantasies, okay? Do that in private. Hey, hold on, what's up, baby? Here. Hey, man. What? That's just hanging out with Chad. Hey, you should know your shit. All right. Anything you want. Okay. You're good. Not you. You're good. Really not to let me in? Yeah, you instead enough numbers. Think about retail that they can sell and distribute retailers. That's true. Few people tell me to get out of the ladies. I got some Chinese people. Where now? One old man. But I haven't struck gold yet. Hey, just be patient. I ask you. Letting my friend do this. Nope. Got it. Well, obviously, it's grumpy. It's really no fun. Right? It's one of these six individuals who actually has more fun. It's quite of course. That's fast. It's rather than trash. Hey, oh God, no, that. Stop, stop. Come on. I love this whole weekend. Hey, Tuck, you want to read something? Yeah? Andre is your... champion! Yeah, that's not good. Oh, give me this straw nose. You don't get it. I don't care what you guys do. Hey, so watch out, world. I am a champion! Hey, and this year, you're all gonna get on great! Why don't you just go back to oh, do they replace all the liquid soap? Chunky Vitus? Hey, Russia! You're champion, huh? Champion, you're a champion! Come on! Yeah! Woo! I got the trophy! I got the girl! This is my jam! Get on, man! Let's do this! No! Get out of here! Don't stop with me! Chicks dig it when dudes kiss them about stuff. No, we're on the... Oh my God! I just broke the wall. Are you okay? Say guys, what happens in Vegas stays. Ladies and gentlemen, I now give you I'm inside. I'm inside me, the best place to be like Shadino Porter, nothing compares to me. I'm the best of the best, so I bother. Just wanna do myself. Just to get myself on track. Tell me where Rabbi.
I'm like a day without shit. No one can tell me that I'm a lover, baby, and I love it. Tell me where I've been. Where you found out the hard way, tell me where Rabbi.
Ontario varsity. Chose that one purely based on name. Then went back, did some research. Must be Roxy.
I'll take a picture of it. Come on.
Racist Lions don't like playing the game. Yesterday, the game was in London.
What's that naked cats?
The rest of it all good for me. Nice.
How we doing, gentlemen? Great. How are you? Doing great. Listen, we got questions. Hand signals, snap. What's going on here? We don't tolerate county cards.
No, we're not counting cards. No, we're just playing games.
Okay. I like games. Why don't you explain the rules of the game?
I think we all love to hear the rules of the game. It's a verbal game that involves snap and serve. We're kind of
No!
No! Casino, tell me how this works. No!
You can hear in your voice that they're getting tired of each other. And it's all right there now. But they said it's free and easy. Come and purchase them. We're live on Talk on the Outfit.
Oh, yes, no, Yoshi. Shinda. What's going on? Sometimes I call him Shinda. Interesting. That's another good idea. I don't know what the fuck this thing says. Oh. Hold on. Yeah, let's think about that. What's that? What's from?
had stories within stories, script marks, tinted breathing, data as a company style, caption terms, default stories, contextual stories, internal story, data graphics, picture stream, exposures, show separation, exposures, carriage driver and windows, children and photos, a wasted left, pressure stroke, orient, strong, pressure stream, exposures, Christians just keep starting others. As was to become the passion of they were seduced by what the man used to call they see it to certain Swedish minister. As a result of their encounters, spending to Sweden, galaxy
Say fresh, the lip just rain. You see, the spring, mom is living there.
the garden was about to be completed. It was about to bring in artists and artists to paint things, to record things, to create this replace with the question identity. This replace the waiting identity to specialize. So instead or silent, prohibition, sexual, quantity, genius, shapeshifters, they became a void in space, shining, fantasy, Why do many people come here? Because of the sunlight. Why do many people come here? Because of bubbles like this. Why do many people come here? Because of bubbles like movies start playing on paper. Why do many people come here? Because of the sunlight. On the East Coast, New Jersey, persons and kids take this example. For from running through the new sheet snapped because of the tension in the spring. Then the laughing brothers and the young Thomas blamed the creating the signal, which created a slump, which would allow the machine to swim, projecting the machine and moving without turning off. The so-called laughing was patented as East Coast Miracles, a dependent whose head having discoveries. California was verified by the English rights holders to make South Spring Street in 1897. Here's the same spot today. Things moved quickly. The first studio was built in 1901. It was like an outdoor tent. It was built here. The first feature-length movie starring Canada was filmed in Australia. As if she was looking at me, it's because their eyes were Irish. Of course, they filmmakers and news heroes were discovered to make it look like different shows. The camera had to stay on the same side using because this really was filmmakers in the late 1910s sometimes wrote story. Later in the school, we made such a mistake. A man's back then, he's looking right. But then in the most important competition was he feels that the wrong side of the switched to the left. The shot would have been more spectacular. Since friends and friends, emails are being left and enter a short screen light. Is it 50 Once this discovery was made, used throughout mainstream cinema. This scene from Empire Strikes Back, an old style movie made 60 years ago, shows how in June the discovery was. Darth Vader to the left, screaming to the right, his mother literally speaking, is in a separate shot. All of it, because never needed to be repeated in a package.
From the course for the hot system. 2 years. Welcome.
Crucial to the inventiveness of American cinema and characters, which have few
Hollywood was built by women, immigrants, and Jews. People who would not be accepted in any other profession at the time. So Hollywood became this magnet for people who wanted to work incredibly creative, but wouldn't be accepted in other professions. Well, half of all films written before 1925 were written by women. So that shows you how discomfortable women were in business then.
Perhaps the first female studios was Alex
Most of the film companies focused on the machine. And Vermont started to make actual films, and Alice Lee was a secretary there. And they let her play with the cameras after hours, as long as she got the secretary. And Alice Lee was not only one of the first female directors, she was one of the first directors. She was one of the first to actually put film together into a story with an arc. Up until then, we had the sneeze, the wave, individual actions, but Alice created some dramatic art films for the very first time. Well, Francis Marion was the highest paid screenwriter, male or female, from 1915 to 1935. That's an incredible accomplishment right there. She also was the only woman ever to win 2 Oscars for writing. And she won her Oscars for The Big House, the seminal prison film, and The Champ, the classic boxing film. And what I love about that is it just right there puts the lie to the idea more of these women writers were like the men with repeats or the women's films. No, they were writing every conceivable genre of film. Women like Frances, Adler Roger St. John's, Bess Meredith, and Nina Luce. I mean, these were the creme de la creme of the writers, the ones that the Thalbergs and the Mayers went to when they had big productions they knew they needed together.
Marion screamed and fell forward, to the moving shark. It was incessant, silent. It seemed to practice English. An aggressive man forces herself. She shoots him, seizing on the side. There's a selfie. Who says this? I am just a dog. Just a dog. She's been
Most people in America do not know for their 20 months from where they were born till they die. So you have this incredible country that
What
really
the hell is
only
up there,
lives in
dude?
this bell jar of their own
No one
community.
knows.
As films start coming out, as movie theaters are being built, and by 1920 there's over 15,000 theaters in this country. So all of a sudden you can go around the corner, put down your nickel or your dime, and have this entire world open up to you. And it's not just they're seeing Paris for the first time, they're seeing New York City, San Francisco. They are seeing women's fashions. They are seeing women acting in ways that nobody would dare do. We're talking films. The price of making movies skyrocketed. And so we're talking films, Wall Street they put money into it,
Yeah.
and jobs started taken seriously as a business, and men took jobs.
Just that number still. What's his taste like? Not bad, but what was her thing? She's like,
Information is like a shot of selected those action form subjects.
Followforfollow.
Such submarine uses applications.
John Cobalt sure has its own thing.
The city camera
You're suspended.
after censoring
Cooking. Listen to that cooking.
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna check it out though.
Dude, there were some dope movies that came out in the early 80s people always forget about. Randomly, like, someone brought up Denver Winger. You guys ever seen Officer and a Gentleman? Oh,
I know what it is. I know the name. I've never seen it.
starring Richard Gere, Louis Gossett Jr., and Denver Winger. It's got some of those iconic scenes you've seen recreated.
I can't remember what else to play.
Early 80s was goated. Back in 82, they were from all over the mountains over there.
I just like the way
Thing.
this film looked.
Right? I liked how I liked the treatment. Right? I liked.
It's how people shot things.
Yoshine. Look at this move, yo. Okay. Yeah. Look at this thing. How much class? How much class?
cinema is just trying to shout. Scandinavian actors may have art of thought. Economics have given way to many practices. Places like Egyptian temples are Chinese pyramids. Starting to come fantasies identity. Fragmented experiences of living. This chapter will be a brief film editing challenge and discover the latest just seeds of Nazism, surveillance manifests so that actual this package many inside the factory system seem like to most like fragile investment in cinema increased in Canada. Hollywood European industry. Many of the Canadians push backwards. On the West Coast, were spent by a series of production houses, occupiers, Jewish businessmen, and soup, Hungarian immigrant, set up famous empires to become for Canadian British builders set up war empires. Crash Russia, Arabian, Belgium, they built big empires and sound stages in the film documents, and photos of production lines related quality food set designers and engineers device and technology likes to make Irishes as sharp as
No, 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 girl. I love a baby. His name is Baby. Baby, baby. I love calling him baby. He's your baby.
Yes. I can't wait to see it later. October fantasy life. The elegant attenuation of blue skin light. Those transgender see-through. Thirsty light. Shock. Loving sorrow. To deep desperations. Desire to see. Pleasures. Thick folds of elevers. Its love sensation. Its deep. Sorrow measured in classical. Meaning its romantic hue. Gently its head to faded tenderness. Toddler's coat. Its sleeve. Its nose. Its pyramids from frozen towers of Argentina. Its emotions.
How sweet is this lady? My buddy, okay, my sweet black lady there, grocery named Karen. My buddy said there, it's a shame what they've done to the name Karen. You're nothing like how society uses a name these days. She replied, "Oh, it doesn't bug me in the least. I'm just going to keep being a breath of fresh air to whoever I encounter." Showed what a sweet woman.
A sapling
I
fascinating
love
at
her.
first. Baking sets of coffee. A sequence of faith, shares of fascination. Musical imagery of the submarine ceiling. Clubbing entertainment. A secret shuffling entertainment. The highest entertainment. Filter. Can help to define themselves. Just don't. Exceedingly godly-like. Commonplace is one space.
Those are doing for doing gravy.
Tutorials
Okay,
change. Subtly.
are you done?
It is the seamshoes. Dress to make you go.
Oh, I love that little dog.
It is the
Luna.
sequence woven
And
around
baby, baby and baby,
the story of stories of
and
joy.
baby. Oh my god, I love him so much. I swear to God, he's too old for me. I'd squeeze him to death. I love him so much. Really? Yeah, I think I'd probably a little too aggressive with him. Now, I would be, I mean, way before. No, I would say, oh, I was probably a little more aggressive with him than not aggressive with him because I was around him all the time. But, I mean, I never dropped him. I never squeezed him to a point where he barked or made a noise or anything. I never hit him to a point where I patted him. One time I patted him just to see how hard I could pat him to see it when he move or do something. And he moved after I patted him a few times on the bum. And but I did it with an open hand and just like boom, boom, boom. I wanted to see if he moved because I didn't know. This dog won't move. He stays for the whole time. He never moved. And he eventually moved. But were you aggressive with him? I mean, I never tortured him or antagonized him. The worst I'd ever do is just play with him. Or the worst ever, I don't even think, like, if he was sleeping, I would let him sleep. The worst ever, I guess, maybe he'd be sleeping for like a few hours or something, and I'd see him there, and I'd go and I'd give him kisses, and I'd wake him up. That's the worst I'd do. Let him be asleep. This is like Very expensive scene.
This is an actual shoot. Such skill, such skill. Sonic. Imagination is what is Keeping streams outstripped his octopus. He's a sack around you.
Very funny.
Size for
Very funny.
is forgotten. Is this fetish of insurance? It's a cigarette. She is still in 1965. That's fast. First day. Keeps back from action.
Yoshi. Horse chasing life. Horseshoes and hand grenades. Horse racing at work. Seabiscuit can suck my dick. Dude, I want that you to be like podcast, and then you show you podcast. It's not long enough. How about like 6 hours? 4 minutes. Like, this ain't work for nothing. I'm like, oh, yeah. Office ladies would be big. I'm not gonna listen to that. That'd be a big one. Yosh. Yoshi. Yoshi. Yeah, fine.
Out. I think it's mom. Charlie had
never more so than in his first feature
Of course, we will not be there. Eclipse Awards. Match race. They should let you listen to podcasts and stuff. You know, really bad. But yeah, and That'd be cool. Yeah, because I'm gonna be going there. I don't want to have to just sit there and do nothing, not do anything. Secretariat.
Boys take it to an office. Chocolate goes to Mr. Jackie as he's taken
What's that company called?
True chocolate is passionate. It's a fugitive to chocolate. The simplest child's device. English style. A red indicator shows his pregnant. The final cut of his fingers. He's pregnant. Studio today.
Yo, best of this. Yo,
A deleted sequence from City Lights. Chocolate made carrot. Sugar at his main. He's on the street. He's stuck in the world. Chocolate begins to
Kentoshi, Yoshi. Kentoshi. Yo. Why don't they have it like this? And then it's like, oh, you want to hear 6 hours with it? It's like 4 minutes. 19 minutes. Like, it's not even a thing. 46 minutes. 5 minutes. Oh, okay. No. Hi, Dougie. Oh. Oh, you can spell correctly. I don't think it matters. Human hunting parties. This is cool. Oh shit, I figured it out. That's a crazy thing. Sheen. Do you know who Sheen is? I swear to fucking Christ. I am so hot. I know. You. Yeah. Yoshi. Does it not work?
ideas, movement, improvisation, techniques, and charm.
Where does it start? Correct.
In France in the 1840s, Japanese martial tattoo leant forwards and short trousers, where Chapin leant backwards and reverse.
1500.
In Italy, Tocco became a huge star, where Chapin's trademark movement, Chapin touching pain.
There shouldn't be that.
A massive focus to the this Pakistan director portrait.
There should be.
His swing, Chapin's streetwise, taking his hand, stealing, fish. And in Americans, great director was the first Chapin as his past. Very circumstances and impressions of the sense of humor. Yes, Chapin's beginning to tutor. This Chapin with a friend who met artists in the studio millions in Bedford. The studio was probably the foundation stone. Chapin was an American citizen bloodstream into the country's sheer and kicked him into politics because he was an artist.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Work with a man like Chapin. You're shivering. That is to say, you become part of their world. And you try to not only work on that level, but to share the level. And you have the page of you they have, not to disregard your own, but what you bring the ability of sharing what they have.
He was most influenced by Chapin, which was the son photographer R.O. At first, one of his two Chapin his moustache. Then he and his producer tried a big business. Moustache is Italian lawyers and athletics. The fitting partners in the scene. And opposing joke. Safety last. And his most famous sequences in 27. Plays a hero, intends to his wife and his manager, the steward. The climax of the film is a publicity stunt for the steward, is a film with the sequence is a vertical obstacle race. When Freddy reaches the top, the action reaches a crescendo. He swoops into the arms of his sweetheart. Climbs a beautiful angle of film. The other side.
Why? Why not? Check up yourself. Oh, dude, what in the fuck are you doing? You're so loud.
They wanted to show this. The questions and non-fiction. 1921, Irish American expert Rabbi made the longest fiction film files settings made conventional scene shots and twists. They had photos of one relative in England. It's funny. Fuck's up. Shimoshi. In the 60s, this short video dedicated mainly to large country possible to believe management 5 sellers stock manager is attributed to high potency which may dominate temperatures ordinary items may exceed and yet are useful drills given their uniform direct compare construct from this station uniforms explore stock sometimes drive turbulence and obsessive fires the machine presumably simple this is objective not a medical dentist is well image uniforms use hands she gets obsessively confused as streams contain as these items should never see which the film is based
Baby.
sometimes as a MGM This famous Wilder shows vision most watching codes from some extravagant was directed MGM was one of these people who encouraged fusion to romance,
I don't know. I love them though. Look at me, like that being baby. Good yeah, happy baby. You making sounds, the baby sounds. You listening, Yoshi? I'm very aesthetic, man. Well,
Optimistic. He is going to rush forward his pessimistic. He can be anything. Yes.
Shinoshi. Look at this move. Yoshi. 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 Look at this move.
15th century French Catholic was accused of witchcraft. It's just saying
Yoshi.
the actress Martha never been in a shiny. She's very person. You can see her eyelashes are red. His hair was curled, just before the sea shot. Foot was dark sightless. Such an atmosphere was set to getting some of the electricians. The light on her face, no depth to blush, nothing but thought. Sight her shadows. He was repeating to remember, so as not to detract from the intelligence of face. He set aside in the shadows of thought. He was directing her face, strong and straightforward, meeting just speaking. Prior had said his first spoken found he thought to keep the same reputation.
No. Oh, look, he's a baby. Now he is just a baby. He's a little baby. And a very good one.
Hello, everyone. This is a call to action results-based radio.
Hey, it's the West Side.
Today are going to be myself, Julie Schultz, and Bobby Vine Jr., and our guest, returning guest, Judy Vine. We are going to cover the subjects of global elite, national pedophile rings, Pizzagate, and the CIA black budget. Judy, you've been dealing with this field for quite some time.
I
Could you
literally
give us a
fall
little
asleep thinking
background
about
on
making
how
out with a dog.
that became
Really?
focused
No,
on this
he's
field?
just a little baby.
I was a
No,
therapist
but
for
just
like
thinking about
22
him,
years,
how we used
and
to sleep and cuddle.
had several
How
people
sweet
come
he is.
into my office who, at the time, I
He's a
didn't
baby.
realize were associated. That they would say things like, "I can't remember my childhood," and "I think I've been abused, but I can't remember," things like that. It wasn't until after I had to retire early as a therapist because I had another child and I had to take care of. And at that time, there were some women who knew that I was retired and they had been ritually abused. Maybe I better define ritual abuse before we get into this too much. Ritual abuse is a satanic phenomenon where they take children off of their own and they will abuse them from very early ages, sometimes even in the womb. And the abuse will cause their mental patterns to separate into different personalities, and then they will use those personalities to control that person throughout their life. And the common abuse is sexual abuse, usually by the father who's involved in this. These two women, they were actually cousins, came to me and asked me for help. One of their fathers was on trial here in Utah for sexual abuse of one of his children. And this woman, who was the oldest child in the family, had been abused by him her whole life, had seen murders, had been sexually abused by him and her uncle, who was the father of the other cousin that came to me. And the Utah Attorney General, even though they had him in a trial situation, they would not bring in the ritual abuse stuff. And so they came to me and asked me if I would help them gather some information to give to these special investigators in Utah state had hired. What happened is that back in 1990, the LDS Church did a study on women who would come into their LDS counseling services and claim that they were ritually abused. And there were many that came in. And so the LDS Church decided to do a study to find out what was going on. At the same time, the state of Utah was also alarmed because there were many therapists and detectives in the state making some of the same complaints that these men and women were claiming that they had been ritually abused all through childhood and wanted protection. So they spent about a year, and both the state of Utah did a study and the LDS Church did a study, and they came out with some of the same perpetrators and some of the same facts. Because of that, they hired these satanic ritual abuse investigators at the Utah Attorney General's office. And one of their first arrests was the father of these men who came to me. And even though they had arrested him for information they had found about the ritual abuse, they were refusing to prosecute him on it. And so they wanted me to help them get evidence to the state of Utah. So I spent about a year or so with them, going to different places where they claimed to have been abused and gathered information. And then I took it up to the Utah special investigators. And the whole bottom line is they ended up not using it in court. The man got off on a crook of the law, and he's still out there doing his thing. But at that time, I started to get other ritual abuse survivors come to me and asking for help. And through the information that I was gathering, I took up different legal entities and through an FBI inquiry I made, I met Jenny Shield and ended up writing her biography, 22 Faces.
Jenny Hill, her abuse started basically a year after they claimed MK Ultra was true.
Correct, back in 1965.
At the age of 6. I watched her share with you in an interview last night about how her experience of seeing another child killed while she was being tortured was insane. And it is so disturbing. I mean, that this stuff goes on. I just bawled my eyes out last night. It's so hard to know that this kind of stuff is going on. The whole reason that we're talking today is to expose this so that we can help be part of putting an end to it. I just wanted to put that part out there if I had something to say.
Yeah, this is something that I've never heard before. Of course, I've heard about abuse, child abuse, and rape before, but I've never even thought that an infant, an unborn human, could be abused inside of the womb. That's really unfamiliar for me. Like, how would somebody do that, and why would someone do that?
Like I say, the purpose is to control the individual for their entire life. They use electrical shock to do that, to traumatize the child in the womb. And it's quite an effective technique, unfortunately. I've talked to survivors who have thousands of different thinking patterns as a result of using that technique. See, dissociative identity disorder, which is another diagnosis for multiple personality disorders, the sector diagnosis now, it's actually the same thing almost as post-traumatic stress and just daydreaming. Think of it on a scale. You have daydreaming on one end of the scale and post-traumatic stress kind of in the middle, which happens generally to people who are in a traumatized situation. And then on the other end, you have multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. DID is known to only occur with children because as the brain of the child develops, when cells separate and they die and do various functions as the child is developing, and that is why the reason why they do this to children is because they can actually separate those thinking patterns with the child, whereas in post-traumatic stress, the brain is already developed, and then the trauma is just repressed. One of the ways to explain it is to think of your mind as a tree, and the trunk of that tree is your full personality, and then you have various experiences that you think of around all these different branches of the tree. Well, as a child develops, they go through trauma. They repress those memories, so it's like that branch is no longer attached to the tree, but it's still there. But yet, the memory is repressed. And those memories will not come back until 20, 30, 40 years later when the person is in a safe situation. That's the wonderful way that our brain works to protect us, is to repress those memories so the child can function in an everyday environment.
Would you want to give us any pointers? What are some of the signs to look for in an individual that's being raped or trafficked or a victim of satanic ritual abuse? Would they all have similar symptoms, or would they be different? Say if someone was raped, or if someone was trafficked, or the victim of satanic ritual abuse?
With a child, I think they're generally the same. They're usually very shy, non-social children. They're afraid of common things, like during their abuse, they may have, the perpetrator may have been wearing a certain color, clothing, and so just seeing that color would traumatize them. One of the general characteristics is that they say they can't remember, and it's not just a situation where they like we forget things all the time, but they honestly cannot bring memories back. In the book 22 Faces that I wrote about Martha Jenny Hill, that's portrayed quite plainly in that book where she is a 6-year-old, as a kindergartner, she's walking to school, and all of a sudden she's at school, and she can't remember the time when she left her house, when she got home later. Well, in between those two situations was a house where she was being abused after kindergarten every day, and so her mind just flipped out and went into a different personality in order to get money past that house and over to the safe situation. So that's one of the common characteristics is that they can't remember. They'll actually go into different altars as you're talking to them. And so I've talked to some people who have personalities. Some of them claim that they don't have a personality. They have to, as you ask them questions, they have to kind of think in their own minds. They have to talk to them different altars and see which altars they can answer the question. So they hesitate as you're talking to them, and what they're doing is they're trying to report the altar that has the answer to that particular question you're talking to them about. So that's another characteristic. Generally, as a child who's very brave, normal things, they'll be afraid of them. They'll have various situations where they can't remember, and they honestly can't remember. They cannot bring up the memory of normal everyday things, just because another altar has taken over during that period of time, and that altar is present during the time we're talking to them.
Jenny, in particular, her father was one of her abusers.
Her father was, she claims her father was her main abuser, yes.
But then this house that she was going to, was that where she had other abusers going to?
There were 2 boys, and this is pointed out, and you can go to my website, 22faces.com, and read the first 3 chapters of the book, and in that, which was talking about this particular situation, but there were 2 teenage boys that were being they call it mind control programming, and they were programming her. And also in the house was this person that she called the old man. We later referred to him as Dr. Green or Reed. He was a CIA agent. He was in charge of the CIA mind control program, and many different survivors now said that he was their perpetrator. But he was there, and he would sexually abuse her. He would sexually abuse her. Various torture techniques to her. She when they first come home, they would bring her into their house, and they would use various techniques on her, and then they would send her home. And as she would be tortured, the church would take over, take the memories of those tortures, and then they would arrest them. And so by the time she left the house and gone back to her room, she would have no memory of this abuse that she had gone through.
This Dr. Green showing up in many different places. Dr. Green Bomb, or otherwise known as Joseph Mengele.
Yeah, they were actually Mengele, of course, is quite famous with the Nazi concentration camps, but he was was Dr. Green, and he was the main Dr. Green. There were also other people who they called Dr. Green. Some actually they called Dr. White or Dr. Blue or whatever. And they were people with Dr. Green, but they were all in the same nofilter mind control program. And so there was a specific Dr. Green that Jenny claims was her perpetrator, and she describes him as short, bald brown hair, and had a cane. And interestingly enough, that's the same person that is talked about in what they call rainbow speech. Dr. Porter Hammond is a psychologist who has studied personalities for many, many years. And I can't remember the year, but many years ago, he was asked to speak in psychiatric conference back in Washington, D.C. And at that conference, he gave what's called the Green Room speech. You can find that on the internet. In that Green Room speech, he describes different descriptions of different survivors of death and their perpetrators of Dr. Green. And one of those descriptions is the same description that Jenny gave as a man with long brown hair, walked with a limp, and carried a German accent, and carried a cane. So that's how we found out that Jenny's perpetrator was Dr. Green.
So this, basically this mind control program came over to the United States through Project Paperclip and into MK Ultra.
Yes, the Project Paperclip was the program they used to bring these Nazis into the U.S. and then MK Ultra was the program that evolved after they got here to mind control these children.
What better way to try and get away with Frankenstein society than to assume the role of a supposed humanitarian position of government?
Correct. The CIA, I believe, was really specific purposes of MK Ultra and traumatizing these children that supposedly created assassins and super spies. I think the program failed miserably. They've had 2 congressional hearings on it. Neither one, the results were released to the public, but there are a couple of videos on the internet. Some survivors who testified in the 1995 hearing. One was Christine Nicola, and the other was Claudia Mullen. And they gave very dramatic testimonies. And in those testimonies that you can see on the internet, they will talk about the same type of torture that Jenny went through.
And then all the funding for these type sessions, projects, portraying rapists, completely dismantling of human psyche are paid for by the United States taxpayers. And each year, the intelligence community gets a certain budget. For 2017, just the CIA was received a huge chunk of the budget. Is expected to have a $15 billion budget for this. And even at $1 billion of that, $15 billion is going towards it, that's sickening.
When Claudia Mullen testified back in 1995 in the video, she states that she was a child that Dr. Green was abusing, and she had a cage that they put near his office. One day they left the door open to the cage, and she got out, and she was rummaging through some papers in his office. She came across some papers titled the CIA Science Division, CIA Office of Research Development, and it showed where they had given Dr. Green $50 million to run this MK Ultra program. And that was back in 1995. That was 1 year. And And as far as I know, this program is still going on.
And that's just one.
Looking at the ages, Claudia mentioned the age of 7, Jenny the age of 6, and then I don't know how old Kathy O'Brien was.
Kathy O'Brien claims to be very early age, and she was they had witnesses at these hearings also.
Yeah, the media refused to cover it, so she wrote her book, Transformation of America.
But yeah, Jenny and others testified to 2 congressional committees about her abuse by the CIA. Both committees investigated the matter, but refused to release the results of the investigation.
Well, think about she's going to be responsible. Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Dick Cheney.
Oh, check it out.
They're going to just clean house.
If the results were released, the entire system would collapse because high-level government officials are involved, and they would be arrested and put in prison. The entire system would collapse. And in the name of national security, they could not release the investigation.
Hopefully, this is what the Pizzagate situation will evolve into. That is, WikiLeaks is releasing some of this information on Pizzagate, and it's just going to blow everybody's mind. And hopefully, some of these people will be arrested and tried for what they're doing.
Yeah,
So we're going to save these children, and this abuse is still going on.
Yeah, just by judging patterns, looks like something's really going to be done about this one because it hasn't even been a year yet since the Pizzagate proof has come out, and we're already feeling a really potent first wave. Just wait for the second and beyond.
It was just even the things that have happened in the last couple of days. We had Trump had a meeting about anti-human trafficking, and Ashton Kutcher came forward about the human trafficking.
Yeah, that was really exciting to see. One of the first things Trump did when he got into office, he had the inauguration on Friday. On Saturday morning, he was at the CIA office talking to them and telling them that none of this was going to go on anymore, that he was firing anybody found involved, and he was going to hire, I think it was 1,000 new agents. So I was really happy and surprised and elated that Trump had that much interest in helping the situation.
Yeah, we'll just have to keep our eyes on him because we know how president. Right?
Let's hope that we get a president who can actually do something and wants to do something, because it's been swept under a rug for far too long.
Wait till it's been going on since humans have been here.
It was actually going on before we were going to. I heard that it started during Canada. There's a very close connection, by the way, between the Canadian government officials and the Canadian U.S. government officials and the Canadian government officials in this international drug kidnapping. There seems to be hotspots. One is the Netherlands, another is the UK, the US, of course, Canada, and Australia. Those appear to be those areas up there. That seems to be the hot spots for these elites. Very much, of course, in the Vatican also.
So you mentioned the Ninth Circle in one of your articles about running this criminal drug syndicate octopus. And I wanted to bring that up because Fiona Barnett, at the age of 3, was systematically ritually abused by Nicole Kidman's father, who naturally died after she found out 1 month after she share that information.
Yes, Fiona's done some wonderful articles and writings online. I think I sent you some links to some of her articles. She's over in Australia, and she was abused at an early age by Dr. Kidman, Anthony Kidman. He was her controller. But Fiona is one of those, and this is very typical of abuse survivors, and they're actually born into this as children, and it was her grandfather that was these Nazis that were placed in Australia after the war, and so she was born into it, and she has written, she's done an awful lot for survivors. She's done for the commissions there, and when she went before the commission there in Australia, is right after that is when Dr. Kidman said, Latvia decided to get there for 20, 30 years. He was a professor at the university there, and he suddenly takes leave and goes over to visit his daughter. I think it was in the Philippines or some area like that. And then within a week, while over there, he suddenly has a heart attack and dies. This, by the way, heart attack seems to be perpetrators choose things, and then all of a sudden they have a heart attack. It seems to be quite a technique.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that not only did she name her grandfather Kidman, but also two former Australian prime ministers, a Parliament House Governor General, and a state police commissioner. So as you can see the pattern, it's these higher government officials that not only are involved in it, know about it, but they're part of the perpetrator.
And another pattern I found is that where the abuse takes place, Fiona claimed that one of the places that she was abused was the Israeli Homes Worthy Army Base, which is the same army base that Tos Nienhuis also claimed to be abused. Tos Nienhuis was one of the first survivors that came forth through these international trials that Kim and Anna set up over in Brussels. And she was abused by some very high local elites. At one point in her childhood, she was taken to this army base in Australia and abused there, which is the same place that Fiona Violent had been abused also. They seem to have certain locations where you take these children and they're all set up to abuse them, and they are connected with the various governments, which is absolutely appalling.
And she also mentioned this human hunting. Where I read a little bit about it. Go ahead, I'll let you expand upon it.
Yes, when she was 6 years old for her 6th birthday, we took her to a place out in the woods. And actually, I think she told me it was a private estate. And they grabbed her and she woke up naked on a table. And they had some other children there. And they told her that unless she saved these children, they were going to kill them. And all the children were naked, and they had some hunting dogs. And then they told the children to run because, they were going to kill them. And they told her that unless she saved the children, that she and all the children would be killed. So they kept running them. I think they only made it up to the second level before they started shooting these kids. And then she just ran for her life. And that was her 6th birthday party from her grandfather.
See, we understand that government agencies high up in high positions are the perpetrators, but do we have any names just for anyone who hasn't looked past the post?
The only names I have are names of various victims have told me they're perpetrators, and of course it's never been to report or anything except for what Kevin Annette was doing. Kevin Annette is an ex-pastor in Canada who became involved with the Indian tribes up there when he was first got out of pastoral school, and he found out that these Indian children were being forcefully put in residential schools up there, and they had residential schools all across Canada. I'm talking thousands and thousands of children. And he looked into this quite for a lot of years and tried to get situations in the court because the children were literally being raped and murdered, and all kinds of things were going on in these residential schools because the Canadian government was trying to eliminate the Indian tribes because they wanted their land. And they were also involved in MK Ultra up there with these mind control experiments. And there's many, many victim stories to that what's going on up there. But Kevin Annette wasn't able to get it into the courts in Canada, so he went over to the international, into the UN and to the international court. He got involved with a legal attorney's office in New York, and they set up some international trials in Brussels. And for 3 years, he brought in witnesses, and this Cosby just one of them. And he also had Henry, I can't remember his name, is Bligenber. Anyway, she was the spouse of a mafia boss, and she was another witness over there, and they tried various criminal leads. It was Joseph Ratzinger of the Pope. And it's interesting, the week before they announced the results of his trial, of course, they found him guilty. That's when he resigned from office and the other they tried Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip. Witnesses to them back in 1964 when they took 10 children from Kamloops Residential School in Alberta. And what happened is they went to the school and they invited some children for a picnic, and then they selected 10 children who went with them and left with them, and nobody ever saw the children again. And the parents are still asking where their children were, and they've never been seen since 1964. And so there was a trial on this Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip, and they had several witnesses that went to the picnic that testified to the trial. It's interesting, I think there were 3 or 4 witnesses that actually died when they testified before the court, when they didn't get their video testimonies. They used them as the credit. And that witnesses disappeared when they tried to go against these school board leads.
So there's a line here of a process. It's like a step-by-step process that they get on to do. First, they kidnap. They pray, go out and pray. They kidnap. They ritually, satanically abuse them. Possibly they hunt them. They murder them. Sacrifice them. Do they eat them afterwards? Are they cannibals?
Yeah, the typical satanic ceremony is that they will torture the child. There's a lot of sexual abuse. There's usually a orgy that they have. Maybe a day before the children have names before the actual ceremony, where they'll traumatize the children and there's a lot of sexual abuse that goes on. And then at the actual ceremony themselves, it will be a formal satanic ceremony where they're dressed in black robes and makeup on their eyes, and this is all described in the Two Faces. So Jenny is brought to a specific ceremony on July 21st, 1965, where she sees this other child killed. There will be an actual ceremony where they'll torture these children on altars. They'll kill them, they'll eat the hearts, they'll drink the blood. They'll have laboratories and other places where they've had theaters where they've sat down and took the bodies and brought them out and made used this trauma against the other children who were killed. They used the trauma of what they've been through to say, you participated in the murder of this child, and so therefore you're going to be controlled for life by us, or just treat it as though these were other children. And of course, the child will submit to that because they have no control over where they go. Yes, they're very certain. And usually after these viruses said, within at least an hour of the ceremony, they'll have this now. That's the way there's been a murder there. And the bodies are disposed of, they'll be burned, the jumped in the machines that are made to do that. And they'll sprinkle them. That's where there's some kinds of way to get rid of the body so that there would be any evidence that it even happened. That's what we had the parents of the child that was murdered. They had a way to take a good look at the case because everybody's involved in this murder itself. So the children can disappear without no trace legally, and then so they've been for hundreds of years.
I read that Jenny was praying on the child's abuse, and thinks that may have gone and why she saw this white light on and prevent her being killed.
Jenny's story is very inspirational to me. She was a very spiritual person as a child. That was the only person she could turn to during her abuse was siblings and her mother believed that she would not be abused. And her father was an abuser, and so she didn't have anybody in the family she could turn to. But she was able to go to church, and she didn't worry about her spiritual self, but she was a perfect right her life. And the weak twisted places so many times that she was prepared to be turned in other situations. But when she was taken to this satanic ceremony and pointed out where she was supposed to be doing sacrifice, and Jenny claims that after this Catholic shrine was killed, there was a white light, and she describes it as the beam of a person. She was eating angel, so she could see those feet that appeared, and because this parents came into this very charismatic ceremony, it scared the other people there, and they shut down the ceremony right there and got her out and took her back home. It was very interesting. And I won't talk about this because it's kind of climax at the end. There's another person in that ceremony that also described to me that white light.
Wow, and she just recently passed away. Able to heal as much as she could and help all these children come forward. I mean, we see the pattern. We can't deny this is going on. It's not some conspiracy. It's different children in different places having very similar experiences.
Jenny had a very spiritual side to her. And one of the things that I really admired about her was her ability to forgive. She didn't carry all this hate towards her abusers throughout her life. She was able to forgive them, and therefore she did not carry the weight that hate that I've had to see other survivors carry. And I really admired her for that. And I've heard these stories about spiritual beings preparing other survivors too. Where angels come down there with us to carry them through the abuse. Generally, survivors are very, very spiritual people because that's the only person they can rely on. They have nobody else to go to help them. So I think they're a very special class of people in the government sector.
How many victims are there per year, estimated?
Yeah, I don't really have any idea. I know that there's some studies that recently published. I think it's 2007. There was they call it a extreme abuse survey that you can find on the internet. That's very extensive. They surveyed survivors all over the world. And I can't really remember the figures from that, but I do know there's a very important organization called the International Society for the Study of Trauma Abuse Association, ISSTE, and they have some help therapies. All they do is encourage religious survivors. And it's a very large international organization. I'm just talking about the ones here in the U.S., but it's very well known professionals. What's going on? As far as I've heard, yes, only 2% of the population.
More than likely, it's happening in every city.
So this recent pedogate in England, I've heard the rumblings of this systematic sexual abuse and different stuff, put names on it. So this Pizzagate is a part of a larger international pedogate.
That's what some people believe, but yes, pedogate is considered an international problem. Pizzagate is considered in the U.S.
And Pizzagate is pertaining to a certain family, the Odessas, and their little pizza ring. It's possible, and more than likely, actually, it's more than just possible, that there are other gates. If we exposed them, they would become a case. They would become a pedophile case. So, it's possible that McDonald's play places are involved. Who knows? It could be happening anywhere.
It could be, and we really don't know their subsidy on what they do. People in specific places that are very limited in the law enforcement and other places in the mental health system. I just heard from a survivor today who found out that this therapist that she's trying to go to is probably involved in the whole thing. And I find the mental health system very, very frustrating because they really not treat mental abuse survivors. And they give them a hard time, and it makes you wonder what's really going on in the mental system for them to do that.
No, it's part of keeping it hush. I mean, everybody truly coming forth with the truth. And they had, such a case built up, they can't continue. They got to squash the information before it gets too far.
Mm-hmm. And when they're involved in it themselves, they put political energy to try to do that.
Yeah, so we should really be looking at the Department of Family Services, orphanages, and anything to do with a child that's been abandoned and does not have really any legal parents that can just be bounced around. We should be looking at all of these organizations, at persons and government organizations.
It is. I've been trying to live for many years, 10 years, and there are some very, very good and dedicated people in that organization. It just takes one in the administration to make the place look bad. But I'll stick up for child welfare. I think for the most part, most people are very dedicated to what they do. The problem is they don't have control. And it's the people that say control that are able to get away with this and figure things out. I know at least one case I had, for instance, there were two little girls who was suspected that the father was sexually abusing him. I wanted to pick them up and take them to an evaluation. I was not allowed to. The father had enough control that he was able to contact my administration and demand that he be the person to take them to the evaluation. Of course, I didn't find anything in the evaluation because it was the father himself. And sure, throughout the whole way there, I said anything. And I was taken off the case. And I advised the caseworker that they had to put these children in shelter and be there for a month or so and then take them to an evaluation. And I said to them, you can call more information. I don't know whatever happened with those two little girls. But that's a typical situation where the perpetrator used their power to cover up for
I was watching a documentary last night. It was from 1981 on trafficked, boy prostitutes, but there really goes beyond prostitution. That's all that they know, and that really, when it comes to these perverted rapists, torturers, some of them prefer young boys. And the reason being is because it's considered forbidden in their mind, and they have a chemical imbalance in their own mind where they want to do things that are vile. And little boys, even if the man isn't even homosexual, he still prays after little boys, and that's just strange to me on a psychology level. I don't understand.
It's an addiction. Pedophilia is an addiction. And it's something that needs treatment, but it's very, very difficult to treat. I will say one thing about sexual abuse survivors is that as they grow up, these children are being abused. When they get into their teenage years, they appear to make a decision whether to stay in the convent and continue with these sexual abuse, that they're going to become perpetrators, or they choose to become what we refer to as sexual abuse survivors. Survivors are the ones that say, but they have this. They feel they sit shelterings where they're not able to talk about it or openly about it, unless they get themselves out of a situation where they're being abused.
Is that typically, you're saying, is more of a teenage years thing? So maybe their mind can't handle it as a young one,
Yeah, by the time they get to be teenagers, they kind of get a feel as to what's going on as children. They're repressing the memories. They don't really understand what they're being abused. But by the time they get to be a teenager, they totally themselves will turn them into perpetrators. And that point is where they appear to make that decision. And that decision is, to me, seems to happen around 12, 13 or so. At least from the research that which will be survivors. Some of them have siblings that are staying in it.
I would say about 90%
That seems to be about the time they make those decisions.
You mentioned, or I found somewhere that you have an upcoming book called The Saints and Satan. Is that going to cover this area as well?
That is something that I have been working on for some time. I think I'm going to wait until after Pizzagate gets out the open. The problem with the information that I have is that much of it has not gone in.
That's one of the many ironies of this
Much
film.
of
The
it
stories
can
of
be.
injustice.
And there may be much allegations against America.
Look at this athleticism. What I don't really understand, how did I just say?
And so even my own
It's just,
experiences have had to be very careful
just how athletic.
explaining because the perpetrators never been charged or reported in court.
Well, they set it up that way.
So remember, I think I will wait until some of the Pizzagate stuff comes out and starts to go into court, and then I'll be able to release my case.
Well, seeing how WikiLeaks and stuff is coming out, it doesn't look like it's going to slow down to me. It looks like it's only going to speed up and get more broad and more coverage. So, what can we do? I mean, do you have any suggestions that we can do as individuals and or groups?
Well, I think the main thing is to educate yourself on what's going on. The fact that these people are able to cover it up keeps it going on.
Shoot.
The more it comes out, the more survivors will come out. This is survivors that are
Rabbi Epstein? I don't.
they're the ones that have to testify. But until it starts coming out and you look at all the people who made it back, I think grade school teachers do a whole lot by trying to recognize the abused child and carry it through those to get this to protection. But I think the main thing is being able to recognize, first of all, yes, this is happening. You don't want to believe it. I didn't want to believe it. When they first came to me, and we spent this couple of years looking into it, and yet nobody around us were
It's West Side.
so many closed doors. I literally put my information in a box and put it down the stairs underneath the stairs for a couple of years just because I couldn't handle it in my own mind. This was going on and I couldn't do anything about it. And then these more survivors came to me and said, this is going on and showed me what it was right now. I decided I better get out of my home and try and do something about it. So the first thing is to recognize that it's going on. And the second thing is to read everything you can about it. And the third thing, and this probably should be the first thing, is to try to find these children who are constantly being abused and then do what you can to protect them and save them from it.
Is that something, now you have a group, I mean, is there perhaps any teachers groups out there that could, form or already formed that could get together with each other and say, hey, these are signs and how do we best go about this if we see any of these signs?
I don't have a particular organization myself. I look myself to writing about it and getting that word that way. Yes, it certainly would be a great idea. Try and educate people in the education field about it. It's even hard to even do that. High school, for instance, when you talk about synthetic hormones and the dangers of teenagers getting into them. That's not going on in our area. So educating the people about it is one of the main things, and that's going to be through the information coming out and more survivors speaking out about it and more articles being written about it. And trying to produce is great because the mainstream media has been ignoring it for years and will continue to as long as they're controlled by Soros and other people that are actually in this.
So if these teachers do see these signs, where would they?
Want a little more pleasure in your life? Make 2024 your year to experience more pleasure than you thought possible. Lovers has the best adult toys, lingerie, and accessories to explore alone or together. Let our associates guide you on your pleasure journey and save 20% on your purchase with Lovers Afterglow rewards. Just mention Lovers 20 at one of our 12 Southern California locations. Offer valid with free Lovers Afterglow rewards membership until January 31st. Some exclusions apply.
Your tough Tacoma is here. Your powerful 4Runner. Your stylish Camry. Your personal RAV4. Even your fully electric VZ4X. Your new Toyota car, truck, or SUV is available now. So see your Toyota dealer today. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
But I think you're developing a full artificial intelligence. There's no the end of the human race.
Craft generates its own gravitational field. You don't like it about it.
The internet has become the command center for criminals and terrorists.
Broadcasting live from a snow just off the extraterrestrial highway. Somewhere in the desert sands outside of Las Vegas. Generation X. Asking questions of you. Welcome to Troubled Minds Radio. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and hello to all of you who may also have troubled minds. The show's live. We do this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific. What exactly is it that we do? Well, we talk about all the things you're not allowed to talk about. You know what they are? Aliens, conspiracy, paranormal,
On the worst side.
the government, academia, 24-hour news cycle, propaganda, and the general feeling that we live in the upside down. Like I said, this show's live. We are streaming on Rockfin, YouTube, Live, and Twitter, and we are broadcasting live on the Fringe FM. And we're looking to take phone calls tonight. Get your idea on cloning, human cloning. Do you think this is a thing? Do you think this is actually a thing? That's what's on my mind tonight. Lots of things to talk about, lots of things to think about, ethical implications, and all kinds of just crazy stuff. And, well, that's what we do on this show. We do something called drinking the maybe juice. And what the maybe juice means is a quote by Aristotle goes a little something like this. It is the mark of an educated mind to consider the possibility of an idea without accepting it. And basically, that is a good way to boil down what drinking the maybe juice means. And so there are people out there that actually do believe even clones, that there's clones walking around on the earth.
And the
right
West
now,
Side, Rabbi
clones
Rothschild might
and all
want
the
him.
rest of
I
the
don't want to
stuff.
meet
So
no
we're going to
fucking
talk
call
about
him,
that tonight.
but he's
So,
fucking annoying as
as usual,
shit.
right, drinking the maybe juice as being part of this whole thing is not, I'm not telling you any of this stuff is true. We're discussing and considering the possibility, all right?
That's
So
it,
just,
baby.
you know, I know we have a lot of new folks coming on board, so hello to all the new folks, hello to all the old folks, hello to all the folks that have been around for quite some time and are supporting the show. Appreciate that very much. I see everybody in the chat. We are watching all the chats, doing our best here to keep up with everything. And of course, we've got all those chat rooms going in all those different places I described, including the Discord. So if you guys want to be part of the show, what we're going to do tonight is we'll take your phone calls like we do every other night. And looking for your thoughts on cloning. If you want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. And we'll put you on the show. You can also join the Discord by going to troubledminds.org. That's the official website. Click the Discord link and it'll give you a direct invite. And come meet with lots of people, lots of good people that there's really only two rules to be on this show and to be part of the community. It's just, you know, don't be so sure that you're always right about everything, and give everybody else some space, right? That's part of the first rule. And just don't be a d-bag, don't be a bigot, don't be all these terrible things that people are, right? It's okay to be wrong, and it's okay to get along and have a discussion, and that's what it's all about. So, also, we have another chat room rolling at fringe.fm/chat. I'm watching that as well. That'll give you a direct invite. Discord is a chat client. It's a voice client. It's completely free, and it's what we use on this show to do international calls, because the 702 area code is from Las Vegas, which, of course, is where I'm streaming from, and international folks get charged when they do that. So, Discord's free, and you can use it anywhere in the world. You just need an internet connection. TroubledMinds.org, click the Discord link, and also fringe.fm/chat. That will give you direct invite to both rooms. I'm watching all the chats in all the places. One more quick thing before we get going is the easiest way to listen to Troubled Minds if you're on the road or whatever, I've got a Bluetooth speaker or cooking in the kitchen or something and can't be around a regular larger type device, well, just download the fringe.fm app. You can find it on the App Store, Apple, and all the rest of this stuff, Android, you know where to find it. Anywhere apps are found, and it is completely free, and there you go. All right, so, well, tonight, speaking of Discord, by the way, as we get started on this weird thought regarding cloning, human cloning, this idea actually came from the Discord, came from the Troubled Minds Discord. Yesterday, Bailey, what's up, shout out to Bailey, actually posted a link in there and said, what is this? Is this guy trolling? Do you think this is real? What's happening with this? And it was about human cloning and Kid Boo, which we'll get to in a moment here. But I was like, what? So I watched it and was intrigued. And not only that, several other people in the chat watched that as well on the Discord, and it kind of sparked a conversation. So thank you to all the folks in the Discord. You guys know who you are. If I name everybody, I'll leave somebody out. So we'll just leave it as Bailey started it. Lots of amazing folks jumped into the conversation and sort of got the idea, the brainworm going on right here in the Michael Strange brainworm head. So, okay, so that's what's going on. So, Jennifer in the chat says, press 1 if you think it's real. There you go. Press 1 if you think it's real in the chat. All right, so okay, so the story goes a little something like, okay, before we get to that story, this is the thing, all right? This is the idea tonight, and there's some questions on my mind. Do you think cloning humans is a real thing? Do you think cloning humans is real? And meaning not like in a sort of, DARPA way. Like, let's say that this has been prevalent and kind of all over the place, all right? Meaning, let's say there's human clones walking the world right now, and not just maybe a few, let's say more than a few hundred, more than a few thousand, and let's say that this is going to become more and more of a thing. I think that's the deal here, right? That's what's on my mind tonight. I don't know the answers to this. You guys know me. I'm trying to figure things out just like you are, just like everybody is. And so the thought crossed my mind again from that link in the Discord from Bailey. Shout out to Bailey. Thank you very much for sharing that. And lots of amazing links in the Discord, by the way. People sharing amazing stuff all the time. So the thing is this, right? If human clones are a thing, all right? So if, I'm saying if. I'm not saying this is real. I'm saying if, okay? Part of drinking the maybe juice, all right? So if this is real, How prevalent is this? All right. Do you think it's possible that we're actually cloning people out there in secret laboratories hidden deep under the ground, things like this? Or do you think this is all just some sort of elaborate hoax, some sort of troll, some people that are, well, into a particular religion, let's say, which we'll get to tonight? Have you ever heard of a UFO religion? If you haven't, well, we're going to get to that as well. So it's part of this whole human cloning thing going on. It's sort of one of those deep rabbit holes where you're like, okay, this is fine. Let's look into some cloning, and then you do, and you're like, oh, a UFO cult? What is this? A UFO religion? What? Tens of thousands of people the world over have like signed up to this, and like, what is going on? Like, that's how fast it just spins off the rails when you start looking into this one. So that's what we're doing tonight. So that's the question as we begin. Do you believe that human cloning is real? Do you think we can actually pull this off again from some sort of DNA from one person, not to one person? Literally, let's say, for instance, you take my DNA, Michael Strange's DNA, you put it in a laboratory, and in 9 months, bam, there's a bouncing baby boy by the name of Michael Strange, genetically identical to me. We'd have to name him Mikey, I guess, and we'll go with Mikey Strange tonight. But so you tell me, I think if that's the case, right, then clearly we're bypassing all the laws of nature as we know them, okay, all the reproductive laws of nature, with, of course, genetic diversity, a male, female, type the egg and the sperm and all this stuff. I'm not going to make this a class about the birds and the bees, but I'm pretty sure you guys know how that works. But the thing is that, right, so if this is real, okay, do you believe it's real first? And second, how long has this been happening with Israel? And how prevalent? Those are the questions on my mind tonight. So we're going to get into some pretty weird stuff, all right? We're going to get into some pretty strange things. Okay, so it starts like this. All right, we're going to go to this. So usually we do a news story, kind of like a current news story, but this one's not so current. It's from 2018, but it's good enough for me because apparently this cloning thing has been going on for a very, very long time. And so we'll do this. We'll do this. Here we go. This is from hotnewhiphop.com, and you'll see why this begins here, why this journey starts on this website. Here we go. All right. So the headline here is Kid Boo claims he's a clone, like Gucci Mane and Michael Jackson. All right. And it's like, wait, what is going on with this, right? Okay, all right, so that's what's happening here, all right? That's the strangeness, that's the odd thing that's going down, and got me thinking, right? And again, shout out to Bailey for pointing this out. Here we go. Kid Boo is a rapper who is named after a Dragon Ball Z character. He's also known as Wakashi of 558, all right, by some of his haters. Now, the entertainer is creating buzz with his natal story. He appeared on Vlad TV and revealed that he was a clone, right? Yeah, a clone, like an actual clone, right? This odd concept came up straight out of the gate when he was asked about his hometown. Vlad wanted to verify that he was in fact born in New Jersey but grew up in South Florida, and the quote goes a little something like this. Kid Boo agreed with a straight face and added on some more info to that. Quote, yeah, originally, my first gen. I'm a second gen now. My first gen was born in Jersey. However, I was cloned by Clonaid in Canada. My model number is 0112568 for anyone who wants to see the registration of cloning. That was a direct quote, and I've got those actual audio clips that we'll listen to as we go tonight, as we start going and see what's happening here. His nationality, straight from the article here, his nationality was brought up next. Kid Boo says he's Sicilian and Puerto Rican, adding that those are his two genomes. This information was made available to him through his stealing documents before escaping the cloning facility. Oh boy, like I said, right? Like I always say with this is truth seems to be stranger than fiction. And even if this is a tall tale, well, it is the tallest of tales, is it not? So as we start, we'll read a little bit more of this. Apparently, these documents were vital for his personal narrative. He says that most of his memory was wiped clean to allow for whatever new program was made to proceed smoothly. Oh, and apparently Gucci Mane and Michael Jackson have gone through a similar experience. Watch the clip below. I've got the audio clip on this, so we'll play some of the audio and you can actually hear it in his own words. And clearly, obviously, this guy can be pulling our leg, all right? Don't get me wrong. Like I said, we were on the algorithm channel on YouTube over the weekend, and I said it like this: look, I'm a semi-professional conspiracy theorist, and I don't believe all this stuff, right? All of it. There's truth to some of this. There's big tall tales to another batch of it. Our job is discernment, okay? And the thing is this, right? Conspiracies are everywhere, for sure, okay? However, it does not mean that everything is a conspiracy, okay? And it's for us as individuals to determine what that means, okay? So, like I said, I'm not so sure I buy this, at least coming from this guy. And, people have said that he's a troll and he's doing all kinds of stuff, and notably making up tall tales and all the rest of these things, right? So, fine, whatever, all right? He's a clone, first gen, second gen. He escaped from a cloning facility. He stole documents that proves it, he says. Well, I kind of want to see the documents. I kind of want to see receipts on this because, well, that's just me. That's just me. But anyway, it doesn't matter what I think, right? I'm one person, you're one person out there listening. And the thing is this, right? What do you believe? Do you believe that this is actually possible for, let's say, a cloning facility, for an escape like this, for human cloning to exist at all, for human clones to be walking around with wiped memories and implanted? Who knows, right? I think I looked into this a little bit, and the science, well, at least the science that you can find, suggests that it's not possible yet, all right? Though, we do know they've cloned Dolly the sheep. Everybody remember the infamous Dolly the sheep cloning experiments where, yes, indeed, they took the DNA from a particular sheep, they cloned another one, named her Dolly, and she lived for a few years, I believe, right? It was a few years, and there were some genetic mishaps and problems, and she wasn't entirely healthy, but, well, I don't know. So if they can do a sheep, right, and that was years and years ago, well, don't you think at some point they would try a human being, a human person? I would think so, even if they did it in secret. I think they would have to especially do this in secret. And again, drinking the maybe juice here. I don't know if this is real, okay? But the thing is this. If they were cloning people in some sort of secret facility, it would remain secret, don't you think? Because, well, we've watched recently, in recent days, the Robert Bigelow, right, of UFO billionaire fame, Skinwalker Ranch fame. He owned it just before the current owner. And, well, what's going on with that? He's looking into consciousness, into transferring consciousness, right? So if the cloning type of thing, by the way, he had an essay contest, which has been awarded. They picked winners from that. And one of the winners last night was on an unnamed radio station with a nice fellow that lives here in Las Vegas as well. And, well, I think the thing is I don't know, okay? Clearly, like I always say, this is the question show, this is not the answer show. If it was the answer show, it'd be a super short thing, because I'd just say, all right, here's the answers. Well, it's not as easy as that, is it? I wish life were that easy, and it's not that easy. So as we do this, as we continue into this tonight, we'll play some audio clips from Kid Boo. I'll play one in just a sec here, but to get us started, it's a little bit of a medium length interview, so we've got a few to play as we go tonight. But you can hear in his own words how he describes he was actually cloned. He says he was cloned by a company that goes by the name CloneAid. CloneAid. Yep, that's right. As horrific as it sounds, I looked into it. And yes, shout out to Often Frozen on the Discord. Yes, it is a thing apparently. CloneAid is a real company. And of course, yes, it's linked to an alien religion. Yeah, you got that right. UFO religion, right? Yeah, yes, the truth is stranger than fiction. So, okay, so as we go tonight, that's the question. That's what's on my mind. If you want to be part of the show, you can give us a call at 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. And click the Discord link at troubledminds.org. We'll put you on the show that way as well. Now, the question is this, exactly. So, do you think human cloning is real? Has this been happening? Do you think, how long, if so, right? Yes or no, that's cool. Like, either way, it's fine by me. I don't know where to stand on this. I do believe that DARPA kind of hides things and, military applications and the National Security Act and all that stuff, right? I get it. So if there was something like this going on and, they wouldn't tell us, I don't think they'd tell us because all kinds of ethical implications here. I think it could be a secret. And I think if we can do sheep, for sure, it seems like at least we'd be trying to create human clones at some point. So that part doesn't seem way out there to me. The part that does is, let's say, let's say, God forbid, out there somebody gets sick, right? And they are able to create a clone of themselves, artificially age this thing somehow, or even maybe as a baby, and just move your consciousness into said clone of yourself. Well, we've talked about this in terms of like ritual and the ancient Egyptians wrapping people in these funerary traditions, trying to keep their DNA alive for thousands of years. Well, what for? What for? Is this what it's for? Is this where we're at? I don't know. So I'd love to hear your thoughts one more time. 702-957-1037. Trumpetminds.org. Click the Discord link. And that's the question tonight. Do you believe human cloning is actually happening out there? And if so, how long do you think this has been going on? And how many clones do you think are walking around? Yeah, right? Yeah, okay. We may as well, let's do this. We may as well do this. Drinking a lot of the maybe juice tonight, because why in the world not? But okay, so let's play this clip from Kid Boo and hear the first part of this in his own words, describing his cloning process. So this starts out as just a regular, hip-hop type interview, right? He's promoting music and they start the interview, but look what this guy says.
Kid Boo, welcome to Vlad TV. Hello. Making a lot of noise recently, man. Congrats. Thank you. Yeah, it's like, everyone works towards that, that video that goes viral. And it looks like you have like a nice little handful of them now. It's a big accomplishment. Yeah, I got my hands a bit full now. Thanks to these accomplishments. Got a few more extra things in my hand I didn't quite anticipate, but it all comes with the territory, I suppose. Of course. So, where'd you grow up? South Florida. Okay. I guess you originally were born in Jersey? Yeah. Originally, my first gen. I'm a second gen now. That's why you see the celebrity bursts say I'm born in Toronto, but that's false. My first gen was born in Jersey. However, I was cloned by Clonate in Canada. My model number is 0112568 if anyone wants to see the registration on Clonate. Okay. So you ended up in South Florida? Yeah. Okay. And what nationality are you? Sicilian and Puerto Rican. Okay. Sicilian and Puerto Rican. Okay. I can see that now. Those are my two genomes. Okay. Who's the Puerto Rican one? Who's the Sicilian one? When I was cloned, they wiped a lot of memory. But when I stole the documents before escaping, I read that the mother was Puerto Rican and the father is surrogate. You could say was the sperm donor was Sicilian. Okay, so you were testing me. Yeah.
Okay, so we got some plot holes already. We got just a little piece of that interview, and we got some plot holes, don't we? So if you have two donors, a mother and a father, doesn't that mean you're not a clone? Anyway, we're going to throw our plot holes aside tonight because we're talking about cloning, all right? Now, this is a pretty tall tale from this guy, and some plot holes as we begin. However, right, this Clonate place that he mentions not once but twice in this interview is actually a real company. if you can believe that. Clonaid is a real company from Canada and sketchy, as said by Often Frozen in the Discord there. And, well, what's going on with this? So anyway, plot holes aside from his claims immediately, we'll get to exactly. Daryl's got it right. That doesn't make him a clone. It makes him a test tube baby. Exactly, right? So we got, again, plot holes escaping from a cloning facility and all the rest of this. But we're going to suspend our disbelief as usual while we drink some of the maybe juice. When you guys know what that means, drinking the maybe juice, well, we're going to consider the possibility that, well, maybe clones do exist. What do you think regarding human cloning, regarding maybe DARPA, maybe who knows, this company Clonaid from Canada? Do you think this stuff is real? That's what's on my mind tonight. I'd love to hear your thoughts if you want to be part of the show. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. This is Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. More cloning and you. After the break. Be right back. Don't go anywhere.
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Judy was boring.
Hello.
Then Judy discovered ChumbaCasino.com.
It's my little escape.
Now Judy's the life of the party.
Oh, baby, mama's bringing home the bacon.
Whoa, take it easy, Judy. The Chumba life is for everybody. So go to ChumbaCasino.com and play over 100 casino-style games. Join today and play for free for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. With cash prizes that add up quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Welcome back to Troubled Minds. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and we are streaming on Rockfin, YouTube, D-Live, and Twitter. And we are broadcasting live on the Fringe FM. We're taking your phone calls tonight as we discuss human cloning. A little place named Clonaid in Canada, the Raelians, and all of this as being possible. We call it Drink It the Maybe Juice. What do you think? 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Love to hear your thoughts on this. Is cloning real? Not a Dolly the sheep, of course. We know all about that. What about human cloning? That's what we're talking about tonight. That's what's on my mind, this whole story with the Raelians and Clonaid and, well, Kid Boo and his, let's say, plot hole-like claims that he was actually cloned. And he's got a cloning number. He says he escaped from a cloning facility. And, of course, right, he's definitely known as a giant troll, apparently. And so, well, he's not the first one to mention Clonaid is the problem here. So, I don't know. What do you guys believe regarding this? I think this is one of those weird ones where, you know, some people believe that, you know, part of this breakaway civilization type thing, the secret medical programs and things like this, right? Well, if that's the case, how long has this been going on? How many actual clones do you think are human clones are walking around the earth right now? And again, right, so if that's the case too, I mean, there's a lot of questions here. So if that's the case and we have actual clones walking around, do they know they're clones? Let's say there was like again, let's just use myself as the example. Let's say there's a Mikey Strange out there that's been cloned, right?
it's me. It's exactly me, cloned. But does that person know that they're actually me and they've been cloned? Or do they think they're just, going through living life just like I did? Or, well, you want a real brain screw, what if I'm already a clone? What if I've been cloned? What if my birth was, let's say, under dubious circumstances? Mother Strange out there, I apologize if you're listening. She listens from time to time. And so I'm not suggesting I was created in a laboratory, even though, right, sometimes I have my suspicions. But, of course, tongue-in-cheek here, I'm just making fun of myself. But the question tonight is, how much of this do you believe? Do you think cloning is actually happening, and how long has this been going on? So let's get back to this Kid Boo interview, right? Which really started this whole thing again. Shout out to Bailey for linking this in the Discord last night, which I thought was awesome and hilarious, all at the same time. But this interview with this individual by the name of Kid Boo, he claims he was a clone. All right, he claims he was created in a lab in Canada, right, by this Canadian company known as CloneAid. All right, and so I was like, okay, let's take a look at this. Let's see, right? There's got to be a paper trail of some sort. There's got to be something here if this is a real company, right? So you can actually, go right to their website. Yep, they have a website. They actually have a website. All right, cloneaid.com, clonaid.com. I'm going to read straight from their website, all right? And this is, again, Kid Boo describing himself as being made as a clone and from this company named CloneAid. And let's see what this website says. All right, well, it says this. CloneAid, the first human cloning company in the world, was founded in February 1997 by RAEL and a group of investors who created the Valiant Venture Limited Corporation based in the Bahamas. In the first couple of years of CloneAid, it has already received enormous media coverage. However, due to the pressure mounted on the Bahamas government by French journalists, Valiant Venture Limited was canceled as government representatives were thinking the laboratories would be established on the Bahamas island. Meanwhile, the list of serious potential customers had grown to more than 250 people. Therefore, during the year 2000, RAEL, R-A-E-L, we'll get to that in a second, decided to hand over the CloneAid project to Dr. Bridget Bosselier. Yeah, let's say that's right. A Raelian bishop. What does that mean? A Raelian bishop. In order for her to start working on actually cloning the first human being with a team of well-trained scientists. Dr. Bosselier has PhD degrees in physical and biomolecular chemistry. In her last job, she was a marketing director for a large chemical company in France. All right, this is again from the website CloneAid, Pioneers in Human Cloning. Got lots of questions here regarding cloning, of course, but we'll get to that as we go. But this continues straight from their website in the About Us page, right? The history of CloneAid. In the summer of 2000, an American couple that wanted to help develop this technology in order for them to have a baby contacted Dr. Bosselier. They were the first major investors funding the equipment and the laboratory needed, and CloneAid's first human cloning laboratory was set up in early 2001. All right, in the summer of 2001, following several visits from U.S. government representatives in our facilities, CloneAid decided to pursue its human cloning project in another country where human cloning is legal. All right. So the plot thickens, right? We got a lot of stuff going on here, and how much of this is true? How much is true? Clearly, I think it makes sense to me that if there was a cloning operation happening, what about the ethics? There's another question to add into this. Do you think it's ethical to clone human beings, right? Some other questions that are being asked in the chat, right? Is if it is whether or not it's ethical, what happens to the clone itself, right? It's the exact DNA of some other individual walking the earth. So does that mean that there's a soul in that? Does that mean somebody mentioned in the chat a little ways up, is there a soul or a spark inside? What is exactly going on with this, okay? And I don't know. I think there's a whole lot of pretty wild ideas here. And what does it mean? What are the implications? Like, again, think of it in personal terms. What if you yourself are actually a clone? And what if you just don't know the difference?
how would you know, right? I think that's the weirdness of this, and what it means is I have no idea. Once again, I have no idea. So we're going to get to the aliens as we go tonight, but that's apparently who created this clone aid company, all right? And so I was like, all right, no, this is not real. No, I'm not doing this. This is not real. This is not real. I'm not doing this, right? I start looking, right? And sure enough, let's see. This is from, where is it? Let me find this real quick. Yeah, you better believe it. Bloomberg on the Bloomberg website. You got the dog chewing the carpet again, damn it. On the Bloomberg website, all right, they have a list of companies. Okay, and so I'm like, all right, let's find an actual company here, right? Like a listing, like they're an official company. So yeah, here you go. This is from, you got it. CloneAid is a human cloning company. This is right on the Bloomberg website. The company was founded in February 1997 by Rael, R-A-E-L, who is the leader of the Raelian movement, an international religious organization which claims that life on Earth was created scientifically through DNA and genetic engineering by an alien. Yep, well, all the links are in the description. If you don't believe me, if you think, no way, Michael Strange, what are you talking about? Well, yep, there it is. Right on Bloomberg, lists it as a legitimate company. Not that like Bloomberg is the end all be all, but if it was a joke, right? If this was literally like relegated to the conspiracy theory land, then you would expect, right, that maybe they wouldn't be listed as a real company, right? And actually, yeah, I copy that, James. Thank you. We'll go to you just a second. So that's my thoughts. That's like what is going on with this? So Bloomberg says this is a real company. They've got a real website. Also notable, often frozen out there in the Discord yesterday said, I tried to contact him through your contact phone, but well, it's broken. So you can't contact them in a traditional manner anymore because well they've probably moved underground, haven't they? Or is this even real? I think this is what I'm saying. So a few more questions now. So now we're talking about the Raelians, all right, who believe in it's a UFO religion. Like no joke, it's a UFO religion. We'll get to the Raelians in a bit here. But okay, so the thing is this, right? So if this is the case, let's say even the Raelians aren't the ones doing this. Let's say this is some sort of psyop cover. Right? I think that's probably maybe what I'm more inclined to believe just right off with the Raelians right now than this cloning thing. But like I said, it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what you think. And what do you think? If you want to be part of the show tonight, give us a call at 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Click the Discord link at troubledminds.org, the official website. The phone number is there as well, so just one place for all your Troubled Minds needs. And well, let's do it. Let's go to looks like James is in the Discord, so let's go to James. Let's go to good buddy James Salcido Paranormal. What's up, James? Welcome to the show. How are you, my friend?
I'm okay. Glad to be here. Great topic.
Right on. Thank you very much. What do you think? Does this sound ridiculous and off the rails already? What's going on here?
Yeah, I don't know. I do agree that there are, as you said, the potholes are definitely, they seem obvious, but just going off of what has been said in the chat already, but I'll just say it, for the podcast version or whatever. The cloning thing is strange to me because, again, if you're looking for any kind of, there would be any kind of consciousness or soul in there, I wouldn't think. How would you do that? Would it be, would their brains even work? That's a really big question I have about all that. And if they do work, how do they work if they don't have a consciousness or a soul? I mean, are they done just like basically robots? I don't know about any of the other stuff, but that's just the things that come to mind from that.
Yeah, I think basically we talked about this previously as well when we talk about transferring your consciousness from one thing to another. Right? How does that work? DNA, is it sort of like source code to an individual and also the soul? And if that's the case, then would exact DNA replicated in a laboratory
creating a new human being actually result in more like another human, or let's say like a golem of sorts, right? Some sort of something else that maybe may not be human at all. Well, the DNA is the same, but I have no idea what is going on with this. So okay, plot holes aside. Now, do you think this is possible? Do you think that maybe there are clones walking around today, right now on Earth? Maybe you bumped into one on the way down to the bus or whatever. You know what I mean? Maybe. Do you think this is really happening?
I think it's possible. I don't know for sure. I do think that it's interesting how in a lot of fiction, most time when you clone things, the clones don't always turn out so well. There's mistakes or errors in the process, and it makes you wonder where that's coming from in the literature. If it's something that's already been tried, and so it's kind of filtering through that. I don't know, but I'd be very surprised if they are able to totally copy consciousness or a soul just based on the DNA. Not that I know anything about DNA, but I'd be very surprised. But yeah, I think it's possible. I think cloning would also give good opportunities to do even more experiments on people without having to capture anyone or trick anyone into volunteering. If you're just experimenting on clones for whatever reasons, then you it might be easier that way too. So that might be a reason for them being there in the first place.
Yeah, and again, there's a whole lot at stake here if this stuff is real, right? Again, implications of the soul, like, again, how long, if this is real, how long has this been going on? What would they even use this for? I mean, let's go to fiction again, and let's go to Star Wars, right? Everybody that's a Star Wars fan knows about the Clone Wars, right? And that they created from a Boba Fett, his DNA, an entire army of what became the stormtroopers at some point, right? The clone army, because they deemed robots were insufficient for their needs and clumsy and easily shut down and things like this. So, well, I don't know. Do you think that maybe real life is mirroring fiction in this, and they've created a clone army somewhere, very much like the terracotta warriors underneath the ground in China, except they're real? Oh boy.
Yeah. No, this is all just made. I mean, you know what? No, it's very possible. I can't even the times that fiction or that reality ends up mimicking fiction is just. I mean, at this point, I don't know. It seems like it's a given at some point in time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like clearly, I believe it's possible. All right, clearly, I believe it's possible. Do we have the technology now? Even probably, I would even say probably, right? So that Dolly thing with the sheep, that was the first public thing that got a ton of press, right? And as we know, they do tons of things in government labs underground and kind of by off the books and things like this, because otherwise you'd never get anything done, right? So I don't know. Like, are we at the point where we could possibly create like a clone army, like out of Star Wars? Oh man, I hate to think of it as a thing, but I guess I would say we're probably close, right? Like, let's say you just threw all the ethics out the window, all the oversight out the window, and they were like, all right, let's just put all the resources and all our time scientifically into creating a clone army. I think we're probably close to that technology-wise. Do you think so?
Yeah, and maybe they don't care if there's not consciousness. Maybe there's enough there for them to control these clones without the clones being able to think, have advanced enough thoughts to object. Maybe it's one of those things where it's more of a it is an army, let's say, but let's say they don't have consciousness exactly. So they're almost like biological robots. They're just a little more advanced.
Exactly. Biological robots. Okay, all right. Pretty wild, pretty wild. Amazing stuff. Anything else for us, my friend? We got a couple calls behind you, so we got to bump you off. What else you got for us?
No, that was it. I'm glad you got some more calls. I'm looking forward to hearing what everybody says, because this is not an area I am familiar with, so that's great stuff.
You as well. Thank you so much for breaking the ice, for calling. Everybody, this is James of Salcedo Paranormal. He's got a fantastic podcast where he talks about paranormal stuff 5 days a week. Check him out. Links in the description. Thanks, James. You're the best, brother. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks for listening. Thanks for the call. Let's go. So we're taking your phone calls tonight. We're talking about all of this stuff. We're talking about cloning. We're talking about this Clonate company. We're going to be talking about the Raelians in a little bit here. And Kid Blue claims, of course, he's a rapper. He claims that he was actually a clone himself and escaped from a cloning facility. So, like we said, some plot holes. I'll play that clip again as we go tonight and kind of reframe the conversation so you guys know what we're talking about. Folks that didn't start from the beginning, but okay, that's the deal. Do you think cloning is real? If so, how long has this been going on? If you want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. And I'm not talking about Dolly the sheep. I'm talking about cloning human beings. You tell me. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Let's go to, I'm not sure who this is, but you are on Troubled Minds. What's your first name? Where are you calling from?
It's Lewis from California.
Lewis in California. Listen, my friend, welcome to the show. How are you tonight?
Yeah, hey, I've been, those even clones, they've been going on for a while, but mostly the celebrities, like Hollywood or even the music industry, right? So you got one person, but then they act out of control. So they have to kill off the original person, so they clone them to control, that clone.
Gotcha. So there's been, you're talking about Hollywood and sort of this control mechanism. We're talking about like maybe satanic control, or do you think it's something else before we off the clone?
I would say they can.
Okay. All right. So just to frame it appropriately, I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Okay. So we're talking about, say, you have a celebrity that's being controlled through satanic means, and they spurg out, right? They freak out. They become uncontrollable because the voodoo or whatever the heck they're using to control them breaks, or their psyche breaks down, or whatever, right? We've seen celebrities, politicians, right? You can probably name some names, but let's not do that, because let's not claim anybody's in particular clone there. Hate to do that. But point being, people have said this in the past, and when they spurg out and they are no longer controllable, they destroy the individual and recreate them as a clone so they can easily control them. That's what's going on here, you think?
Yeah, that's what's going on.
Okay. All right. How long do you think this has been happening?
Ooh, well, I don't know. Maybe a couple years. Maybe 50 years.
Okay. All right. About one human lifetime or so. So that's sometime after World War II. They probably came up with this. All right. I got it. So what else? What else you got for us regarding this, or the Raelians, or Clonate, or anything else?
No, nothing really. I mean, if you look at the Clone Wars in the movie Star Wars thing, it's all about how they control it too.
Yeah. All right. I'm with you. I do like to look at fiction for some of the ideas here. Fantastic stuff. I appreciate it. Thank you for calling. Your first time call, right? First time caller tonight?
Yeah.
Right on. Thank you so much for listening. Thanks for being part of the show. I appreciate your take.
Oh, you too.
Thanks a lot. Have a great night. Lewis in California. There you go. Simple as that. You want to be part of the show? 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Troubled.minds.org. We'll put the phone numbers there. Discord link is there, and we'll put you on the show. Thank you, James and Lewis, for calling so far. And we're still looking to get your thoughts on, of course, cloning, human cloning. Do you think this is real? How long has this been happening? Let's go to, I believe this is Joseph in Iowa. Welcome to the show, my friend. How are you?
I'm all right.
Right on.
How's it going?
Pretty good, man. Go right ahead. We got a couple minutes. All yours.
So, with the cloning thing, I remember seeing a video on Reddit, and I definitely wouldn't be able to find it again, but it reminded me of cloning. It had like factory, a view of a factory, and all the workers inside were all like the same shape, they were doing the same motions. Like it was very hard work, and like you could tell like the video was like snuck, like a sneak video. And it just reminded me of like a cologne workforce and like how China is so aggressive with everything that like we would definitely have to jump on board. It's kind of like the nuclear bomb, you know? Next thing you know, we got people who are like the Hulk, you know, coming after us. And if we don't have that, we're going to be in trouble. Or at least something to combat that.
The arms race. Exactly. If they're doing it, we got to be doing it. And that's why I don't have a problem believing this might be a real, like, secret military project or something for sure. So if you had to take a guess, how long do you think this has been going on?
I mean, as long as they've been able to do it. I don't know when that is, but as soon as they were able to do it, I'm sure they were experimenting. And I'd hope that, like, through testing, you'd be able to tell, like, because you never know in nature, like, if you're messing with nature, you know, if you make a copy of a copy, something, and let it go, and you can't track that down, you know, it could cause a lot of issues.
Yeah, well, a lot of issues with a lot of things.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know if you could, like, test if you are cloned. Like, I don't know, that could be a whole business in itself. Like, oh, test if you're a clone today.
I love it. There you go. If anybody gets that figured out, Joseph and I want in on the business. Let us know. All right. What else you got for us, my friend? We got about 30 seconds for you.
No, that's it.
You're the best. Thank you for calling, Joseph in Iowa. Thanks for listening. Appreciate your input as always. Have a great night, my friend.
Yep.
Excellent. There you go. Simple as that. Looking to hear your thoughts tonight. Great call so far already. We're considering all the things, right? Again, back to the Aristotle, drinking the maybe juice. I'm going to just paraphrase Aristotle and say, sometimes you just need to drink some maybe juice. And well, tonight, that's what we're doing. We're getting together, considering whether human cloning has been happening, and if so, how long has this been going on? We're going to come back and talk about the Viralians, the UFO cult that's behind this Clonate company, and is any of this even real? That's what's on my mind tonight. I'd love to hear your thoughts if you want to be part of the program, part of the show, part of the conversation. 702-957-1037. This is Triple Pies. I'm Michael Strange. More cloning, Clonate, Viralians, and you when we return. Be right back.
Hey guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun too. It's a thing. And now the truth is out there. I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun, Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from, with new games released each week. You can play for free anytime, anywhere, and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Terms and conditions 18+.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. With cash prizes that add up quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Lucky Land Casino, asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess? Haha, in my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. 18+ terms and conditions. See website for details.
Speaking
Broadcasting live from the city of Denver, just off the extraterrestrial highway. Somewhere in the desert sands outside of Las Vegas. From somewhere in the space tunnel, loosely labeled Generation X on planet Earth. Asking questions of you. Noticed.
Good evening and welcome to Troubled Minds Radio. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and hello to all of you. We also have Troubled Minds. The show's live. We do it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific. And, well, what do we do on this show? You got it. We drink some of the baby juice. We're talking about aliens, conspiracy, paranormal, government, academia, or 24-hour news cycle, propaganda, the general feeling that we live in the upside down. If you want to be part of the show tonight, we're taking your phone calls at 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. You can also join the Discord at troubledminds.org and fringe.fm/chat. We're watching all of the chat rooms, trying to keep up with everybody, including Laura Jean, I see out there on the Fringe chat. How are you? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. And we're just doing our thing, drinking the maybe juice, considering all the things as possible. As Aristotle says, well, the famous quote from the old days, the good old days. Well, how's it go? I screwed this up the first time. Let's see if I can get it right the second time. It is the mark of an educated mind to consider the prospect of something being true and not actually taking it as a truth for yourself. I botched that as well, but it's going to have to be good enough. And that's what drinking the maybe juice means, considering that, well, any of these things could or could not be true. And that's what this is all about. So tonight we're discussing, of course, you guessed it, human cloning. Human cloning. Now, is this real? Right, we all know Dolly the sheep was cloned, I think it was 2002, I want to say, something like that. Kind of made worldwide headlines, people freaked out, the implications, the ethics, all this other stuff, right? But is it possible that somewhere in a secret lab, this has been going on anyway for a very long time, and they maybe perfected it, and they've been able to, whoever they are, whether this is a military, a breakaway civilization, some sort of rogue operation, who knows? Whoever they are, maybe they've been doing this. And if they have, how long do you think it's been going on? I don't have the answers here. I don't even know where I stand on this. It seems creepy to me, first off. And second, it seems like I think technologically we're probably close to being able to do this. But, of course, if they're hiding technology from us, from the normal population, the useless eaters, right, the unwashed masses, the plebs, well, then no, at all. I mean, this would all be done in secret and all the rest of that. So I can see how maybe, right? I'm definitely on the maybe train here. We're drinking some maybe juice. But okay, so that's what we're doing tonight as we hang out and consider all these things. We're streaming on Rockfin, YouTube, D Live, and of course Twitter, and we're broadcasting live on the Fringe FM. So if you want to be part of the show one more time as we talk about human cloning and consider the prospect, is this real? And if it's real, how long has it been happening? And do you think that there are human clones walking around every day now? Meaning, let's say you go down to the store on Black Friday, you elbow some people to get the cheap deals, and maybe you elbowed a clone on the way in, right? Maybe a clone elbowed you. That's what I'm asking. Do you think that it's actually widespread, prevalent in the population, and maybe you work with a clone? Maybe you've seen a clone. I don't know. That's really the question here as we consider all these things. I have no idea. You tell me. So I'd love to hear your thoughts one more time. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Let's go to our good friend Daryl in New York. Daryl, what's up, my friend? Welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, Michael, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear. Go right ahead. Do you think that cloning is a thing, or do you think this is some sort of just gag that we're being put through by this Kid Boo guy and some of the rest of this stuff?
Oh, Dolly was cloned in 2002. In 2010, I remember listening to this show where this polo player was winning polo matches with a cloned horse. He kept cloning his horses, and he described them as identical carbon copies. It behaved just like the prior horse. It knew all of its it was like born knowing how this fellow rode it. And he would win polo matches one after another with the same horse that was cloned. His name was Adolfo Cambioso, and he's one of the top ranked polo players in the world. And he won this team, like Delfina, to victory at the Palermo Open last weekend in Buenos Aires. And he just rides the same horse, genetically speaking. This horse is identical to the first horse that it was cloned from. And I think it cost $500,000 or $800,000 in 2010 to sell that cloned horse. Something like that. Or $150,000 per horse. Something like that. So can you imagine, like, it's identical to if you lose your pet and you want your pet, if you have the money, you could just get that pet back, like you love that Fluffy, you could just clone it and it's like it never died. It's going to have the same behavior, it's going to adopt the same personality, apparently. It's going to know what you like, it's going to know where to sleep in your arm, it's going to have its memories. It's a clone, it's identical. It's even more so than a twin, I believe. It's more like the same thing than a twin would be, even. It's not even an identical twin, it's even more unique than that. It's identical.
Okay, so if that's true, the cloning the polo horse, right, meaning that they're identical in every way, then they'll train the same way, they'll do all the same things, and even physically be able to compete at a world-class level. That would suggest to me, if that part is true of that story, then it would make sense that they're able to do human clones. If they can do like an actual racehorse or a polo horse or some sort of like actual world-class athlete type of horse, then I'm going to say let's drink a little more maybe juice and say maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is pretty wild. So what do you think about human clones? Do you think that this has been going on? Do you think that maybe they're actually out there in society right now? Or do you think this is a little too far out there science fiction style?
I think so at all. I think if you could clone a horse, I think the implications are incredible. Hold on a second. Just hang up. Like let's say somebody has a miscarriage, or not even a miscarriage, they have a baby that dies, or a son that dies in an accident, for example. Like God forbid, they can clone it, and it's like it never happened. That you get back that same exact identical human that lost its life accidentally. I think if you have the money, and this is the kind of thing that can happen, you could, like Robert Bigelow, I think this whole thing with the, looking into extraterrestrial and paranormal stuff was trying to replace his son that had been killed. He was devastated over the loss of his son, and he wanted to somehow get his son back. Now, I wouldn't be surprised at all if someone like Bigelow cloned his son if it was possible. I'm surprised he hasn't, considering all the money put into researching paranormal things, just to have some kind of contact with his son some way. He wanted to communicate with his dead son, and he thought, investing all this was like his what do you call it, his motivation for looking into all the paranormal stuff that, he invested in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and of course, like even recently, right, we saw that Jeff Bezos, by the way, opened up a lab in California with basically an unlimited budget and some of the best scientific minds to do something like this. And whether it's transferring consciousness, or whether it's expanding lifespans past hundreds of years for humans, things like this. So I mean, we see that even now, a lot of these really influential and rich people are like, this is the next step. The next step is you made it, you got the billions of dollars, you have everything you want, but you can't have an unlimited life. It's all finite. We're all stuck in the same human experience. And so what are they trying to do? They're trying to throw their money at it and create something like this. So if they're actually working on these things, I would expect that
Possible. I think it's definitely possible. They're looking at it now. Who knows what they're doing behind closed doors in places like China, or who knows, maybe North Korea, or some of the kind of rogue nations that really don't care as much about human rights. Yeah, you never know. I think some of this stuff is going to be a little bit. I'll call it plausible. I'll drink some more maybe juice and say yeah, maybe for sure. What do you know about this company Clonaid and the Raelians? Have you ever heard this angle before?
I haven't heard, I didn't really follow it until I brought the subject up, and I remember listening to that fellow talking about his cloned horse, and apparently it's not that uncommon to do this with animals. If you want to win polo, you have to get a cloned horse, but apparently he's got such an unfair advantage almost even by using a clone. And so, I don't know. I believe it's real. I totally believe it's real, Why wouldn't it be? If they can make cloned horses, why wouldn't they go the limit and totally, weaponize it, make a cloned army, like you said, make cloned body parts. I mean, there's terrible human rights ramifications that could happen. I'm afraid, that there's going to be a lot of room for messing this shit up, and then having revolutions with your clones. Maybe that's what we need,
Absolutely. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Appreciate it. What else you got for us?
Oh, I think that's about it. But I just wonder about the consciousness. That's, does that identical horse have that identical consciousness? Does that get transferred, It sounds like it has the same personality. It's personality consciousness. We don't really know where consciousness really is anyway. It's not in our brain. It's not in our physical. Isn't in our physical body, or is it somewhere outside of it? We don't even know that. So it's very possible that it can be transferred. That's the real question, I believe. Is the consciousness transferable? Maybe it is.
Yeah.
Or do you get roaming consciousness? Who knows? You pick up someone else's consciousness, but identical personality traits. I don't know. Very, something we don't know. We just don't know what consciousness or where it is, even within ourselves. But who knows if it's transferable?
Gotcha. All right. So, as you know, you're welcome to stay right where you're at. If you just mute up and stay right there, you can listen, so you don't miss any of the action that's being transferred from commercial time or whatever. So, thank you so much for the call, Daryl in New York, and glad you're feeling better. You sound like you're getting back to health. Good. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Appreciate the amazing take there. So, okay, the thing is this, right? We're talking about cloning human beings, right? And Daryl had some good points of considering what happens to the consciousness. We've been talking about this, in terms of maybe the human soul, all right? And, the scientific types that don't believe in the human soul would say that it's just genetically a clean slate, all right? And the consciousness wouldn't carry over. But what if we're talking about your actual soul or your consciousness or whatever it is you want to call it, is sort of made whole by the DNA sequence, by that genetic, let's say, genetic individuality, all right? It's your source code, all right? And so if that's the case, if there was a source code situation going on and everybody's unique, what happens when no longer you are unique? Even identical twins aren't exactly, are they? And even if they are, well, genetically, they still turn out to be very different people in some cases, right? They don't do like everything and the exact same thing. I don't know. And so that's the question tonight. So back to this Kid Blue fellow, and we started this whole conversation. Shout out to Bailey for linking us in the Discord last night. That kind of spawned the idea in my brain to do a show on this human cloning. Do you think this is real? Do you think this is possible? How long has this been going on? Those are the questions tonight. And what are the implications? There's a whole lot here, including consciousness, like Daryl described. Some people have said they would not have a soul. Golems of some sort, as Matt says in the chat there. Who knows? I think that's the question of, well, we can look to some of the fiction, and you see in Star Wars, right, the Clone Wars and the Clone Army and all the rest of this stuff.
I don't know. I think there's some other things to this that are not just as easy as, well, it's just a clean slate genetically, and this whole new person is a whole other person. I'm not so sure. What are your thoughts on this? I'd love to hear your take, and we'll get back to Kid Boo and the aliens in just a moment. If you want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037. Let's hear what Kid Boo had to say one more time. Let's play this so you understand where this all came from. Kid Boo is a rapper being interviewed about his career, and he confesses that he's a clone. Here we go.
Kid Boo, welcome to Vlad TV.
Hello.
Making a lot of noise recently, man. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, everyone works towards that, you know, that video that goes viral, and it looks like you have like a nice little handful of them now. You know what I mean? It's a big accomplishment.
Yeah, I got my hands a bit full now. Thanks to these accomplishments. Got a few more extra things in my hand I didn't quite anticipate, but it all comes with the territory, I suppose.
Of course. So, where'd you grow up?
South Florida.
Okay. I guess you originally were born in Jersey?
Yeah. Originally, my first gen. I'm a second gen now. That's why you see the celebrity bursts say I'm born in Toronto, but that's false. My first gen was born in Jersey. However, I was cloned by Clonate in Canada. My model number is 0112568. If anyone wants to see the registration and cloning.
Okay. So then you ended up in South Florida?
Yeah.
Okay. And what nationality are you?
Sicilian, Puerto Rican.
Okay. Sicilian and Puerto Rican. Okay.
Yeah.
I can see that now.
Those are my two genomes.
Okay. Who's the Puerto Rican one? Who's the Sicilian one?
When I was cloned, they wiped a lot of memory, but when I stole the documents before escaping, I read that the mother was Puerto Rican and the father is Serbian, so it was the sperm donor was Sicilian.
Okay, so you're a test tube baby.
Yeah.
Okay, like we said in the beginning, right? When we played that the first time through, it seems like we've got some potholes here. If you've got a mother and a father genome, then you are not exactly a clone, are you? Not exactly a clone. I think there's something else to this. So, you know, plot holes aside, it's not our job to really determine whether this guy's telling the truth or not. But it is our job to consider the possibility that maybe this stuff is happening out there. Whether, again, you believe it's some sort of breakaway society, some sort of underground lab funded by, some billionaire somewhere. Well, I don't know the name of the billionaire. Like I said, we already know Jeff Bezos is working on something similar here for extending life and all the rest of this, sort of being able to transfer consciousness. We know Bigelow's working on this, Robert Bigelow. So, I mean, of course, as always, right, even when you have all of the riches in the world, the next step becomes finding the fountain of youth. And doing that, well, is practically a difficult chore, because what do? You extend your own lifespan, right, with an ever-failing body, because you're still locked into the same situation that we all are, right? You're still aging, and even if you can extend it, you're still going to end up, even if you can live longer, you're still going to end up sort of at the wrong end of life, meaning that your body is still failing, even if it's slower or what have you. But then again, right, there becomes this whole other thing with something like Jeff Bezos and these billionaire guys trying to find a way to presumably transfer consciousness, and then now we're talking, right? Because that means if you can transfer consciousness from one entity to another, that means that you could theoretically clone somebody, right? Clone your own DNA, make yourself a wee lad again, a young person again. We'll call it, as we started tonight, Mikey Strange, let's say. Let's say they cloned a small version of me as a baby. And there you are. Oh, it's so adorable. Oh, Mikey Strange. All right, I digress. But you get the point, right? Then, let's say I become an old man and, right, maybe transfer my consciousness out of myself into this clone. So what in the world does that mean? So a couple of implications here. If this is what's going on, or who knows, right? We'll get to another idea here in a second, but we have more like the island with Ian McGregor and Scarlett Johansson.
But if you're transferring consciousness, what about the individual that's born? What about the clone? Do they have a soul? Are they their own individual person? People are saying in the chat, maybe golems, maybe they're unholy, they're this, that, the other thing. What if they're not? What if scientifically they're just like your twin, and they're going to learn all the things, they just have your temperament, they look like you, and all the rest of that, right? Maybe that's the case. Well, but what happens then if, let's say, scientifically they are their own person, and you're using that individual to transfer your own consciousness into them? It means you're killing them, right? It means you're actually going to kill them by moving in this new brain, this new soul, this new, whatever you want to call it, right? I don't know, there's something strange to it, something odd, something that doesn't kind of fit. But then think about it in these terms. Let's say you could clone somebody, all right? And we know that we can do organ transfers and all this stuff now, transplants and all the rest of this. So what if they're doing it like The Island? Have you ever seen that movie where they kind of have these clones purchased by the ultra wealthy, and they're kept in top shape, they're exercising and eating the right stuff, they're keeping their body in perfect working order, so that when that individual, the rich person, can purchase the clone, needs, I don't know, say a heart transplant or something, well, they just cut it out of the clone and slap it in, and it's a perfect genetic match. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure what to think of this other than probably technologically, I would think we're close. Again, they cloned Dolly the sheep, and so that's publicly. So it kind of makes me wonder what's actually happening in private. And that's what's on my mind tonight. That's the thought. We'll get to the aliens in the last segment here on Fringe. But the idea is this. Clonaid is a company in Canada where they say they actually clone people. Do you believe that? Do you believe any of this is real? Do you believe it's a hoax? Do you believe it's some sort of publicity stunt? Do you believe in any of this? Or do you think that maybe it's a disinformation campaign for what's actually going on out there? Or somewhere in between? Any of the ideas or anything I haven't mentioned yet? As you know, we like to drink the maybe juice on this show. We like to consider all the things as possible. So what do you think? Are human clones actually walking the earth right now? And if so, how long has this been going on? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this as we keep on trucking, talking about Peru, talking about, that's right, cloning people in Canada and elsewhere, and all the rest of this. 702-957-1037, that's 702-957-1037. This is Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. More cloning and the aliens when we return. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. Cash prizes that add up quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
It is Ryan here, and I have a question for you. What do you do when you win? Like, are you a fist pumper, a woohooer, a hand clapper, a high fiver? I kind of like the high five, but if you want to hone in on those winning moves, check out Chumba Casino. At ChumbaCasino.com, choose from hundreds of social casino-style games for your chance to redeem serious cash prizes. There are new game releases weekly, plus free daily bonuses, so don't wait. Start having the most fun ever at ChumbaCasino.com.
No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18+.
Welcome back to Troubled Minds. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and we're streaming on ROTHSCHILD, YouTube, DLive, and Twitter. And we're broadcasting live on the Fringe FM. We're taking your phone calls tonight as we talk about human cloning. Do you think this is actually real? What's going on with this? Kid Boo seems to have hinted that he's an actual clone. Is this a big troll? Is this a joke? Is this some sort of psyop? Is it just a way to laugh at us for considering it to be real? You tell me. Love to hear your thoughts. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Let's go to our good friend Jennifer in Missouri. Welcome to the show, Jennifer. How are you tonight? Doing very well. Go right ahead. What do you think about all this clone stuff? Real or just a big gag?
I'm really glad you're doing it. Well, you know, there's so much with it. You know, we see, like Carol talking about the horses, and then they've shown the dogs several times that people are cloning dogs. When I saw that was a really big moment, like, in my mind about this. And I started looking into it, and I think a lot of people, you know, feel the same way who have looked into the cloning thing. It's beyond just unbelievably deep and weird. When you think about this kid Boo, for example, I don't know, you know, I can't be sure, nobody can be really sure. He could be just one of his life for sure. But he could even be referencing to the first primary, like him, like talking about the donors. He could be saying he thinks the donors, and he's talking about, if he's a clone, then he's talking about the original parents who may have created a test tube baby, and then he's cloned from that. There's a possibility to generation down. In the whole cloning conspiracy, there's a lot of talk about that. If there were first generation, second generation, and the first, you know, different generations of clones didn't do so well, and then some they got better and better and better. If they're doing mammals, other mammals, then I don't think it is too far-fetched to say that they could be doing people. I'd like to think that it's not, that they're not doing it. I would love to think that. The idea that they might be doing it, or that they have done it, or they've done it to the max, terrifies me. Like, it's one of the scariest conspiracies I've ever heard. I don't know why, but it really freaks me out. And when I was looking into it, I came across somebody named Donald Marshall. He's a big figure in this whole thing. And what he says is just unbelievable. And beyond all of that, though, that's something people can look up on their own or something. But just the concept that these people have everyone's DNA, like if you've ever gone to have blood drawn or done anything like that, the very idea that they have everyone's blood, and then that they could, there's a conscious link to that blood. If they use that blood to create a clone, then you have the idea that technically your consciousness could be aware of it and linked to it. And so people may even somewhat experience if they have a clone of some individuals, or God forbid, several individuals who are unaware of it in their conscious day-to-day life. And the clones are being used for who knows what, and the actual primary is subconsciously maybe in sleep state or something to that effect, which has been referenced to with the Donald Marshall stuff. Then they may become aware of it at times and see some of the events that are actually happening, not to themselves, but to their clones. And kind of like they can even kill the clone of the original, and the original, you know, is just having basically a bad nightmare or a strange feeling the same day or the following day. It's incredibly weird and frankly just horrifying.
Yeah, this is a weird one because, right, if they're doing it, clearly they're not sanctioned to be doing this by, right, like any ethical government anyway. But I mean, it is creepy to think that maybe you have been cloned. How would you know? You wouldn't even know. You know, right? Go ahead.
There's talk about how you might know, and this is what I'm saying. I'm so glad you did it, but at the same time, this is deep conspiracy weird because it's so. At first, Black is completely goofy and like something we should immediately dismiss. But when you start looking into it, supposedly if you're, for example, not being cloned, like they took a dead person and cloned them from the DNA, or somebody who's fixing to die or something like that, if you're actually a living person who happens to have a clone, the theory goes something like that you, in a sleep state, in a semi, in a REM sleep state, the consciousness can become aware if the clone has been activated. So basically, the bodies of these clones are kind of in a sleep state, unactivated, but alive, almost like a comatose vegetable. When you're in a REM sleep, and if they decide to, which somehow they can do this, and this is the whole alien thing, if they decide to activate that clone through some godforsaken ability to give me an idea of what they're doing when it comes to the alien aspect of it, they somehow transfer the consciousness of the sleeping prime, and I'm going to keep calling it that because I don't call it the original copy. They take the consciousness while it's in that state of REM sleep, and they transfer it over to the clone, and the clone comes awake. Essentially, it's like the theory, kind of, I think. And so people who have been cloned will see themselves in these absurd circumstances. And sometimes, and he made references to several types of circumstances. And they're used for all kinds of spectacles. And his running theory, and a lot of the running theories on some of this really deep clone stuff, is that they are cloning prolifically, like that they are doing it at will with any DNA at all, because the human doesn't, they no longer are owned, they're part of a corporation. There's all this weird stuff in it, and it's freaky. It's one of the, for me, thinking about this conspiracy theory is, beyond any other conspiracy theory, really just makes me so uncomfortable, because they are cloning the millions, the other millions, the dogs, the horses, as Daryl said, and I'm sure anything they want. And if they can do that, then I think with some of these scientists, I don't think it's beyond them that they can do it, that they would try to do it, possibly succeed, not tell anyone that, like us, that are aware of it all amongst themselves. And it goes off into the whole, they talk about the Black Eyes Club and tie it into that. And nobody's noticed that thing. But I mean, people say Black Eyes, no big deal. But he goes into explaining about why, like that's all the Martian guy talking about why. And he ties in an alien corner to it. And it's just ooh. It's one of those things. I mean, I can talk about aliens and demons and consciousness and string theories and all that stuff. But this coding thing, I can talk about it because I've really been interested in it. But it is one of the ones that really just, it'll keep you up at night if you get too into it, honestly, because it's just too strange. But he's insinuating that it's not just these celebrities per se, or people who have lost a loved one or something, but if they are capable of it, that they may be taking it from the general public, some DNA. And I don't know. And you may even, by some kind of circumstance or synchronicity, even run into other people who have been cloned that you've seen at these certain Coliseum cloning centers or some like underground. It's a huge conspiracy theory thing, incredibly fringe topic, and extremely, there's a lot of nooks and corners, and it's very elaborate, and I played around with it for a while, but it was just, once you're done, you're just like, I don't know. I don't want to believe this one, but I think it's one of those ones that I can't think of a reason of all the other conspiracies why I wouldn't believe this one. And so it makes me very uncomfortable to think about these sleeping clones tucked away somewhere, being transported from one location to the other, and then activated by the consciousness of not dead people, but like living, average, citizens. Who knows where,
Yeah, totally. Imagine carrying around like a group of cloned humans in the back of a truck, like they were cattle or something.
Tractor trailer. Like a tractor trailer.
Yeah, exactly.
Could have used like Indian style asleep, loped over in like a crate, being transported to sleeping.
Yeah.
Because they're not dead. They don't go dead. They're an organism that doesn't have any kind of consciousness activating it. So they're almost like a vegetative state, like a coma. and so they transport them. It's
It's creepy. I agree.
But that would be the idea. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty wild. So what are your thoughts then? Do you think this is happening? If you had to put, just say $1 down on this, would you say 51% yes or 51% no?
Oh, I'm so bad when I think it's not happening. I just don't want to believe that at all. But when I saw the dog, I was like, dog, too close to home. And it's like, if you have it, and they have a similar personality and everything, no, if I was betting, I would say they probably have been like, hey, since we have, all this funding, sometime way back when, they're like, wouldn't it be a great idea to do this? Did it, and I think that it would not be, it's not a stretch. It's not a stretch beyond imagination at all. If you clone something as complex as any creature, any mammalian at all, to make a little reach and clone people, and maybe not get it right the first several times, but get it right enough, for whatever your nefarious intentions are to do with those clones.
Right, exactly.
I don't want to be committal. I don't want to be committal because it's like, oh, I don't know. I'd like to think, no, it's absurd. Of course they're not doing that. But I can't really brace myself to, like, I don't know. I can't commit to saying that they're not doing it. I definitely don't want to think that they're doing it, but it's one of those things that seems like they're doing it.
I think technology-wise, right? So if you think like, okay, humans have created anti-gravity tech and advanced propulsion, I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that. But if you're like, they clone people, I'm like, yeah, probably. I think they're.
That's kind of what it feels like.
Yeah.
If they've done the animals, that's basically the same. I mean, not much. It's very complicated. Veterinarian can treat a human being. It's not much different.
Right.
And so I just really didn't care for that when I saw the little chifu. I was like, we just really missed Marley with the Labrador. So, and now they have it back. I don't know. Yeah.
It's creepy. Yeah.
Anyway.
Appreciate the phone call. You were the best. Jennifer has a YouTube channel. Please give her a follow. Scroll down, link in the description. Jennifer, you're the best. Thank you so much for the call tonight. Have a fantastic night.
Bye.
Thanks a lot. There you go. Looking here for you. 702-957-1037 if you want to be part of the discussion tonight. We're talking about human cloning. Do you think this is actually possible? We got a phone call here. Let's take this real quick, and we'll keep on trucking. We're going to talk about the Raelians in just a second here. How this all fits. Somehow this all fits into the Raelian movement, right? All right. Now, it gets wild. Truth is stranger than fiction. 702-957-1037. I think this is, let's see. Looks like Dawn. Let's go. So, Dawn, you were on a triple line just like how are you, my friend?
Hi, not too bad. How are you?
Doing very well. Thank you for calling. Thank you. What do you think? What's your take on this?
I have no doubt that they've been cloning. I don't have absolute proof, but I'm pretty sure they've been cloning since the 80s. There are businesses all over the world that are cloning cats and dogs and cattle and horses and this and that. In China, what was it, 10 years ago, they took the two little twin girls and adjusted their genetic lineage so they could fight off AIDS better.
That is true. CRISPR babies, yep, designer babies.
Yep. I have no doubt that they're something.
Yeah, it seems plausible, doesn't it? And even likely. Like I was just saying to Jennifer, technology-wise, we're there. We're doing it already. It's like, and this is the bizarre upside down we always talk about on this show. It's like, wait, so you mean to tell me we're like literally cloning mammals all over the place, right? All different species. But we're not cloning people? Okay. All right.
Well, come on, people.
Yeah.
You know there are Bill Gates types all over the world that are like, oh, let's do this. This will be fun. Not even a thought for the moral or ethical. Just because they're crazy and they can.
Yeah, rich and crazy, and they can. Many things have been done with a lot less motivation than that, for sure. And yeah, fantastic stuff. What else you got? What other takes you got on this? Anything else for us?
Not really, other than I think that it's been used in politics, not just celebrities, but in politics. And I got what I do wonder is how many generations of clones there are.
Ah, yes. Yes. When you start thinking in terms of exactly, if this is happening, how long has this been happening? And we're talking about second generation, third generation clones. What does that even mean? Pretty wild stuff. Pretty wild stuff. This is Dawn from the Fringe, right? Fringe Discord.
Love or to the G.
Right on. Yeah.
And Fringe Fringe.
Okay, right on. Perfect. Just checking, making sure I know who's who. First time caller, I appreciate you calling in and being part of this show. Thank you for listening. And what else you got?
I'm gonna get off the phone here and listen to you all.
Okay, perfect.
Everyone.
Perfect. I appreciate you calling. Thank you so much for listening. We'll talk to you soon. Have a great night.
All right, thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Tom. There you go. Simple as that. 702-957-1037. We got another call here. We'll get to in just a second. Now, this is the thing, right? I'm gonna tell you, run through this Raelian stuff real quick. This is straight from the Wikipedia, right? The Ministry of Truth, I like to call them. This is wild, all right? This is the actual Wikipedia of Clonaid, the company we're talking about. Look at this. This is wild. Let's see. June 9th, 1997, Clonaid stated its intention to offer infertile, homosexual, and or infertile couples a chance to have a genetically identical child and take a step toward immortality. According to the internet announcement, the Raelian leader and a group of investors found a company in the Bahamas and called it Valiant Venture Ltd, whose project mission was named Clonaid. Oddly, right, so that the Raelian leader, we're going to get to that in a sec, but we have some weirdness here. Valiant Venture. Anybody remember Valiant Thor the Alien? I wonder if there's some connection here. Anyway, so responsive by scientists according to cloning specialist and physiologist George Seidel of Colorado State University. Cloning a human being would not be difficult if many people donated their eggs or offered their wombs for implantation of cloned embryos. Okay, not be difficult, he said, all right? An actual scientist that says, yeah, probably we can do this. So in spring of 2001, the Food Administration Office of Criminal Investigations inspected Clonaid's lab in the small city of Nitro in West Virginia. NITRO is the word that's spelled. It was located inside a rented room within a former high school. Staff scientists reviewed the lab's research documentation and found them inadequate. The work of a graduate student extracting ovum from cow ovaries from a slaughterhouse. The FDA said that the equipment in the lab was state-of-the-art and had been bought by Mark Hunt, a former West Virginia state legislator. Weird political politics in this. And so anyway, he wanted to clone his 10-month-old son, Andrew, who died in 1999 due to congenital heart disease. Following investigations of the West Virginia lab, Mark Hunt made an agreement with the FDA not to clone his dead son within the United States. Of course, the key there being within the United States. All right, here we go. On Friday, this continues. This is from Clonaid, the cloning company. On Friday, December 22nd, 2002, Bosilier, a Raelian bishop and the CEO of Clonaid, announced at a press conference in Hollywood, Florida, that Clonaid had successfully performed the first human reproductive cloning. Bosilier said that the mother delivered Eve, was the name of this baby, by C-section somewhere outside of the United States, and that both were healthy. Dr. Bosilier did not present the mother or child or DNA samples that would allow for confirmation of her claim at the press conference. It has subsequently become apparent that she announced the birth before genetic testing to evaluate whether the child in question was actually a clone. Right? It gets even more weird. So she is, again, the CEO and also a Raelian bishop, right? All right. Raelian bishop. What does that mean? Okay.
check this out. You want to know what a Raelian is? Yeah, that's right. It's a UFO religion. Is the Raelians. Here, let me do this real quick. You can't even make this stuff up, right? This is how bizarre all this turns into. Raelianism is a UFO religion that was founded in the 1970s by Claude Vory-Home, and also known as Rael. We'll just refer to him as that from now on. Scholars of religion classify Raelism as a new religious movement. The group is formalized as the International Raelian Movement or Raelian Church, a hierarchical organization under Rael's leadership. Raelism teaches that an extraterrestrial species known as the Elohim, right? Does that sound familiar to anybody? Created humanity using their advanced technology. An atheistic religion that believes that the Elohim have historically been mistaken for gods. It claims that throughout history, the Elohim have created 40 human and Elohim hybrids, of course, the alien hybrids, who have served as prophets, preparing humanity for news about their origins. All right, and the craziest part is that, yeah, this is true, and you can actually still join this movement now. And these are the people that are supposedly doing this with yeah, they're cloning people apparently. So they told that senator that he cannot actually clone his son, his dead son, in the United States. So what do you think happened? Let's just put two and two together and assume that, well, it wasn't allowed here, so they did it elsewhere, right? And back then, there were people that said specifically, scientists that said, yeah, if we had the proper people, donating the proper, whatever we needed, then yeah, we could do this. So, what's going on with this? Here's your Raelian movement, International. It's the largest UFO religion in the world, currently numbering around 45,000 members with branches in 52 countries. It was founded by a Frenchman, Claude Vory-Home, however you say that, Rael, in 1976. This guy wrote about his encounter with an extraterrestrial during a walk in the volcanic Clermont-Ferrand mountain range. This Elohim from the planet Elohim gave him his name Rael, R-A-E-L, and taught him the true meaning of the Bible. Okay, all right. Anyway, there it is. As we finish this up, like I said, some stories, the truth seems to be stranger than fiction. So not only do we have the question of whether cloning is real and happening with this Boo claim, then we also have, on top of that, an actual UFO religion known as the Raelians that supposedly are behind this cloning and this human cloning thing. So, well, where it's been smacked down in the United States, what do you think happened regarding, well, what happened when they left the United States? Well, that's what's going on here. That's what's on my mind tonight. That's what makes a troubled mind, and what in the world is going on with this. So as we finish, you guys know the drill. We do this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday on the Fringe at 7 p.m. Pacific. And, of course, well, we do a couple hours, and then we do the third hour off the Fringe and keep on trucking, talking about this stuff. So, if you're listening to us on the Fringe FM tonight, stay tuned for Joe Root Lighting the Void. If you're listening to us on any other platform, including the podcast feed, stay tuned for the third hour of Troubled Minds as we continue talking about aliens, cloning, that's right, and you. We're still taking your phone calls. And as we finish on the radio tonight, you know how this ends. Be sure, be strong, be true. Thank you for listening. From our troubled minds to yours, have a great night. All right, we are off
off of the fringe. This is what we got going tonight. Still talking about this cloning bit. What's going on? Do you think human cloning is a thing? What about the aliens? What about Kid Buu? What about all of this? Is this really happening? If you can clone a mammal, you can clone a human. If they're cloning humans, what the hell is really going on out there? You tell me. Love to hear your thoughts. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. And we'll be right back with you, taking phone calls and feeling, well, strange, weird, odd about the conversation, because what does it mean? What are the implications and all the rest of this? What's up, Aldo? I see you there. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Joseph on the phone. I see you. I had to get through some things real quick at the end there to round it out for the radio audience, but get to you in just a second. So 2-minute break, more Trouble Minds coming up, and we'll get right back to Joseph here in Iowa. And what are your thoughts? What is going on with this human cloning? And do you think it's real, or do you think it's a bunch of BS? All right, more Trouble Minds coming up. 2-minute break, 2 minutes, more Trouble Minds. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. All right, welcome back to Troubled Minds. I am your host, Michael Strange, and tonight we're talking about cloning. Not just cloning Dolly the sheep, or your favorite Fluffy, or whatever the dog's name is, or whatever the horse, whatever, nothing like that. Sure, mammals, we all know mammals have been cloned. There's even services where you can clone your own pet after death, right, or right around it, to give you Fluffy back. Well, the question tonight isn't about that, because clearly that's a thing, and really, other than straight up, I don't know, I'm not sure who would deny that at this case, but, well, that's true. They're actually cloning pets and animals and other mammals and all the rest of this. So the question becomes, what about people? What about people? And if they're still cloning people, what's going on with that? If they did, at what point do you think they started, and, well, what is this all about? We're going to get to the aliens and more of that in just a bit, but we're talking about Clone-Aid, we're talking about Kid Buu and how he claimed to be a second-generation clone, and, well, all the rest of this. So, still looking to hear from you, 702-957-1037, that's 702-957-1037. Let's get back to Joseph in Iowa. Hey, thanks for being patient with me. I had to get through some information there. Kept you waiting on the phone. Welcome back to the show, my man. How are you?
Hey, I want to talk about like an experience that made me kind of think in the past that I possibly was cloned or died and was brought back to life. And it's pretty short. It's like a little poem. It's basically, I got hit by a rock out of a slingshot, and the last thing I remember was going into the freezer. So like when I was a kid, I played with this 300-yard water balloon slingshot, and we would shoot these boulders, these rocks out of them, which is pretty stupid, but it came back one time and hit me, and like I was thinking that's kind of like if they were able to transfer consciousness, it's not like you would know you're going to be cloned because you just died and everything. It would feel like you're about to die and then life continues somehow.
That's pretty wild. So how old were you when this happened?
Pretty young, like elementary school.
Okay. And so you do remember being brought into a freezer? Did you actually go out cold or unconscious?
No, I remember opening the freezer, and then like the memory's fuzzy because it's so long ago, but
okay, that's pretty wild. So
I remember opening because there was an outside, like I ran to the garage. I told my friend to call the police. He disappeared into the house, and like I opened the freezer, and then like that was like the end of the vividness of the memories.
Okay, that's pretty wild, man. So
and it hit me dead in the chest, like dead in the chest.
Okay, all right. And so you've actually had some other experiences that you shared with us. If that's the case, do you think it's all related somehow? Maybe. So you think that maybe your consciousness was transferred into a clone, and you think maybe you passed away at a young age. So if that's the case, well, how would you know? I think that's the scary part that we're talking about tonight, right? Is that if this technology is available somehow, and they figured out how to maybe transfer consciousness at all in any capacity, things like this become possible.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think people would pay for that.
Hell yeah.
I know.
Yeah, people would pay for that. Hell yeah. They're spending billions of dollars right now to figure that stuff out. So hell yeah, people would pay for that. I mean, that's what they're doing, right? Steve wants to know, question, what kind of freezer? Do you remember, or can you describe the freezer?
It was like an outdoor freezer, like a big one, like a whole body could fit in it kind of freezer. Like the garage. It was in the garage.
Okay, so you
and the rock was big enough to knock me off my feet. Like it was probably the size of like 2 fists.
Wow, yeah, that's a big rock, dude. Holy smokes. Okay, do you have how about this? Did it leave a mark? Do you have a scar currently or something like that? Did it actually leave any sort of damage to you? No, nothing like that.
No, I think there was. I don't know. It hit me like right where the heart, it hit like right where your heart is. And like, and it hit hard, like it was crazy. Like, it was one of them 400-yard swing shots. I mean, it's just an experience. I don't want to take up too much time here.
Okay. I appreciate it.
And that's kind of how it could feel to be cologned. Like you wouldn't know. It'd be like dodging death. Like
exactly, right? Especially if they can transfer consciousness somehow, like on a deathbed, they'll move it over and tell you, "You made it, man. Good job. You survived. Welcome back." How would you know, right? They dispose of the old.
Or like everyone around you is just like, "Are you okay?" Like. Or like, what's reality? I don't even know at that point. Like, can they place you in reality at that moment as a different path or something like that? You know, that's a completely different, you know.
Yeah, other different rabbit holes, definitely different rabbit holes. That one, good stuff. As always, I appreciate your phone call. Thank you for sharing your experience. That's what this is all about, getting together and talking about this stuff.
Yeah.
You're man. Appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you soon. That's Joseph and Ira. All right, there it is. You want to be part of the show? 702-957-1037. A couple things here, right? I was looking into some of this other stuff. Like we talked about in the past, right? Is it possible? Clearly, you have to have some sort of an artificial womb, right? Unless you have, actual carriers, right? Volunteer carriers, just like they have surrogates now, that sort of thing. But I would imagine if you were going to create like an army or a group of these clones, human clones, you would have to have something like this. And this is from flow.health. Yeah, that's right. Artificial womb for humans, a step forward in survival for premature babies. But what about from the moment of conception? I think that's what we're talking about. So this is about artificial wombs, the artificial uterus, all kinds of other stuff, right? So they're using these technologies now, currently. But the question is, right, can you do this literally from the point of conception? From, of course, it would be a petri dish conception, wouldn't it? And this cloning ability, I don't know, can you tell me, how do you feel about this? Does this make you feel weird? It makes me feel a little weird thinking about it, talking about it. Think about it, when this happens, do you think they'll tell us? That's the question, right? Do you think they'll be like, oh, yay, we did it, we cloned a person? Remember that dude in China that was doing something kind of similar with those CRISPR babies? They ran him off. He ended up in hiding and tried to arrest him and all kinds of this other stuff. Well, who knows? Maybe that was all staged. And they were allowing him, or he was the fall guy for something. Who knows? But this stuff is probably happening. If it's not happening, they're certainly trying to. Pretty much certain of that. So, okay, we're just hanging out, talking about this stuff, taking your phone calls. What do you think about human cloning? Do you think this is actually happening? 702-957-1037, troubled.org. Click the Discord link. Let's go to Robert in Pennsylvania. What's up, Robert? Welcome to the show. How are you, my friend?
Fine, how are you?
I'm doing very well. Go right ahead. What do you think about
hearing myself?
Okay, let's see if I can fix that. Yes, I can. All right. Go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, maybe that's what that Jeffrey Epstein was doing on his ranch out there. What is it, in New Mexico?
Yes. Yep. That's just one of them, too.
I mean, he was. Yeah. Boy, I tell you, this topic has given me a great idea for I'm hearing myself.
Okay.
I'm hearing myself back on the phone.
Okay. I'm not sure I can fix it. I've clicked all the buttons. Sorry, man. You want to call
I'll just ignore myself.
Okay. There you go. Ignore the Robert clone.
Right. Anyway, this topic, this show tonight is giving me a heck of an idea for a short story or a novel. Alright? Let's look at the premise. One, you can't transfer consciousness into a clone because consciousness is an ethereal thing. Alright? But that doesn't mean you can't accomplish the same thing. Let's say this is a story that the Robert's writing. Alright? And here's this rich man. Alright? And he has a clone made of himself. Alright? And he's raising the clone as his own son. Alright? But at a particular age, he's taken into an operating room. And his son's, this so-called son's brain is transferred out, and the rich man's brain is transferred into what was supposed to be the son. All right, now that's where the memories are all at, in the brain. That's the hard drive, that's the disk, but it's not the only one. All right, there's also memory storage, a second brain that's in the gut. Right? So what has to happen is that once the brain is transplanted into the young man, then it takes time for those memories to course through the nerves throughout the system, reach that second brain in the gut, and reprogram it too. And then you have accomplished exactly what that rich man wanted. He is now, let's say he's 22-year-old, all right, all over again with the same memories as he had when he was 99 or whatever age he is. That's how it would work. What do you think?
Yeah, so interesting. So it would be sort of a parasitic process, right? So it's not like you snap your fingers and bing bing. It's like you're doing magic. It's like it's sort of seeping down through the neurons and into all the cells. This new identity. I love it, man. I love it. And think about how horrific it would feel in that moment, however long it takes. If it's hours, days, weeks, or months, being somebody but having something course through your veins that's not you, but it's slowly taking over. I love it, dude. I love it. I'm buying that book.
Yeah, he was at temporary amnesia, right after the transplant took place. But over time, those memories would circulate, and it'd be like he is who he was. All the memories, all the experiences, and everything. Right now, and then they could have the old man die, claim that they were trying to do emergency surgery and the old man died. And of course, he willed off his wealth to his clone son. Perfect. I'm gonna write that thing.
There you go. It's coming. Let us know when it's done. Love to have it. Love to read it. So what do you think then about this in particular? Do you think this is really happening now, or do you think this is just science fiction type stuff?
Oh, of course it's happening. Of course it's happening. Of course it's happening in secret somewhere. All right. The question is, who's party to it? All right, and is it DARPA? Is it the military industrial complex? Is it Dr. Fauci? Dr. Fauci, I wouldn't doubt he'd be involved in that. All right, but certainly the technology's there for a long time. But the question has always been, you can create a clone of yourself, which I'm sure they can do even today, and they probably are doing it. But you cannot give that clone the same experiences that you had. All right, when you were growing up, you took your bike, you fell off your bike, all those things that you were, that those things that you had to get through life made you who you are right now. All right, all those experiences. But the clone wouldn't have those experiences. The only way the clone would have those experiences is the brains were swapped out. And according to the way I was describing it earlier, that's how it would work. That's the only way it could work.
Makes sense to me.
Yes, they're doing this. They're doing this. They're not just leaving off with pets and sheep. They're doing this. They're also doing some even more sinister things, like trying to create hybrid animals and humans. Right? I mean, it's like science. It's like those old 50s mad scientist movies. Yeah, and like you said on a show some time back, just because you can't do it, should you? All right, there's no ethics involved in here. You pour enough money into something, morality goes right out the window. Right? And I think that maybe those mythologies of centaurs and other animal hybrid humans may have actually been true. Maybe back in Lamora or back in Atlantis or whatever. All right, they had their technology, they used it. All right, and it's just that once those civilizations were gone, we forgot about it. It's just all in the mythological literature. But if we're doing it now, they did it 500 million years ago.
Right? I like the centaurs. I love it. I want a horseman. Can I have a horseman? I gotta know. Do you think a centaur likes to eat apples, or do you think that's probably just a raw stereotype?
I think he probably likes to eat apples because he's got a horse's memory in him, I guess. I don't know. There's some horrible things that are going on in secret in the world, and I'm not one of those people that are looking for some kind of, conspiracy, dead of the night type of, but you know it's going on because they can do it. And if they can do it, they do it.
Exactly. Yeah, like ethics aside, I agree with you. You pour enough money into something and you're like, ethics who? What are you talking about? Let's do this. They're paying, we're doing. And again, right there in that Wikipedia for the aliens and this clonate thing, they said there was an actual House member of the Virginia, the state of Virginia, I believe it's West Virginia, I can't remember which one, but basically he wanted to clone his dead son. And they told him, nope, you can't do it here. You're going to prosecute him. He agreed not to do it here in the States. So what do you think happened?
I can sympathize with that man. Because my first daughter died when she was three days out of the world. It was a horrible time. And even now, I can't deal with that. Even thinking about it. But if I would have been very rich back in those days, and there was that thing to do, I might have tried that myself.
Why not, right? Why not?
So I sympathize with that man. I really do.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like it does make sense in a lot of these ways that why wouldn't we be doing it? And again, this is way back right around the year 2000. Scientists said, yeah, we can do this. I mean, it's just about having the right equipment, the right funding, the right donors, the right this, the right that. And well, I think when you're talking about, like you said, throw enough money at something, things get done, don't they?
Yes, they get done, and it's really that simple. If you have the money, it can be done. It's being done.
Amen, brother. Amen. What else you got for us? What other thoughts on this?
Well, that's it. I just wanted to hear what you thought about it, and that's let me explain your position on that pretty good. So I'm ready to. I finished that last piece of pumpkin pie.
Nice.
And I'm going to sit back and listen to the rest of the show.
Right on. Thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it. Robert is a writer. He's got a book. Scroll down the link in the description. Give this man some love. Thanks for calling, brother. We'll talk to you soon. Have a good night.
And he hates when I do that, but I do it anyway. He helps a lot with the show and some ideas. And like I said, this is not about competing, it's about succeeding together. So there we go. If you guys want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. This is Trouble Minds. I'm Michael Strange. We're talking about the human clone. Do you think this is possible? If possible, how long do you think they've been accomplishing this, pulling this off, and doing all the rest of these things? Yeah, so still taking your phone calls. Let's go to our good buddy Mike in Colorado. Algorithm. What's up, brother? Welcome to the show. How are you tonight?
Hey, I'm doing good, Michael Strange. How are you, sir?
Doing very well. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for the fantastic show on Saturday. Have a fantastic time. And like I said,
that was pretty fun.
That was pretty fun. Absolutely. What are your thoughts on cloning? Do you think this is really happening? Do you think it's just some science fiction BS?
Yeah, so let's do a real quick reverse engineering. Okay, right? So for the most part, the ARPANET came online in 1969. So what most people say is the first computer transmission from modem to modem. 1976, Queen Elizabeth did her first email. 1980, what is it? 84, the cyberspace coined a term. 1994, Yahoo was created, Netscape was created. I think somewhere around there, 94, 93, the White House and United Nations were online, 1993-ish. So the point being that from way back in the 60s, they were working on the internet as known as the ARPANET. And they let it out in the public at a certain date. So when they cloned Dolly Cheek in 1996 and they let that out to the public as well, I guess they've been working on it since the 40s or 50s. And think about your computer technology from 1996 to today. Absolutely, they're cloning humans somewhere, either in Nevada or the desert of Utah, possibly Colorado. They may be shipping them under DIA, but if people can't see the timeline connection and the reverse engineering of all the technology, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it sure seems like this is, again, we talk about a lot of science fiction and all kinds of kind of like I said, realism and, the artificial simulation or the possibly with base reality, like all this like kind of out there stuff, right? And that's out there. I'll give you that. But this one in particular, right? The technology is there. They're doing this to other mammals now. Like I said, probably the sheep, or you can clone your little pet Fluffy now. And it's like a legitimate service, legitimate like businesses. They're doing these kind of things. So I will be damned if they're not doing this somewhere in secret. I think you're right. But how long and what the scope is, who knows? Are we talking like Star Wars Clone Wars type of thing, where they're just creating like with the super soldier type stuff, CRISPR babies and clones and like the Clone Wars and all the rest of this? How do you think this goes?
I bet they're scared of them. I bet they're terrified of them. Only because the humans that I know who develop something that is more powerful than them, they're frightened of. I mean, even a handgun, until you learn how to use a handgun, people are scared of it. So I bet that the cloners are really keeping it slow and low-key, and they'll make some celebrities, and they'll make a lot of money, and they'll say, okay, that one worked, but that other one didn't. And so as far as like full-on Clone War, ready to invade, you're seeing no evidence of that. Then I generally think that anytime a man or a woman has more technology than they have mastery over, they're terrified.
Okay, so they're doing it. So they're using it great. So they're terrified of the output. So what's going on?
Well, yeah, I think they're really scared of what they're capable of. But when there's a circumstance where a person dies, like when Ringo or who was it? When Paul died, they had to substitute for another man. But now, if Britney goes off the rails, they can throw a clone up and still make money and still generate the propaganda or the mind control that they want over those people. So I think they're probably using it more in a mental space as opposed to a physical domination space.
Okay, all right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I think the thing is too, this all goes back to how long this has been happening. Because if we're talking about transferring consciousness and all kinds of like out there stuff, but like you said, if this stuff is happening in secret and then they roll it out to the public as a service, right? They clearly would have to have been practicing this for some time. So I don't know, like we were talking maybe back in the 40s, back in the 50s, right? When did they? I mean, we saw they grafted a second head on a dog in Russia in the 60s, and that dog was too bad for like a week, right, or something like that. I mean, if you're trying crap like that, I mean, come on, it's for real. How long do you think it's been happening?
I bet they started in the after World War II. They probably started post World War II, and they probably made some progress mid to late 50s, and then they, cloned some cells in the 60s, and then they started just experiment. By the 90s, they cloned the sheep, right? You can eat mutton, you don't know the difference. 1996, that's a long time ago, relatively speaking, with technology. And I bet they've been doing it for a long time. And I think we may catch glimpses of it. I don't think they have a clone army. I don't think they need to. Because, you know as well as I do, this realm is entirely exists in the mind of everybody. So if you control the mind, you don't even need to control the physical body.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. So it makes me wonder then, other than sort of transferring of consciousness, what good is it for? Because they kind of proved politically, over a long scale here, not even the last 100 years, longer than that, quite a bit longer than that human flesh and bone is cheap, right? As long as you can manipulate the masses to do what you want and start a war, people are going to fight for you. You don't even have to really do anything. They just get whipped up in it, so give me a sword, be like cut, So it makes me wonder, like, they can already manipulate people to kill each other. So what would be the benefit, other than something nefarious like transferring your brain into a younger body at some point, right?
Well, yeah, for their own individual purposes. To me, it reminds me of the Nissan Maxima back in the late 80s. They built a car that told you your lights were on and your door was open, and it was a novelty at best. Then Eddie Murphy did a great joke way back then about your lights are on, and the dude in a black voice. But it was a novelty of technology that turned out to not be useful in the grand scheme. And I'd wager that their clone novelty is probably just that. For all the reasons you stated, we can wipe each other out with a mind virus. We can cause people to smoke. We can cause people to take a medical device in their body with a mind virus. We don't really need clones. So it may be just one of those fringe kind of, when they get bored, if a celebrity dies, they clone them and just watch the people think it's the same one. It could be something like that.
Yeah, and that's actually a fantastic point. Like if you had a young, super famous person pass away, if you were able to cover that up somehow and then recreate it, you're putting tens of millions of earnings back on the table for whoever pulled off that stunt. Yeah, that's pretty wild, man, to think of it in terms of kind of keeping the zeitgeist window open for earnings based on the popularity of somebody. That's nuts, man. That's that again, right? Like,
right on.
Right? Follow the money. Always follow the money, right? Like Robert said there just before you. If there's money involved, people are willing to do it. And that's definitely money in that instance. Yeah, pretty wild.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Great show as always. I'm moving on. Somebody else can call in. Appreciate what you do, and we'll talk to you later.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a great night. Thanks for calling. That's Alco Rhythm, Mike in Colorado. Follow him. Link is all the way down in the description below. Actually, scroll down to the bottom of the YouTube channel. I'll find it and I'll put it in the chat as well, so you guys can give him a follow. I was on his show on Saturday, and we had a nice talk and wide-ranging all over the place. Definitely, Mike is a fun guy, and you should give him a follow if you're just hearing about him for the first time. So I don't know. I think, there you go. What's up, Bernice? It says in the chat, Walt Disney died in 1966, and I've heard this before. There are these types of conspiracies, right? And so the thing is, right, like our good buddy Axel Steele, I don't know if you're out there, we were talking about this at some point in the past, meaning that do we have the technology to actually grow
a baby from conception all the way to term outside of the womb, right? Clearly, we can do the petri dish thing and make sure they're fertilized, probably remove the DNA and replace it, and do all the rest of that stuff, right? That's all there. That's all a thing, for sure. They do it with in vitro and all that stuff now. But, right, the question is, can you do this from conception to term in a device like this? This is from fastcompany.com, and this is way back in 2017. Look at this. This crib is designed to grow babies outside the womb. The provocative concept presented at the Biodesign Challenge Summit may not be as far-fetched as it sounds. Okay, that's the thing. That's exactly what's going on with that. Here we go. This is short and sweet, so let's read this. Still taking your phone calls on this. Appreciate all the fantastic input tonight from all the folks who called in. If you have a take on this and you're interested, well, how long? Okay, the question is this tonight. I'm going to reframe it here. I'll play this clip again from Kid. What's his name? Kid. There you go. So basically this, right? Can humans be cloned? And if so, how long do you think they've been cloning themselves? And then, as Mike was talking about, for what purpose? What purpose do you think this is? Is it just a rich man's plaything, right? The elites of the world. Mr. Kelly, I know you're out there. You hate when I use the word elites because they aren't. They're just sociopaths or worse. So let's just say the billionaire sociopaths of the world. What are they doing? What are they cloning for? Is it for organ harvesting, like that movie The Island? Is it for just for kicks? Is it for? Then again, some questions arise, right? If you're cloning as a corporation, let's say you clone somebody, who owns the clone? The corporation cloned you. You don't have parents, so who? I'm just going to teach you. I don't know. There's a lot here to kind of what's going on with this. So we'll do this real quick. Play that clip to reset the conversation. If you want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Let me get Algo's link here because Algo's a good dude. And let's share this. And if you guys don't know who Algo Rhythm is, well, you should. You definitely should. And here it is in the chat right now. Give Algo a follow. I did an interview with him on Saturday. That is his latest show up there, I believe. Go check it out if you guys didn't catch it on Saturday. Good stuff. We had a wide-ranging conversation all over the damn place, and conspiracy and everything else. So, there you go. All right, let's do this. Let's get back to this real quick and keep on trucking. So this is the thing. This is that, right? Fastcompany.com. Here we go. This crib is designed to grow babies outside the womb. When People magazine revealed last week that Kim Kardashian and Kanye West have hired a surrogate to carry their third child, it dominated headlines and shocked almost no one. After all, surrogacy is on the rise in the U.S. One non-profit group tracked 1,593 surrogate births in 2011, up from 738 in 2004. But what if there were a way to avoid the costly, ethically fraught, and often emotional process of involving a third person in the birthing process? Here we go. Students from Artes Product Design Arnhem have come up with a provocative solution. Parturiens, an incubation system. That's what they call it. Parturiens, parturiens, an incubation system for bringing a child into the world completely outside the womb. Don't forget, this is in 2017, and this is in the public sphere. Just because it's not widespread and everybody knows about this doesn't mean it doesn't exist, all right? So what's up? Here we go. And not only that, how long do you think they've been working on this technology? So this pod is an artificial and intelligent internet-connected incubator that can live in your family room. It has a clear curved lid so that eager parents can obsess over every stage of the fetus's growth. To mimic the intimacy of carrying your own baby, there's a portable care bag that slings over the shoulder and it simulates the baby's kicks. So, likewise, when the parents gently rock the portable bag, the connected pod simulates the same movement to enhance the bonding experience. What in the hell? Yep. There's a feeding device that gets attached to the incubator as well, delivering just the right kinds of nutrients that have been freshly prepared and mushed up at home. And even a communication device, a microphone, that mom or dad can use to coo soothing words or pipe in those brain-stimulated Mozart sonatas throughout the baby's development. Anybody remember the 90s, the early 90s with the Mozart, baby Mozart for the brain? Yeah. So this project that presented this year's Biodesign Challenge Summit is intended to offer a realistic impression of what the consequences of the progress of biotechnology and biodesign could be. And while this pod has the limits of our modern beliefs about test the limits of our modern beliefs about pregnancy, the idea is both feasible and has merits. So there you go. They're talking about this, and again, the articles. You know me. My sources are always linked down below. You can see I'm not making this shit up. That is a real thing. Way back in 2017, which again was several years back, but still, you got to think if they're releasing it in some capacity in 2017, how long have they been working on it? And that's what this is about. Pretty nuts, right? So you tell me. I have no idea regarding all the rest of this, but we're talking about human cloning. And do you think this has been going on for a long time, if at all? I'm still open to the take that this is a bunch of BS and they're trolling us somehow. That this alien movement is, exactly that, sort of just another religious movement. You tell me. I don't know. What are your thoughts? It's pretty scary to me. So let's play this clip one more time. This is where this all started. Shout out to Bailey one more time for dropping this in the chat there last night in the Discord. If you guys have not joined the Discord yet, please go to troubledminds.org with the Discord link. Come say hi. Lots of swell people in there hanging out, having a good time, talking about all kinds of crazy stuff. And well, I plucked one out last night, early this morning. The Daily Show. What was it? That's right, human cloning. And this individual by the name of Kid, he's a rapper, and he was discussing this in an interview. Let's hear this one more time, and then we'll get to the line. But right in just one moment. Here we go.
Kid welcome to Vlad TV.
Hello.
Making a lot of noise recently, man. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, everyone works towards that, that video that goes viral. And it looks like you have like a nice little handful of them now. You know what I mean? It's a big accomplishment.
Yeah, I got my hands a bit full now. Thanks to these accomplishments. Got a few more extra things in my hand I didn't quite anticipate, but it all comes with the territory, I suppose.
Of course. So, where'd you grow up?
South Florida.
Okay. I guess you're originally in Jersey?
Yeah. Originally, my first gen. I'm a second gen now. That's why you see the celebrity bursts say I'm born in Toronto, but that's false. My first gen was born in Jersey. However, I was cloned by Clonate in Canada. My model number is 0112568. Anyone wants to see the registration and cloning.
Okay. So then you ended up in South Florida.
Yeah.
Okay. And what nationality are you?
Sicilian, Puerto Rican.
Okay. Sicilian and Puerto Rican. Okay. I can see that now.
Those are my two genomes.
Okay. Who was the Puerto Rican one? Who was the Sicilian one?
When I was cloned, they wiped a lot of memory, but when I stole the documents before escaping, I read that the mother was Puerto Rican and the father is Serbian. You could say the sperm donor was Sicilian.
Okay, so you were tested, baby.
Yeah.
All right, the second generation clone. This is Kid Boo. Again, all the links are in the description if you want to check this out. And, again, is he trolling us? Is he putting us on? What's going on with this? It's a bit odd to me that he would be making these claims. And he says he's got the documents. I don't know if these documents were ever released. But I think it's less important, really, his personal story, because we can't really prove it one way or the other. But I think it's worthy of consideration that this type of technology is possible. And that's what we're doing tonight. We're discussing whether you could actually clone a human being. And if so, how long has this been happening? So, love to hear your thoughts. One more time, 702-957-1037. Let's go to our good buddy Jay. Jay in New York. Jay, what's up? Good evening. We have usually there's a delay.
So let the man catch up. Whenever you're ready, Jed. We're just here kicking it, talking about cloning. Just let me know. All right, so love to hear your thoughts as well. We've got some more clips we acquired from this particular interview with but he's describing he was actually a second-generation clone, and well, that means that, of course, I guess the parents were also clones. I don't know what to think about this. It does creep me out a little bit to consider that if this has been happening and it's maybe in the public sphere, what's been going on with this? What's up, Billy? It's asking me what's up, Billy. I certainly do. Does that mean I'm not a clone? Sorry, Mother Strange. She says that. She always says, she's like, if you refer to me, make sure it's Mother Strange and not Strange Mother. What's up, Jay?
Strange Mother is the way I'm supposed to refer to you.
No. Mother Strange. Mother Strange. I'm joking about the clone princess. I don't know, man. What do you think? Do you think this is feasible? First off, how are you doing? What's going on?
Fantastic. A beautiful day today. Lots of work done. Great day. Whatever. Awesome.
Nice. Love it. All right. So what do you think about human cloning? This is real? You think it's a bunch of BS?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's definitely real. They've been poking their hands in it forever. I mean, we've been doing it with plants for, ever and ever. One of the things that got me so excited about it and everything with all the different conversations that were rolling around it is like, maybe we've been doing some sort of a cloning thing for way longer than we think with bloodlines and, monarchies and things like that. Somebody just made comments that rolled around in the chat and all. And it was like, now we're getting a little bit better at it. We can do it more scientifically, petri dish, make sure that we can take the diseases out or the cancers or whatever. And we're doing it that way, but maybe we're missing the part of we're doing it wrong. People joke with me all the time. I have 3 kids, and everybody always jokes at me like, your kids are exactly like you. Yes, ma'am, no, sir, blah, blah, blah. All of the things. And it's like, well, it's just the way that I raised them. It's so, but the joke is they're Jay's clones. Because they're just like me. So, I mean, can we do that on our own? Without all the science, just live on through them. But then I also look at it as, if we're out in Vegas and we're looking at the betting thing, I'm going to throw a couple bucks, not just one, down on somebody's doing it in some deep bunker or old warehouse lab or something like that. Somebody's out there messing around with it, playing games. That how could that possibly go wrong? You're doing things like that with the science and technologies. I mean, I remember when the sheep thing happened. I was a younger person, 20s, maybe even late teens, and we had big discussions about, is that right to do that? I mean, Matt said some stuff in the chat that you could never instill a consciousness on that, something like that. Wouldn't it have its own? I mean, if you just took a little piece of something like that and made it new, you'd have to nurture it and grow it. It's not like you're going to put it in a machine and, 3 hours later you're going to have a 20-year-old man.
Exactly. Yeah. And that turns into a whole other can of worms, doesn't it? Like, so if they've done that and they've been doing it, is there some other process where they can maybe artificially grow them faster, right? To make it, let's say, military age quicker. You know what I'm saying? Or who knows?
Well, but now in 2 weeks.
Yeah, right. That's what they did in Star Wars in the Clone Wars. So they had them, and I think they said that they got them to like military age in an advanced
aging process. And they did this whole time learning and fighting and the whole thing, training. But they grew, I think, to full level fighting age by like 6 or 8 years or something like that. So they had to cut the time by a third. And so you would expect, right, that type of thing, because, but no offense to like a 5-year-old, but you're not going to kick any asses with a 5-year-old. So,
unless you start them off in karate when they're 3.
Yeah, even Chuck Norris at 5. Chuck Norris at 5 is going to do a limited amount of ass kicking. So it's just the way it is, right? We weigh like 50 pounds or less. It's hard to ass kick like that. But yeah, I don't know. This
just a little dorky geeky thing I want to say about the Star Wars reference that you brought up is that Boba Fett would shoot the wings off of a fly at 1,000 yards, and they were the first clones, right? Aren't they? Yes.
Yeah, Boba Fett. Yep, he was the first. Yep.
Well, the stormtroopers couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with a shotgun at 50 feet. You know, look at the knowledge that they've lost in breeding that. The second generation thing that the rapper was talking about in the article. You know, I know some people know a bit about cloning of plants, and you always want to take it off the original plant, but at some point the original plant will die. If you're not taking that clone off of the original source, you're taking the clone off of a clone. It's like when you make a key for a door, you always want to use the keys that came with the door, not the one that was made another key, because you're going to lose a teeny piece of it every time you do it.
Because it works and works, doesn't it? Yeah,
right.
It's a great point about the stormtroopers, right? Like Jango Fett was actually the initial, right? Boba Fett was his clone that he raised himself. The stormtroopers couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with anything. So yeah, it is interesting that even inadvertently, because they have to not shoot the heroes, right? It has to be a plot device that stormtroopers can't shoot. And it also stands to reason that, well, maybe there was some sort of DNA decay from all that test tube stuff and all the rest of that, right? Pretty wild. Yeah, I love it.
Speeding it up. Well, I mean, speeding it up. Getting it done in, 6 years instead of 21. 18, 16.
Exactly, yep. However long it took. Exactly. Yeah, pretty wild, man. I love the take, and it's a good observation, whether it was inadvertent or not. Definitely good stuff. We got Kelly here too. Let's get Kelly in the conversation. Keep on trucking. You're of course state to the engine. You're going to do the J show, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I'm going to meet up so I can hear Kelly.
Okay, yeah, you're welcome to chime in. But yeah, all right, don't go anywhere. Kelly in Colorado, what's up, buddy? Are you there? Welcome to Troubled Minds. You're on with Mike and Jay. What's happening, bro?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Pretty good. Doing our thing, man. Another night, another batch of weirdness. What do you think about human clones? Do you think this is a real thing?
Okay, so as the nowadays, as technology-wise, we're a human being. And nowadays, I would say yes. Only because I remember the times when they first did the whole sheep, and then there was a dog. There was a cow too, but yeah. Anyway, with that, I mean, these other countries, like here in the United States, it could be under some underground type stuff or some private company. But as for other countries, like Japan, they've been working some weird science fiction since World War I and World War II. Germany as well. Russia has. These other countries like that, they really didn't have any human rights or anything else like that. I'm not saying that all of it was bad, but they're trying to clone. I don't know why. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's for tracking all DNA and everything, and trying to decode the whole DNA pool. But I want to. I'm kind of glad you brought this one up too, because this is what I was talking about. Well, it's not really a theory. It's pretty much, well, I guess you could say it was a theory because I can't really prove it, but as through the Sumerian writing, right? Back then, clones. Everybody on the planet Earth is a clone. And the reason why I say that is because Pluto's writing. They talked about Enki, right? He was the main brother. He was the scientist. But he had what they call amines. And amines were distributed throughout the planet to different, I guess, family members, I would say, throughout their pantheon, right? And those amines were actually different civilizations on the planet. What they were was like, the egg and sperm of the human species. So what was happening was if you have a clone of a clone of clones of clones like you guys are talking about, that's how you started. But you can actually, they were able to, do slight alterations, maybe what we all look like. You know what I mean? As in, like, from Asian to black to, white, to all the range of colors and, and stuff like that.
Sort of like the extra babies, like in China they did, that they're able to make genetic modifications to eye color and some of these other traits, right? For sure, you would expect that a technology that was able to clone individuals would surely be able to make alterations like that to get, the more desirable traits, whatever it is. If you want stronger people, you can what's that percent, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, there are some natural things, like elevation where people live at, stuff like that, that's just how it works. But yeah, it's exactly like that, Mike, but like the CRISPR, okay? So now the thing about it is if you look at it, I did a lot of examples I sent to the Discord, the general one. And the reason for that is because you hear, the word doppelganger, right? You hear people that say they kind of look like each other. But if you look at it, the ones that I sent you had even movie stars or whatnot, some famous people. But there's examples of them worldwide. You know what I mean? I'm talking like the Turkish George Clooney, right? The guy was from Turkey, but he looks exactly like him on the subway. Or throughout different races, like Obama, I think he's on there, and there's an Asian one. The Indian Mark Ruffalo, he's from India, right? The other guy, an Asian Johnny Depp, a Brazilian Danny DeVito. And then you can go back to history, right? With Jeff Goldberg, he has an Indian doppelganger. Or you go throughout history, some people that look like people from back in history, right? The first one, the Egyptian actress, and J. Law, right? I guess Jude Law. They look almost exactly like
Jennifer Lawrence. That's the one I got up on the screen.
Yeah, so we have, I have a lot of other ones too, to go throughout history and stuff like Jason and stuff like that. But these people, this is the ones that I was talking about. Because if we're all, that's what I was telling, Wada, is that we're all clones. All of us. It doesn't matter. We've been cloned from way back when, right? If this like I said, with those stories, I would just say if those stories are true, then there's prime examples of like that I find pretty interesting, throughout all the different races and stuff. That's just, it's just, I would say it's uncanny, to say it's a reason that people look that identical, that have, no, they're on the opposite side of the world, they're supposed to be a different race, how are these people mating their parents, and then they come up with that looks exactly like that. Just, that should be pretty rare, but you find that everywhere throughout the planet. So that's the one thing I want to kind of throw in there was, that whole connection again with the Marion, right? I mean, because it's all science too throughout that, that's where, the first, like, mathematics, for me, it's another nail in the coffin, and how interesting the combination between the connection between them.
Yeah. So for sure, you think this is happening? Do you think our military is doing this?
I would say yes, too, because if you're talking military-wise, that's the first thing, that you're cloning presidents, right? For example, you see some of these presidents, like even now with Joe Biden. You see sometimes like you have one that is like can't even remember then you have another one the next week and he's like talking like the Joe Biden that knows everything about like politics and shit. It's interesting too, where you have some of those double things being really think that they get frozen on TV or whatever. Prime example of that, and they're just frozen, right? Maybe a trick word or something that sets them off, or they're shut down or something. Yeah, I would say military-wise, I'd say they've been doing that for a while, and you would need that for research. If you don't have a phone, then you need a doppelganger. I know Hillary Clinton was using one. There's a picture of them both together, even their names, like supposedly hers. But I would say they need cloning something like that because it's only for protection wise anyway. You can send the clone in or some simple password. You give them some basic download it, into the brain, like. They give the information, the information they need. They're going through a parade. They're not picking up by here and there. Maybe, shake a couple hands and, know what they need to say.
Yeah, I got you. That makes sense. And so instead of very much like Jay brought up the stormtroopers, right? Someone that at the broadside of the barn with a shotgun, but right, it's clearly a plot device. But I wonder, right? Sort of a slip. Oops. Maybe there is some sort of degradation in some of these things. Jay, you got anything for Kelly? Go ahead, Kelly. Sorry.
Just to add on to that, what's interesting too is again in that right and that book in the logbook is the one I'm kind of referring to. But in that one too, they were actually talking about when they first made the humans, right? For a while, generations, they noticed that they were doing that. They were leaving. They were seen to say that the human beings were reverting back to the same species they were first made, right? Like the trace marker was gone from the repeating of different clones throughout the thousands of years, right? So they had to counter that. The way Vinci had to counter, he did counter it, was he added more DNA. And by what I mean, that not only added DNA, but that species, the human species, and added more DNA. So he was refusing to let go of his creation. And by doing so, when they that species of us was reverting back, that's the only way he found it to do it. We added more of their DNA. That's an interesting part that we did bring up to.
Yeah, for sure. Jake, anything on that for Kelly here?
Well, Kelly, thanks for always getting the black goo going really good up there between the ears. That's something that I haven't thought about before, but just looking at that, I mean, genetically, I mean, with the doppelganger things that you posted in the journal and stuff like that, you quick scan through all of them. Some of those pictures were decades, centuries apart, And you look at that, and it's like, how many possible combinations of it really can be, the DNA. I mean, obviously there's what 8 billion right now, different ones, but there's huge similarities in all of them. That certain people don't get sick, certain people don't do that, and then you look at it as like. I don't know who it was. You talk about the God things and the Sumerian record and all that stuff, and it kind of blows my brain up, so I can't remember the names. But if a God was coming down and made the humans to have more DNA, wouldn't those humans have a little bit of an advantage over the other ones? They were able to hold on to the DNA that didn't make them sick, made them understand math a little bit better. Just the dumb little things that would go in there. And then, those would. Go ahead.
No, exactly what it was. That's the reason why when they said that, we had everything, we're actually them. We are them. Right? If that's how the story goes, we are actually them. More or less. The species that in DNA that's mostly right, I believe that is the original human DNA and the animal DNA that was the so-called jump started, right? Because and that's why you see a lot of these weird shaped skulls, like for example, the elongated skulls. They're the ones that we didn't show way back in the day with Mike when I had the ones with all the different weird shaped skulls that we found throughout the planet, right? But every time they seem to do DNA tests on some of these, they're claiming that it's human. They have a lot of human DNA in it. But what is it really human? For me, it's not. That DNA is not human. That DNA is their DNA. To say human DNA is the creature that they jumped from. Now, if that's the case, then yes, we had the long lineage of life. We had the ability and the strength back then. That's just kind of weird too when I look at skulls, for example, like the one, the top of the skull right here above the brow line, right? That thickens up mostly on men. It thickens up during age. So these big old skulls that they had, that they call them like magnon and stuff, and they have these eyebrows, or the bones or the eyebrows. That's due to age. Now, to me, it's not that they were just in a weird different shape. That, to me, that's like age. It's just grew. That thing must have been old. Not just saying that it was old back, that they found the skull, and they're saying that it was back, from, 2,000 to 10,000 years old in a cave. I'm saying that they're saying that this thing is, like, the skull itself is old, besides, the age that they found it from.
He was alive for a long time. Whatever that skull was, their math on it, the guys were 34 years old or something like that. It was actually 340. They forgot to carry the one.
Yeah, see, science proves that already anyway. So, I mean, so what is, like, most science is so funny. They just trying to send you to the direction that they want, history to go. And we all know history is being rewritten by all the winners of the war. So, from thousands and thousands of years, we can only speculate, but that's why I'm saying, when you go back to the oldest, and it's in stone, and these things can, survive thousands, millennia. It's kind of looking at that history, like, what the hell are these people talking about? Because, if even science and technology and some of the stuff that's inside these rocks, the big feathers, a diamond, but laser cut is something else, pretty highly, that's the whole reason for, the whole ancient alien theory,
Well, I know very simple people can be extremely meticulous. When I go and build things and stuff like that for people, I get myself into a thought process where I could probably build a computer from scratch, raw materials. If I knew all of the knowledge, had the blueprints, the protocol. I mean, are we really that much smarter than all those other people are, or do we just think we are? Did they have that knowledge to get lost? Something happened, mud flood, continents slipped under the sea, burned down Alexandria, all of that. I mean, within a couple of generations, if you're dealing with passing down verbal stories without it actually written down, we're even going on the translation of what the stone means. We paid 100 guys to do this in stone for the art museum for the beginning of our, the collider there. We want to have the same Aztec huge tablet. So we're going to pay 100 guys to sit here with, diamond chisels and chisel this damn thing out so we can hang it on the wall when you walk in the door, because we've got more money than we know what to do with. And then after 50 years of people telling that story, how much, the victors, like you said, what politicians got elected into office afterwards when they're trying to close the place down because they messed up, whatever. 100 years goes by, 200 years goes by, next thing you know, we're all cooking food on firewood. It's just how fast do those transitions really go? That's one of the things that gets me with the clones. Like, you might have something that you want to do the whole bouncing back and forth or brain transfer, or even the Anne Rice Tales of the Body Thief thing. You just, even if it's picking the right girl and having a child with him so you can steal your son's soul when he's 30.
Forgot about that. Tales from the Body Thief. That was one of her worst ones. That's what I said. But yeah, totally. There's a whole book where it's talking about exactly that stuff. Yeah, that's.
What else you got? I mean, these twisted people. That's what it is. It's twisted people that are trying to do this stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. We're dealing with psychopaths, right? Like we always say, once you get past a certain point money-wise, right? You cease being human. It becomes money's no longer money, it's power. And you chase the power to become a god, right? Pretty heavy stuff. What else you got for us, Kelly?
Just another one added to that for just add to the Sumerian with another one which is that's pretty interesting. Next machine for me is what they call the Winter Magna Bowl that they found in Bolivia with Sumerian writing in. Well, in the Zacharias function, what they talk about is, before when they had problems with making the human species, they couldn't get it right because the admixture that they were mixing it with was made, the bowl was made out of a crystal, right, from their planet. So they made a bowl that would need to be made to make, a mud, like a mud bowl or like a earth. So they started mixture, adding the mixture inside that. So what's interesting about that Winter Magna Bowl on each side is it's about a male and female and how to, like, their creation of each male and female and how to act right and how to, like, the beginning of life, how to walk through life, right, on both sides. It's just an interesting, to me, that's just it's a destination out there kind of reach, but I don't know, man. It's pretty interesting that they have to find something like that, like, over in the way you actually, there's a connection between them and canon. So yeah, that's just a thing that I want to add to it. It's all about, the whole creation of civilization, and then, the philosophy and things, we're just, there's no way in hell that everybody on planet Earth is just not, that we can have that close connection with almost like identical brothers and you know. And that is news, which is another connection to see that or how that unfolds, where you know the whole prophecy is even throughout history, you know. And like Jason said, some of that stuff is blowing me apart. And yet here we are. They just like it's either they're a vampire and live that long, or you know, part of a different race and can live that long, or yeah, we're all clones. Everybody on the planet is the same.
Just linked together, all one big family, recycled over and over. Great stuff, Kelly. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, brother. You're welcome to stay, of course. You know the drill. Anything to that, Jay, as we wind this down?
I just look at that and it's like, yeah, we've been around here forever. We are one great big huge family. You know, it's whether you like it or not, we're on Earth. We have to live here together. And we should sit down and have turkey on Thanksgiving and not argue and fight about dumb stuff and have brilliant conversations. You know, it's just that I do believe that people can live to be really, really old. Then if you obtain that much money at a time, then you get bored, right? You just want something different to do. I'm going to terraform Mars because I don't know what to do with my $287 billion.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to try to whole family. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, once you've done everything that's been done, you start to try to do things that haven't been done. And so that makes sense, doesn't it? That makes perfect sense.
You have tons of money, you can get away with whatever you want, you know?
That too. That's exactly true. So, as we finish, we got a date from you. We got a comment for us on the way.
This one is really crazy because I got ditched today because someone got a boost and couldn't make it to work because he was ill. And the guy that's supposed to be in charge took off all day long.
Nice.
To shop, and not for his grandkids, so I was all by myself. So I was out having a cigarette and I had one. I was like, oh wow, that's kind of a odd one. I don't know about that one, but I gotta save that. And then it's like all day, I was like, that's the one I'm gonna use. And then I talked to Kelly into the third hour here, and I was like, I don't know. We'll see how it goes, I suppose.
Right on. We're about to wind this down. Kelly, anything else, brother? You may have checked out Conan Wilson. All right. So here's the deal. Before you go ahead, Kelly.
Oh no, man! I was just gonna say that was it. Everybody have a good evening, and we'll see you guys this week. Oh yeah, man! I hope everybody's holiday was well. Mine was great.
Nice.
Had my kids here and had seen them for a little bit. It was very nice to catch up with family and stuff. So everybody, hope everybody's well, and you guys take care of yourself.
You too, bro. Appreciate that very much. Okay, so let's do it, Jay. Actually, before we do that, I want to point this out. We were doing this a little bit on the news show today. We got hats coming. We got a request for hats and things like this. I got a new Shopify store and some things happening. So if you guys are into this and you like the stuff, well, Jay in particular has been asking me for a hat. So Jay gets the inaugural hat. So send me your address, Jay. Inspiring and keeping your fire under my ass when I send you a hat. And if anybody likes this logo and the stuff and all the things, let me know if you want some more of this stuff. If you guys are into the Troll Minds merch, cool. The baby juice cups and all the rest of this. All this stuff's coming. If you don't like it, that's cool. If you do like it, that's cool. You get some cool swag, and you have to call it the show. So good stuff. That's there you go. Penny says I've already got a T-shirt, and there you go. Appreciate that. Thank you for buying that, Penny. And all that stuff is already available. So that's what we're doing. We're going to keep doing this stuff and keep pressing. And it seems weird that people are like, oh yeah, I like that, and I'm like, really? That's weird. I don't know, it's just weird. It's super weird. But anyway, more of this stuff coming if you guys are into it. If not, that's totally cool. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thanks for being part of this. I'm going to click it so you can hear the music and you can time this perfectly. Let's do it. Here we go. Let's play this track, which is the J outro track.
That's cool that I have a track. So we have the prophetic word made more sure, to which you do well to pay attention as to a lamp shining in a dark place, until the day dawns and the morning star arises in your hearts. And I don't want to make people mad, but that's 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 19.
Nice. No reason to be mad. Wisdom is wisdom. It doesn't matter where it comes from. Fantastic. Thank you for sharing, Jay. Always great stuff. Thanks, everybody, for being part of the show tonight. Thanks, Jay, for the J-Tro. Thanks for keeping that in mind and sharing it with us. I don't know. At the end, like I said, I don't know if there are any answers here other than more questions, but it starts to put some things into frame and maybe line it up for some more questions next time. That's what we do on this show. One more time, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific. This is Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. We're here with Jay from the J-Tro, Jay in New York. Thanks, my man, for being here. What's up, Daryl's still here. And thanks, Kelly. Thanks all the great calls tonight. And thanks again always for being so enthusiastic about the show. Like I said, you guys make my week, make my world go round, because, well, it's a lot better talking when people listen instead of just talking to yourself. I've done both, and this is by far superior, I promise you that. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for all the thumbs ups. Thanks for all the amazing chat. Thanks for all the amazing calls. Thanks for being part of this show. Thanks for being part of this community. Join the Discord if you have not. TroubledMinds.org, Discord link. Jay, anything else, brother?
Oh my goodness, there's hats now?
Yeah.
Yay!
And I'm sending you the first one. That's for you. Jay's been on my ass for weeks. And he's like, "Where's my hat?" So this hat came about because Jay wanted a hat, and now we'll all have hats. Everybody wants a hat. The inaugural hat goes to Jay, and they'll be available on the Troubled Minds store. Coming soon to a website near you. So yeah, all right, let's get the hell out of here. Which one do you want to hear on the outro?
The grandmother's one.
Let's do it.
I always like your grandmother.
The bad news is we're done. The good news is, God willing, we've got tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Pacific, for more Troubled Minds. Thank you for listening. From our Troubled Minds to yours, have a great night.
Hey, there's hats.
Have a good night, guys.
Trying to get home to stream that highly anticipated series finale? Well, it may take longer with T-Mobile 5G home internet. You could be stuck with slower speeds during the busiest hours because you share your network with cell phone users. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Plus, Cox offers free panoramic Wi-Fi equipment and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Why not switch? Visit Cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
We get our weekly groceries delivered through Instacart because once football season starts, game time is family time. I can get everything my family needs for the week, from reliable staples to specialty ingredients, all delivered right to my door in as fast as 1 hour. So I can stay on my game without missing a minute of the game. Visit Instacart.com or download the app to get free delivery on your first 3 orders. Offer valid for a limited time. Minimum order $10. Additional terms apply. Instacart. Add life to cart.
Have you ever wondered why the news plays the same 5 stories again and again? Let me give you a little hint. Brainwashing and repetition is the most basic form of brainwashing. Join me as we look at the news cycle and talk about why the mainstream this. What's up? Happy Friday. Welcome to Troubled Minds News. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and it's a special edition. It's Black Friday, as it's called, as it's known. I'm sure at some point that will be probably a name we can't use anymore because, well, it doesn't sound good. It sounds like people are dying on Friday, and that's not good. That's not a good thing, right? Kind of like the Black Death. Not a good thing. What's going on, guys? How's everybody? It's what's up, Eli? I see you there, Robert. How's everybody? Well, this is a show where the conspiracy is the news, meaning, of course, all kinds of things, but specifically, we're talking about the propaganda news cycle and how a lot of the stuff they kind of push through this is just a bunch of hogwash. Not just that, right? But there's also real news happening in the world that really should be highlighted. Good things, bad things, all kinds of things happening out there that just don't really get the credit they deserve. The coverage and the rest of that. If you can't politicize it, make it lefty, righty type, drama, culture war, type of stuff, and they don't do it. They don't cover it. It's unfortunate, and that's just the way it is, right? I mean, they do it barely, so they can say they did, but then they just continue on with whatever drama they've got planned for the repetition brainwash cycle. So anyway, that's this show, of course, is started from a show we do called Troubled Minds Radio, and on that show we talk about weird stuff, aliens, conspiracy, the paranormal. We used to do a news segment on there, and it's just too much now. The news got to be too much to talk about. It's taken over the show, so time to split it off, make its own show. And so we have just the Troubled Minds News Show, and here we are. And happy Friday to you guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. And well, let's I think that's it. What else do we got? Yeah, how about this? We'll do this as well. Don't forget that Troubled Minds News is live, and we always do this live, and to include you, just like the other show as well. 702-957-1037, troubledminds.org. You can click the Discord link and hop on in here and come say hi. So there we go. It's part of the transparency process. I always share my links, and I always share my sources, and I always share the information with you because, again, this whole thing is it's about talking to people. It's about exchanging ideas. It's about getting together and trying to be, not douchebags to each other. And so there we go. It's as simple as that. It's really a simple concept, but it's becoming revolutionary anymore because you're not allowed. He who even comes close to speaking the truth anymore becomes the enemy. And so whatever. That's what we're doing. And one more time, if you want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037, and we'll get you on the show. Simple as that. And let's do it. Let's get to the news, shall we? Here we go. Let's start here. This is suspicious. This is Malcolm X's daughter, Malika Shabazz, was found dead in her New York home days after she exposed New York PD and the FBI were behind the assassination of her father. And let's see. The family asked his murder investigation to reopen after the men found guilty of his assassination are expected exonerated. And this is highly suspicious. I don't know what actually happened with this. I just saw this tweet and thought I'd talk about this. And I don't know exactly how accurate this is, but I couldn't find anything right off, so I think this is brand new. It looks like this just hit. But I don't know. So the point being is that suspicious things are afoot happening out there in the world. that the assassination of Malcolm X was always super shady, and they're talking about exonerating the people that did it now. So, of course, what the CIA involved, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. It's a little bit, let's call it unfortunate, beyond unfortunate here, that this is hopefully not a generational type, right? I don't know. Like, how do you explain this? Other than, anybody passing always is always bad. It's always negative. It's always, it's always all that, right? So there's that, obviously that. But then the next thing is, well, if we have this situation going on with, maybe, some dirty, foul play stuff going on here, then this just becomes a little more terrifying, right? Just a little more terrifying. And that's what this is all about, talking about this stuff, considering the possibilities. I don't know. I'm not claiming the CIA off this woman, but I am saying that it does seem suspicious that the timing of this has been in the news recently with these individuals showing up in the news cycles as being exonerated and the rest of this. Hold on, let me check this real quick. Because this is not good. This is one of those things that here it is. Actually, okay. So this is from 3 days ago. All right. So I didn't realize. I thought this was actually just happened, but apparently this was not too long ago. Anyway, so I'm gonna bring this up and we'll look at it. But I don't know. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think there's any kind of foul play involved here? I've got this archive here. I'll pull this up. This is from the New York Slimes. Let's go here. So Malika Shabazz, daughter of Malcolm X, is found dead in Brooklyn. Mrs. Shabazz was found in her living room by her daughter on Monday. The police do not suspect foul play, they say, right? Of course. But let's see, one of the youngest daughters of Malcolm X and his wife, Betty Shabazz, was found dead at home in Brooklyn on Monday. The death of Ms. Shabazz did not appear to be suspicious, said a spokeswoman from a city medical examiner who will determine the cause of death. So they haven't determined the cause of death yet, but they say it's not suspicious. Okay, there you go. Ms. Shabazz was found dead 4 days after a judge exonerated 2 men who were convicted in 1966 of assassinating Malcolm X the year before. She was found unresponsive on her living room floor by her 23-year-old daughter, who lives with her in the apartment and in the midsection of Brooklyn, police said. Mayor Bill de Blasio said at a news conference on Tuesday that there was no indication that Ms. Shabazz's death was a crime or as a result of foul play. All right, so there we go. So is it not? I don't know. But, however, it hardly matters because, they wouldn't say, right, they're still saying Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, if you get my meaning, right? So anyway, that's from the New York Slimes in a tweet that kind of that tipped me off to this, and well, anyway. So let's keep on trucking, shall we? 702-957-1037, and let's put this up real quick. Let's put that link up real quick. Make sure you guys have this stuff if you want it. All right, and there we go. As you guys know, when this stuff goes up to the podcast feed, all these links will be in the description down below. So I'll link them in the chat here, and etc. So here we go. This one's a little creepy. This is from New Scientist, and unfortunately it's paywalled. But we can watch a little bit of this video because this is wild. But anyway, black lava from this bizarre volcano could reveal Earth's deep secrets. What the hell, right? Tanzania's Oldonyo Lengai is the only Lengai can't do it. Is the only volcano known to spew out carbonatite lava, which could offer fresh clues about Earth's mysterious mantle. But getting hold of the sample is no simple matter. So black lava, we talked about black goo on Troubled Minds, right? Here you go. There's some actual black lava coming out of this particular volcano. So black lava isn't what any reasonable person would expect to find inside their cocktail shaker. But when you're holding it dangling over the edge of a crater in Tanzania, trying to study the world's strangest volcano is exactly what you want to see. Stealing lava isn't usually so tricky. Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's just watch some of this video because this is probably a better indication of what's really going on here. Let's take a look. This is... actual black lava.
This is Oldonyo Lengai, the only volcano on Earth that erupts as strange black lava.
it's astounding because you get in this conundrum of being completely overawed, at the same time knowing how risky it is to be there because we know so little about the behavior of the Nillengai.
8 Laxton from University College London went to Tanzania to study this bizarre volcano.
Although Nillengai hasn't been assessed, hasn't really had a physical since its last explosive eruption in 2007 to 2008. Since then, we haven't really got much of an idea of what's happening inside the crater because it's been inaccessible, 100 meters below the crater rim, and I wanted to know what was going on. Rather than looking at the differences between local Nillengai and other volcanoes, what are the similarities? What technologies that we use at other volcanoes to monitor them can we use here?
When the lava cools and mingles with the atmosphere, it turns a silvery white. Most lava contains a fair amount of silica, but Oldonyo Lengai's black lava contains, among other things, a lot of sodium and calcium carbonate.
So Oldonyo Lengai is unique in the sense that it produces these effusive eruptions of natural carbonatite, but then it likes to explode every now and then with a silicate lava. So that dynamic, that switch between effusive natural carbonatite volcanism and explosive silicate volcanism isn't very well understood at all. And those.
Okay, there we go. Just a quick example of what's going on here. Link is in the description if you want to check out the rest of this video. It's only 5 minutes long. But it is a little peculiar, don't you think, that there's actual black lava coming out of this thing. And it's not well understood. So, as usual, right, all the things that we don't know about this planet, there are many. And, yeah, pretty wild. And talking about black goo and all the rest of this, like we tend to do sometimes on Troubled Minds Radio, well, now, welcome to the Thunderdome, as it were. What's up, happy Friday? Hope everybody's doing well out there. And it is Black Friday, and we'll call it Black Lava Friday now. We've dubbed it Black Lava Friday. There you go. All right, so if you want to be part of the show, it's 702-957-1037. We'll put you on. You can talk to me and whoever else might be listening. And you never know who's listening, by the way. It could be, who knows? You use your imagination. All right, so let's see. What do we got? Time-wise, I think we're okay. So do this. Yeah, we're good. All right, so let's take a quick break and get a word from our sponsor, which is... Are you digging the show? If so, you can support us quite easily and at no additional cost to you if you already have an Amazon Prime account. Since we stream on Twitch every day, all you have to do is link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, and they give you free games on a monthly basis for your personal use, and also a bonus $5 a month to send to your favorite streamer as a way to bring more people to Twitch. And all you have to do is sync up to 2 accounts and click subscribe. Thanks for considering us. All right, there you go. Now let's look at this. This is one of those ones, right, where you're like, we've talked about this before about other planets. Like, we just talked about how we barely even understand the stuff happening here on Earth. Well, you should know it. That this is from TheVerge.com, and strange signals on Venus may be coming from an erupting volcano. Future missions will settle the matter once and for all. But yeah, so a new study adds to the growing pile of evidence that Venus may be volcanically active. A finding that, if true, would help explain how volcanoes impact planetary evolution and habitability across the cosmos. The research, which focuses on strange signals coming from a Venusian volcano called Idun Mons, is fueling excitement about future missions to Earth's nearest neighbor that will settle the matter once and for all. It's long been known that Venus is covered in some seriously surreal volcanoes, but is it impossible to tell from Earth whether they're still oozing lava today because Venus's thick and hazy atmosphere obscures whatever may be happening on the ground. Which use your imagination. What else is there? What else might be down there?
With the Lucky Land slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your trade people up right and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Hey guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun too. It's a thing. And now the truth is out there. I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun, Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from, with new games released each week. You can play for free anytime, anywhere, and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com. It is Ryan here, and I have a question for you. What do you do when you win? Like, are you a fist pumper, a woohooer, a hand clapper, a high fiver? I kind of like the high five, but if you want to hone in on those winning moves, check out Chumba Casino. At ChumbaCasino.com, choose from hundreds of social casino-style games for your chance to redeem serious cash prizes. There are new game releases weekly, plus free daily bonuses, so don't wait. Start having the most fun ever at ChumbaCasino.com.
It's let's see, now using archival observations from old orbiter missions and the results of experimental work conducted on Earth, a team of scientists is making the case that the 1.5 mile high, 125 mile wide Idun Mons has been active within the past few thousand years and is likely still erupting today. They won't have to wait long to confirm their hunch. Within the next decade, a small squadron of missions capable of detecting volcanic activity on the surface will begin their journeys to Venus. And this, well, like I said, if we have the atmosphere of Venus obfuscating the view of what may be going down on the surface, what else do you think is going down on the surface? Including, well, maybe there's life down there. What there's little Venus critters running around, little alien with googly eyes, right? Aliens and googly eyes, and maybe living underground and popping up to sniff the toxic air or whatever. Who knows? Who knows what's going on with this? But this is pretty cool stuff that we're talking about exploring the moons of Saturn and things like this. But well, there's Venus right there, and there's Mars right there, right? Let's get some boots on the ground over there and find out what's actually happening, if possible, of course. But yeah, I mean, at least some drones to drop down there and maybe explore some things, rovers, whatever, right? But that's interesting to me that, well, volcanic, possibly, probably even, and just like we always say, we're probably not the only life out there, right? It would be depressing if we were. Super depressing if we were. All right, let's keep on trucking. There's more. There's always more. Let's go to, you guys know me, how I love my space news. What's up, James? What's up, Daryl? How are you guys? Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for showing up. Happy Friday. We got this. We got Slag Tech Daily. Speaking of, we're not the only life out there. Well, astronomers discovered more than 300 possible new exoplanets using advanced planet detection algorithm. All right. So of course, right, in the old days, we'd have to actually visually see the transiting planets crossing in front of the sun, and the rest of that. So let's read some of this. UCLA scientists have identified 366 new exoplanets thanks in large part to an algorithm developed by UCLA postdoctoral scholar. Among their most noteworthy findings is a planetary system that comprises a star and at least 2 gas giant planets, each roughly the size of Saturn and located unusually close to one another. The discoveries are described in a paper published on November 23rd in the Astronomical Journal. The term exoplanets, of course, is used to describe planets outside of our own solar system, blah, blah, blah. Quote, discovering hundreds of new exoplanets is a significant accomplishment by itself. But what sets this work apart is how it will illuminate features of exoplanet population as a whole, said Eric Petingira, a UCLA astronomy professor and co-author of the research. Yeah, more and more, right? They keep finding more and more. So in the old days, we used to actually have to see it, right? Some astronomer would have to focus on the area and watch for the transiting, but now they just plug it into some algorithms, and the algorithms will do the AI thing and figure the things out and say, well, here's a bunch of planets you guys missed, right? Because people are lazy. lazy. You people are lazy. Keep watching, right? But anyway, so the paper's lead author is John Zink, who earned his doctorate from UCLA in June and is currently a UCLA postdoctoral scholar. He and Pettigura, as well as an international team of astronomers, called the Scaling K2 project. Let's see. Identified the exoplanets using the NASA Kepler Space Telescope's K2 mission. So, pretty good stuff. The discovery was made possible by a new planet detection algorithm that Zink developed. One challenge in identifying new planets is the reductions in smaller brightness that may originate from the instrument or from an alternative astrophysical source that mimics a planetary signature. Teasing out which ones are which requires extra investigation, which traditionally has been extremely time-consuming and can only be accomplished through visual inspection. Zink's algorithm is able to separate which signals indicate planets and which are merely noise. There you go. We got what do we got? We got black lava on Earth, right? That we don't understand. We've got volcanic activity on Venus, which they didn't think was a thing, and now it's probably a thing. And now we have, well, exoplanets being discovered like crazy. As this algorithm gets rolling, we can only bet and expect that there's going to be tons and tons more. So, we still think we're the only game, the only intelligent species out there in the game? Anybody? Test 1, 2. Anybody? I don't think so. I'm going to say no. No, I don't think so. Nope. All right, let's keep on trucking here. Let's get to this. This is the weirdness, right? More weirdness, more news cycles, more, well, covering up of dirty things. U.S. stonewalls probe into security firm that allegedly spied on Assange for CIA, said Spanish judge. And there is, well, this is from Yahoo News, speaking of the intelligent life. The Justice Department has failed to respond to multiple requests from Spanish authorities to help in an investigation into a local security firm suspected of being used by the CIA to conduct aggressive and potentially illegal surveillance of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. Do you guys remember just recently they came up with this, that they tried to assassinate him? There were plans that came across Trump's desk when he was president that they were going to accidentally kill Assange in a firefight of some sort, right? So this is the weirdness of this and the upside down world we live in once again, is that what does this even mean? Like, why are they doing these things? Like, is he really that big of a threat by exposing, like, corruption, you know? I remember that the biggest bombshell WikiLeaks stuff was, you know, friendly fire stuff, where they were, you know, actually targeting allies and shooting them and saying, oops, I guess that wasn't our target, right? Stuff like that, you know, like just horrific war atrocities and things like this. And, well, I mean, isn't that stuff that should be exposed if we're going to get better at not killing people, right? I mean, accidentally. I mean, anyway, I am not so pleased about it, said Santiago Pedraz, the investigating judge in charge of the case, in an exclusive interview with Yahoo News. When asked about the failure of officials in Washington so far to cooperate with this probe, quote, they have absolutely not answered anything yet. You surprised? I'm not surprised. This is exactly the type of stuff, right? And this is why, again, back to the UFO community stuff, this is exactly why it surprises me quite a bit about the Lou Elizondo stuff and, you know, the leakers that came out of the government that are kind of giving away classified information, right? I mean, maybe they're kind of towing the line, but I don't know. Like, this is how they treat actual whistleblowers, right? If they can't politicize it for the lefty-righty news cycles, remember that whistleblower that you couldn't say his name? Remember that? Or they're like, because they just highly politicized it, Eric Churumamala or something like that. But this, right? This is what happens to a real whistleblower, right? Somebody who actually has government data and sends them out, right? Gets the information and releases it to the public. This is how they treat whistleblowers, right? They come up with plans to assassinate you. They stonewall, probes into who's been spying on you, things like this, right? This is exactly how they treat whistleblowers. And so some of this UFO stuff that comes out that we talk about quite often, which we talked about last night as well, on TRILLIONAIRE Radio, is that this is it seems to me that there's two things don't seem to match. One is see how they treat Julian Assange, see how they treat Lugo Elizondo, right? It's two very, very, very different things. And yeah, anyway. So what do you guys think about this? Love to hear your thoughts as usual. If you want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037, and we'll put you on the show. Easy as that. Let's keep on trucking. Let's do it. There's more. There's always more. Let's go to this. Here's more. Speaking of crazy stuff, we follow this stuff for sure, right? CERN, right? The Large Hadron Collider. Well, check this out. This is from GimpFizz.org. The International Forward Search Experiment Team, led by physicists at the University of California, Irvine, have achieved the first ever detection of neutrino candidates produced by the Large Hadron Collider at the CERN facility near Geneva, Switzerland. In a paper published today in the journal Physical Review D, the researchers describe how they observed 6 neutrino interactions during a pilot run of a compact emulsion detector installed at the LHC in 2018. Quote, prior to this project, no sign of neutrinos has ever been seen at a particle collider, said co-author Jonathan Feng, UCI Distinguished Professor of Physics and Astronomy and co-leader of the Phaser collaboration, that will be FASER. He continues, this significant breakthrough is a step toward developing a deeper understanding of these elusive particles and the role they play in the universe. The fabled neutrino. Yes. He said the discovery made during the pilot gave his team 2 crucial pieces of information. Quote, first, it verified that the position forward of the Atlas interaction point at the LHC is the right location for detecting collider neutrinos, which is good, I guess. Second, our efforts have demonstrated the effectiveness of using an emulsion detector to observe these kinds of neutrino interactions. All right. Well, we talk about the world being a simulation, the universe being a simulation of sorts. What about pixels? What about neutrinos? What about micro, macro, whenever everything can be super big and super small? And it seems to mirror each other in bizarre ways. The fractals and all that stuff. I don't know. Maybe this is what happens if they open up that runaway vacuum decay. What's his name? Who described this? We talked about that. Was it Stephen Hawking? I think one of those guys. The runaway vacuum decay, which could open up a black hole and basically destroy the Earth in a matter of, a second or less. So I don't know. The Department of Energy and all that stuff, right, saying they're probing into other dimensions. Well, here we go with CERN saying neutrinos, they've detected them. Well, what happens? What happens when you get smaller and smaller and smaller? I don't know. Just kind of speculating here with you guys and wondering what the hell's going on in this weirdo upside down world. Right, let's see. James says, I'd be more surprised if we were the only intelligent species out there than if we weren't. That's depressing as hell if we're the only intelligence in the game, right? That's just, all right, let's get to a fun one. Fun, crazy one. Fun, crazy, fun. Let's go to Daily Beast. Speaking of fun and crazy, the Daily Beast. Lol, the Daily Beast. Anyway, Kim Jong-un bans citizens ripping off his stylish leather coats. Right, there you go. Got a nice photograph of our fearless leader, the Kim Jong-un. What do they call him? What's the term? Dear leader? I think it's dear leader. Anyway, North Korean officials have started confiscating cheap knockoffs of the leader's trademark outerwear after they got just too fashionable in Pyongyang. Sweet. Yep, there we go. Okay. Well, most of North Korea's 25 million citizens cannot afford more than the simplest garb. Leather jackets reminiscent of the country's all-powerful dictator have become the go-to fashion in the capital of Pyongyang and other cities, where members of the upper crust of military officers, government officials, and members of the ruling Workers' Party live and work. Authorities in North Korea are cracking down on residents wearing leather trench coats. Radio Free Asia, a U.S. government-funded news operation with extensive sources in North Korea, is reporting. They're saying, quote, it is disrespectful to emulate the fashion choices of the country's leader. Oh, dear leader. The crackdown comes as Kim approaches the 10th anniversary since he assumed power after the death of his long-ruling father, Kim Jong-il, on December 17, 2011. Since then, he's been photographed in fashionable suits, sports shirts, and headgear, often worn only once and never seen again. Nothing, however, has caught the imagination of North Koreans so much as the iconic long leather coats that make him at once a macho figure, sporting and prosperous, as well as a fashion leader. There you go. Fashion. Boy, there you go. This guy, she sure can wear a coat, can't he? Man, starting to get jealous here. I'm hoping, wishing one day I'll be able to wear a coat, make it look as sexy as that. I'll tell you what. But this is the way the world works in crazy places, right? And well, yeah, I'm gonna not go into my diatribe about these types of countries, but yeah, let's just say that it's unfortunate that people in Pyongyang can't be sporting these sexy coats because, well, the world definitely needs more sexy, doesn't it? All right, so anyway, where are we at? Let's see, time-wise, I think we're good. Yeah, so let's take a quick break. You are listening to Troubled Minds News. I'm your host, Michael Strange. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to... Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Land Casino. Cash prizes get delivered quicker than a guest registry.
In that case, I pronounce you lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
It is Ryan here, and I have a question for you. What do you do when you win? Like, are you a fist pumper, a wooer, a hand clapper, a high fiver? I kind of like the high five, but if you want to hone in on those winning moves, check out Chumba Casino. At ChumbaCasino.com, choose from hundreds of social casino-style games for your chance to redeem serious cash prizes. There are new game releases weekly, plus free daily bonuses, so don't wait. Start having the most fun ever at ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary.
All right, welcome back to Troubled Minds News. I am Michael Strange, and let's keep on rolling. Let's go to CNN, the most trusted source in news. And speaking of the crazy world we live in, let's go here. Let's see. New evidence where they think they may have what happened to Jimmy Hoffa's body. FBI may have new intel. So much, just a little bit of this video from CNN. Let's see what's going on with this.
This is another propaganda. of Mr. Robert Kennedy.
Jimmy Hoffa, the infamous union boss.
We were successful in getting from the Florida environment and meet springs.
Are we today closer to knowing what happened to him?
This is one of the great mysteries of the modern criminal world. This is one of the great mysteries in mafia history. What happened to Jimmy Hoffa? Where is Jimmy Hoffa buried?
The latest tantalizing possibility points to a former landfill under a New Jersey bridge, the Pulaski Skyway just outside of Manhattan. His disappearance.
Are you afraid this is Jimmy Hoffa?
Becoming the stuff of legend depicted in recent films like The Irishman. The murder portrayed as a setup by mobsters who wanted the tough-as-nails union boss out of the way.
Let's get out of here.
And older films like 1992's Hoffa that assumes his murder was in the parking lot at the suburban Detroit restaurant where Hoffa was last seen alive on July 30th, 1975.
Mr. Hoffa? Yeah, that's right.
Both scenarios contested, and just where is his body? For decades, a near national obsession.
The body, officials believe, was disposed of in an industrial waste incinerator.
Could this be Jimmy Hoffa's grave? The FBI once again digging for answers.
That wasn't. Neither were several locations around Detroit. A backyard, a horse farm, a suburban home. Underneath the old New York Giants Stadium was discounted by investigators. The search found another dead end in the Florida Everglades. Where is Jimmy Hoffa? Now part of American lore.
The FBI reportedly searched the...
Okay. I draw the line at Seth Meyers. Nope, not doing it. All right, so anyway, Jimmy Hoffa, a new lead, maybe underwater in a landfill, under a bridge. Yeah, well, he may as well be on Venus because they're never going to find this guy, right? Pretty wacky stuff. What's up, Rivers? I see there. They were all asked to use his haircut as an example. Now they can't dress like him. They have to make up their mind. Yeah, talking about Kim Jong-un and the sexy coat. Yeah. So again, back to the crazy world we live in with Kim Jong-un, the sexy coat, and then back to Jimmy Hoffa. And what in the world is this? So I don't know. Do you guys think they'll ever find this guy? It's been right again since 1975. They said when he was murdered, or when he disappeared, he vanished, and this is what happens, right? This is what happens when you stand up to whatever it is, to pressure, to money. When you stand up to, I don't have to say it. You guys know exactly what I'm thinking. So some things you don't have to say. But here we go. Do you think they'll ever find this guy? The body, Jimmy Hoffa? Yeah. Well, I guess we'll find out. In due time, won't we? All right, let's keep on trucking. More here. If you guys want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037, troubledminds.org. Click the Discord link and we'll join the show. Easy as that. The cough button. Okay, here we go. Let's keep on rolling here. There's more. Always more. Let's go to this. Let's go to Newsweek. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Everybody remember how Nikola Tesla and people say free energy and all the rest of this? Well, maybe, just maybe, let's see what happens. If we don't have the vacuum decay from CERN and the black hole opening up, maybe we can burn ourselves up with an artificial sun. How about this? Artificial sun, which could create almost limitless clean energy, breaks plasma record. Sweet. The aim of researchers to bring nuclear fusion, the process that powers the stars, down to Earth has been bolstered after the Korea Institute of Fusion Energy's Korea Superconducting Tokamak Advanced Research Reactor maintained superhot plasma within a magnetic field for 30 seconds. That would be the KSTAR. The achievement is a step forward in science's desire to harness the fusion that occurs at the heart of the sun and reproduce it on Earth in a controlled manner. Should it succeed, fusion power will provide a world with a safe, sustainable, environmentally responsible, and abundant source of energy. Fusion is almost the reverse of nuclear fission, which powers the world's nuclear reactors. Whereas fission consists of breaking apart of heavy atoms such as uranium, fusion involves the smashing together of light atoms to make heavier atoms and energy. Fusion is a cleaner process as it creates no radioactive waste and proceeds with light and abundant materials such as hydrogen, which can be obtained from seawater rather than expensive and rare elements such as uranium or plutonium. Theoretically, 1 liter of water could provide enough raw material for fusion to produce as much energy as the combustion of 300 liters of oil. Nuclear fusion devices such as K-STAR, known as tokamaks, replicate plasma, a state of matter created under the massive gravitational pressure and intense heat of stars like the sun. Well, is this where we're headed? Is this? I've read stuff too in the past about China having an already working artificial sun. So I think this is the bizarre stuff. So is this like an actual breakthrough, or is there like an underground, basement sort of secret laboratory where they've done these things already? I don't know. Again, you can't really trust anything coming out of the media, and even in academic circles, I'm sure a lot of stuff gets hidden or covered up or whatever, because they're probably doing stuff they shouldn't do. I don't know. Like you tell me, as always, right? Money rules the day, and corruption is corruption, and yeah, well, do you really think if they were able to pop this, that the big oil cartels would allow this anyway? I don't know. Back to that whole climate. Who's the criminals here, right? The big oil, or the big oil conspiracy, or the climate cabal, right? Well, wouldn't this solve all the problems? For some people, but not for others, and that's the thing, isn't it? That is the thing. So, yep, love to hear your thoughts. We're just kind of talking about the news, and it's Black Friday, and, well, it's Black Oil Friday, Black Lava Friday, because why the hell not? 702-957-1037, troubledminds.org. Click the Discord link. Let's keep on trucking, shall we? Back to New Scientist, and this is talking about runaway vacuum decay. We've talked about this quite a bit here and there on Troubled Minds Radio, and how the Large Hadron Collider could open up a black hole that devours the Earth. Well, check this out. Merging black holes may create bubbles that could swallow the universe. All right, well, here we go. More theoretical awesomeness. The area between a pair of large black holes is on the verge of colliding. Could provide the conditions to create dangerous bubbles of a true vacuum. Well, I guess hold on to your butts. Large colliding black holes could be a breeding ground for tiny black holes. If we spot signs of these cosmic lightweights, it can provide proof of the fundamental nature of our universe. There have been hints in particle physics that our universe may not be in the lowest possible energy state. Instead of a true vacuum, it may be in a state called a false or a metastable vacuum. There you go. If any part of the universe were to collapse into a true vacuum, you know what happens. It would be the end. It would be the end of all things. So, I don't know. This is pretty cool. Unfortunately, I do like New Scientists quite a bit, but they have some pretty good stuff, but they're always paywalled. I can't even dodge the paywall. So at some point, I may just have to pay these bastards for doing good work. How dare they do good work that I can't access? Let's see how much is it? How much is New Scientist? I'll figure that out later. Anyway, all right, so pretty good stuff here. The true vacuum state of the universe, if it collapses into it, very much like the runaway vacuum decay of like the CERN opening up a black hole here on Earth. Well, this is the cosmic version of such a thing. And luckily, well, we have the universe being as old as it is, which assumes this hasn't happened yet. And it probably is not gonna. Maybe. I don't know. We'll drink some maybe juice on that one and say maybe either way. But yeah, we're just doing our thing, hanging out, kicking it, talking about the news and everything else. What do you guys think about this? And love to hear your thoughts. 702-957-1037. I see everybody out there. What's going on? What's up, Indigo Child? Says, Michael, there isn't intelligent life here. Okay. All right. I guess, as always, it depends on who you ask, right? It depends on who you ask. Here you go. All right, here's one that's dark. You want to go dark? Let's go dark. This is pretty wild here. It's from the New York Post. Woman with a spina bifida sues mom's doctor for millions. Says she never should have been born. There you go. There's some darkness for you. An English woman with spina bifida is suing her mother's former doctor for millions of dollars in healthcare costs and damages, claiming that she should have never been born. Evie Toombs, a 20-year-old equestrian show jumper from Lincolnshire, is using her mother's general practitioner, Dr. Philip Mitchell, for wrongful conception. Oh, sorry, suing for wrongful conception after he allegedly failed to advise her mother to take folic acid supplements before getting pregnant that she claims resulted in her birth defect, according to the Telegraph. Toombs was diagnosed with, this is a really long word I can't say, after her birth in November 2001, a neural tube defect to her spine. Her bones never properly developed along her spinal cord, causing permanent disability. She claims that her mother never would have had her if the doctor had informed her that she needed to take folic acid supplements to minimize the chances of the defect affecting her baby. Her attorney, Susan Rodway, told the UK High Court judge that Toombs was suing for, quote, having been born in a damaged state and wants to recover millions of dollars needed to cover the costs of living with her condition. Mitchell was denied any liability and has countered that he gave Caroline Toombs reasonable advice, although it is common practice to advise potential mothers to take the supplement before conceiving and through the first 12 weeks of pregnancy, the Telegraph reported. His attorney argued that it is his practice to advise prospective parents that 400 milligrams of folic acid, however, that if the mother had a good diet, his folic acid levels anyway are typically at a healthy level and supplements would be less important. Yeah, interesting. It says she should have never been born. Pretty dark stuff. This is, I don't know, it kind of opens up an interesting question too. How much liability is there on doctors that are delivering babies? Because, things like this happen not just in the womb and the 9-month gestation period, of course, but in actual delivery, like delivery situations with babies having permanent damage from, or even dying from, who knows, malpractice maybe. I know that's a legal word, and there's a lot into that, but it is one of those curious things where, well, if this is allowed, it kind of opens up a can of worms for pretty much anybody to sue their doctor, right, for all kinds of things. So, as we know, my prediction here is that they're going to protect the money, and the money is the doctors, and they're going to smack this down and say, sorry, deal with it, and there you go, which is unfortunate, but, well, you can't time travel, can you? You just can't. You can't. That's one of the weird things about life is that time runs one direction. One direction. You can't have it back. At some point, you just can't have it back. But yeah, this is a little bit dark. Just that should have never been born. That caught my attention. Like that seems dark. Dark. All right, let's go to arstechnica.com. By the way, if you want to be part of the show, as part of the transparency process, and to make it hater-proof, because the haters don't call in because they're scared, 702-957-1037, troubledminds.org, and there you go. Open lines, always doing it with transparency of sources, and if I screw up, I'll do my best to admit it, and not only that, an open line, so if you like what I'm doing or you don't, you can punch the digits and say, damn it, Michael Strange, I don't like what you're doing over there. And I'll say, cool, why? And we'll talk about it. But anyway, ARS Technica, let's go to this. Scientists use seismic noise to image first 100 meters of Mars. We're starting to get underneath Mars itself, and that's there we go. That's the way it is. Mars wind creates enough noise to see what's underneath the InSight lander. All right, well, as we see some of the images of Mars, they look like the desert of Nevada. But anyway, NASA's InSight lander installed a seismograph on Mars, and the Mars quakes it detected have helped us map the planet's interior. This data provides the big picture of Mars's internals, how big the core is, whether anything is molten, and so on. But it doesn't capture the small details, like what the ground immediately below InSight looks like. This week, researchers described how they managed to find quiet periods on Mars that lets them image closer to the surface. The results, combined with some nearby surface features, reveal that InSight is likely above two large lava flows separated by layers of sediment. Yeah, very good stuff. Now we're talking. Okay, let's see. Closest to the surface, the regolith of Mars is formed by dust and rock fragments produced by impacts. It appears to only be 1.5 meters thick, although the researchers cautioned that the data on the uppermost 20 meters of the material is very uncertain. But 3 meters below the surface, there appears to be a layer of volcanic rock formed by major eruptions in Mars' distant past. Below that, from roughly 30 meters to 80 meters, these figures are pretty inexact. 30 to 80 is a pretty big span there, is another layer of material where seismic signals move slowly. The researchers conclude this is likely to be a layer of sedimentary rock. Below that are further volcanic deposits. The researchers conclude that the deepest volcanic deposits date back to the Hesperian, a period of widespread volcanic activity that ended over 3 billion years ago. The overlying sediment deposit formed while Mars experienced cold, dry conditions similar to its present state. After it consolidated sometime during Mars's Amazonian period, additional eruptions covered these sediments. Since then, impacts and Mars winds have deposited a layer of loose material on top of the volcanic layers. And there we go. So they're doing science on Mars, and there we go. What's up, Indigo Child says we should all sue our parents for being born. That also was a little dark, my friend. But yeah, okay. I know you're probably hopefully half in jest, joking, tongue in cheek, making it funny. I think maybe. Anyway, all right. So science on Mars. We're gonna find out what's going on underneath and down below. And I don't know. What do you think? Do you think we're gonna find some critters, little Mao bibs or whatever, running around underneath the Mars regolith? That would be pretty cool, right? The little micey things from Dune. That'd be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. So I don't know. What is this? Is this exciting? Is this meh? Is this whatever? I don't know. I'm looking forward to them finding life on Mars. Just waiting for like a little critter to run by one of these dash cams they got on the thing here. That's why not. That'd be sweet. Like, oh, what was that? I can't talk about that. Can't do that. Yeah, what do you think would happen, by the way? Just as a quick thought experiment. Do you think if like they were just chilling on Mars like this, having the camera up and some little critter ran by, and they caught it like very clearly on video, do you think that it would be covered up, or do you think it would be like international news like instantly? You know what I mean? I wonder. I kind of wonder. Like, we're so weird about that stuff with alien life and the whole bit, right? It's still like we have this block, this mental block about humanity being the only game in the universe, which makes no damn sense. But whatever. Who am I to say? I'm just an asshole on the internet with a microphone. And here we go. Let's keep on trucking. There's more. There's always more. 702-957-1037, trumpetminds.org. Click the Discord link. Let's do this. This is thehill.com. Yep. Just when you thought it was over, think again. 5 things to know about Omicron, the new COVID-19 variant of concern. Omicron. Weird. The announcement of a COVID-19 variant called B.1.1529 this week by scientists in South Africa. It was first detected, has sent government officials and financial markets around the world reeling. I see. The World Health Organization held an emergency meeting on Friday where it designated the new strain, which it called Omicron, a variant of concern, or VOC, a label applied when a particular strain is especially virulent, transmissible, or able to defeat public health measures. The Dow Jones Industrial Average suffered its worst single-day drop of the year, plummeting more than 900 points. In multiple nations, including the U.S., quickly imposed travel restrictions as the Omicron variant was also detected in Israel, Hong Kong, Botswana, and Belgium. Infectious disease expert Anthony Fauci said Friday the U.S. is rushing to obtain information on the Omicron variant, but emphasized that there is not enough data for immediate action. Well, that's good, because they'll just change your mind the next day. Anyway, flip-floppity, Fauci. There you go. Here's what's known about Omicron. Yep. So U.S. senior administration officials, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. This variant has a large number of mutations, some of which are concerning, said the WHO, which of course is the World Health Organization, said in a statement Friday. Preliminary evidence suggests an increased risk of reinfection with this variant as compared to other VOCs. Tulio de Oliveira, a bioinformatics professor at 2 universities in South Africa, said during a press conference there Thursday, the new variant is clearly different than past ones such as Delta. De Oliveira said at least 50 Omicron mutations have been identified, with more than 30 in the spike protein, the region that interacts with human cells prior to cell entry. Fauci said in an interview with CNN on Friday that the variant is spreading at a reasonably rapid rate. Flip-floppity Fauci, my favorite guy. 100 new cases so far have been linked to Omicron, said Anne Van Gotberg, clinical microbiologist and head of respiratory diseases at the National Institute of Communicable Diseases. Well, we'll just trust the science on this like we have been, and there we go. So, I don't know, this is pretty, well, like I said, this is never going to end. It was my prediction all the way back in January of 2020 when nobody was talking about this except for us. And I said, look, if this thing goes nuts and it's literally like a influenza type thing. Well, we haven't cured the common flu, right? We get a flu shot that's 6 months behind every year. So if that science can't stop the common flu, then what about this? What about this? I said it then, and what's happening? Omicron. What happens when they run out of letters of the alphabet? What's the next thing? Are they going to, like, Delta 2, Delta 3, Delta 5, Delta 7? It's going to sound like a Star Trek episode. It'll be like, all right, well, we got variant at Delta 9er, and, well, as a result, yep, it's CNN. Biden, good old Biden. I guess they woke Biden up to tell him that something's happening here. Something happened. So Biden restricts travel from South Africa and 7 other countries starting Monday. Well, this is where everybody needs to freak out and call him a racist because, well, they gave that to the last president. So fair is fair, right? President Joe Biden announced Friday the U.S. will restrict travel from South Africa and 7 other countries starting Monday as a new coronavirus variant has emerged. Acting on advice from the nation's top infectious diseases expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Biden administration will restrict travel from South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Lesotho, Eswatini, Mozambique, and Malawi. The decision to restrict travel comes as the federal government is still attempting to learn more about the new variant named Omicron. They needed to see more sequencing, but after discussing what they've seen so far, officials decided to halt travel from these other countries out of concern about what they don't know yet. Biden was briefed Friday on the coronavirus variant circulating in southern Africa, he said in the announcement. He told reporters later Friday at the decision, quote, I've decided we're going to be cautious. Oh, I mean racist. I've decided I'm going to be racist because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm sorry. Well, that's just the way it is. And this is why this stuff pisses me off. Not so clearly, let me just clarify. Racism is bad. I think it's literally one of the most horrific things people have ever done to each other, right? And the thing is this. Once you say that and clarify that, all of this stuff where you cast aspersions on people as being racist with limited data sets or even reaching, what you're doing is you're really causing problems for the real racism, right? For the arguments of how things can be changed or fixed. When you're doing things like CNN does, right, with all of the rest of this stuff, because you don't think like them politically, you must be a racist. You're literally not helping the cause against racism at all. You're more of a problem because people get sick of hearing it. People get sick of being accused of things like this when they're not, right? And so that's why this pisses me off quite a lot. Some of the stuff that they do with this. CNN, one of the worst. MSNBC, God, these guys are just. And I'm not defending Fox News; they're assholes too, by the way. But anyway, what's up? James says that they tried to cover it up, possibly classified as a demon, right? You mean Omicron? The demon Omicron coming to a variant near you. Dun dun dun. Yeah, whatever. All right, let's keep on trucking here. Let's if you want to be part of the show, 702-957-1037. Click the Discord link at troubledminds.org. All right, let's go here. Scientists produce, this is from Viz.org, scientists produce new antibiotics by gene editing. All right. Now we're in business, right? Now we're talking. Now we're cooking with gas. Let's file this under how could this go wrong? Scientists have discovered a new route to producing complex antibiotics exploiting gene editing to reprogram pathways into future medicines urgently required to combat antimicrobial resistance, treat neglected diseases, and tackle future pandemics. Nice. Researchers from the University of Manchester have discovered a new way of manipulating key assembly line enzymes and bacteria, which could pave the way for a new generation of antibiotic treatments. New research published today in Nature Communications describes how CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing can be used to create non-ribosomal peptide synthetase enzymes, the NRPS. I'll only say that one time because I barely made it through that time. That deliver clinically important antibiotics. NRPS enzymes are prolific producers of natural antibiotics such as penicillin. However, up until now, manipulating these complex enzymes to produce new and more effective antibiotics has been a major challenge. The UK government suggested that AMR, antimicrobial resistant infections, are estimated to cause 700,000 deaths each year globally and are predicted to rise to 10 million, costing the global economy $100 trillion by 2050. AMR also threatens many of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, with an extra 28 million people that could be forced into extreme poverty by 2050 unless AMR is contained. You will know nothing and you will be happy. And anyway, interesting that this is well happening. It's happening. This is happening, guys. What can you do about it other than, well, I don't know. Yeah, hopefully they don't open up a vacuum decay and devour the entire Earth. Oh wait, that's CERN. I'm sorry. Two different things. All right, let's look at this. This is as usual, right? The outrage culture. The world is so outraged, and so mad. This is from the Daily Mail. Yeah, it's called living in a big city. Seth Rogen faces backlash for privileged response to crime in Los Angeles after YouTubers said his cars were broken into and belongings, including decorations for his daughter's birthday party, were stolen. All right, so we got two celebrities with this Twitter beef going on. Casey Neistat, right, a popular YouTuber. You guys know who this guy is. You should anyway. He's one of he's been doing YouTube videos for quite some time. Millions of subscribers, the whole deal, right? Casey Neistat says on Twitter, so our cars got robbed this morning because Los Angeles is a crime-riddled third world S-hole of a city, but tremendous appreciation and gratitude to the hardworking officers at LAPD. Who not only arrested the MFers, but they got all of our stolen goods back. Right? Sweet. Justice is served, right? But, well, Seth Rogen has to say, dude, I've lived here for over 20 years. You're nuts, haha. It's lovely here. Don't leave anything valuable in it. It's called living in a big city. Well, here we go. These two extremely good-looking young men are, well, yeah, Seth Rogen, Casey Neistat, in the Twitter beef. And so they're back and forth on Twitter. And like I said, this is news. This is news, guys. This is news when two people get into a spat on Twitter. And they're like, nah. The clouds come out, the hisses and things. And yeah. Okay. Well, sorry. Apparently, living in cities, having your shit getting broken into, it's just something we should accept, I guess. But then there's this privilege and the backlash and all the things, and everybody's mad. Everybody's so mad, calling it a shithole or calling it that or this or the other thing. And then it's got privilege. You're so rich. Oh, you're so rich, and we hate you so much. Oh, hiss, the outrage. This is news today. I should have done the Kardashians instead of that. Anyway, that's what's going on in news cycles, and you already know. But most of the stuff we do isn't that. I just wanted to point out. Well, that's what news is made of today. Two rich assholes with Twitter accounts are like, oh, by the way, we disagree with each other, so let's just be stupid on Twitter. And, well, welcome to life. And there we go. So happy Friday to everybody. Like I said, it is a Black Friday. We're going to call it Black Lava Friday, because why the hell not? And we're also going to be taking the weekend off like we typically do. So the thing is this. We do Troubled Minds Radio Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. And then we do this show Monday and Friday at 3 p.m. Pacific time exclusively on Twitch. And then after that, it gets cut to the podcast feed down the road. So that's the deal. That's the schedule. That's all the things. I hope you guys had a fantastic Thanksgiving. Those who celebrated. If you didn't, I hope you had a fantastic day anyway. See how I did that? It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter what you celebrate. Have a good day anyway. And not only that, we have a show coming up this weekend with our good friend Algorithm on YouTube. So Mike in Colorado, I'm going to be on that show tomorrow, as a matter of fact. I'll put it in the Discord announcements, so the events, so you guys can know exactly when it's going to happen. I think we're going to do it at 6 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. We haven't ironed that out exactly, but I think that's what's probably going to happen. So I'll get back to him tonight, and I will put that the event in the Discord. If you have not joined the Discord, slap it in there. Join the Discord, troubledminds.org, click the Discord link, and that's where you'll get your notifications for this show, because all the rest of these platforms, the tech platforms, they pull the dirty shenanigans, right? The shadow bans and stuff, meaning that even though you followed the channel, like on Facebook, those assholes, they don't notify people when you go live. So the people that have followed you and want to see the content can't because they don't get notified you're live, right? So literally, it's one of the most basic things of running a channel or anything. You expect that people that want to see your notifications get them, and these assholes are trimming them out so you can't, so people don't get those notifications. But the Discord one has its own events thing, so I can put the stuff in there and it will notify you when we go live. So if you haven't joined the Discord, if not, at the very least, get in there, even if you're not going to participate, because you will get the notifications. I always put a blurb, even if it's not on the events channel, it will go straight to the general chat with a at everybody, so you get notified when we do it. But yeah, good stuff. So we'll be back tomorrow. So I said we're going to take the weekend off by 5th, because we'll be back tomorrow with Mike. Mike in Colorado. His YouTube channel is Algorithm, and I'll have all that information linked, not just in the Discord. We'll get that time ironed out tonight. Looking like probably 6 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. And then what we'll also do is, I don't know what else. We'll be talking about all kinds of whack shit tomorrow. So if you're looking forward to that, I am. It'll be not quite Troubled Minds. It'll be the Algorithm Show, and we'll just be talking about whatever Mike wants to talk about. So there you go. As we finish, yes, let's do this. Let's smash the button. Do all the things. If you like the show, please spread the word. If you want to support the show and you really like the work that I'm doing, I would appreciate that. Twitch right here, just subscribe. Rockfin is another way. Again, all the stuff you can find on troubledminds.org. All the links are there. Also, there's Patreon. There's all the stuff. And again, if you like the show but not enough to spend money on it, here's the thing: you can also just help by listening to the podcast feed. Anything Spotify, Apple, iTunes, whatever, right? If you listen to the podcast feed, there are ads baked in. Pennies become dimes, dimes become dollars, and all of that helps. So if you want to help, just put on one of the old shows you haven't heard from Troubled Minds, and while you're cooking or gardening or something, and it helps the overall cause. So appreciate that very much. And let's get out of here. Have a happy Friday, and let's do it. Let's play this. Let's go. All right. So as we finish, we're done for the week, except for the bonus show coming on Saturday on the Algorithm channel. I will probably I'll figure that out anyway. So if you want, looking forward to that, as am I. Do check it out. Join the Discord. Check out Twitter. I will post there as well, and we'll be live tomorrow night about 6 p.m. with Mike in Colorado. Algorithm. All right. So as it ends, thank you all for listening. Thanks for spending your time with us. The most important thing is your time and your energy, and caring. That's the most important thing. Caring about what's going on in the world around us. And there you go. If you want to help the show, you know what to do. Spread the word, all that good stuff. A super special thank you to the folks that have already subbed up to this channel here on Twitch, on Patreon, on Rockfin. To the folks that are doing those things, helping by listening to the podcast feed and all the stuff I just mentioned there. So appreciate it so much. Thank you again. Happy Black Lava Friday. Have a good one. Don't spend too much money. It's unhealthy. Makes you locked into the cycles they want us locked into. Don't feel the need to go buy things you don't need. All right, let's get the hell out of here. It's Troubled Minds News. I'm your host, Michael Strange. Have a fantastic one. We'll see you tomorrow evening, 6 p.m. Pacific approximately. I'll nail that down and let you know. Have a great one, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I'm out of here. Peace.
If I'm having a great reading, and I know that's what's going on, I'm waiting to stop. I'm not going to bear people irritably.
T-Mobile 5G home internet can leave you with slower speeds during its busiest hours. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Visit Cox.com/5G home to learn.
Discover, this is Daniela.
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great, but with Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Do you like asparagus and mushroom sorbet? I've got leftovers.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cash back. It pays to Discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, PLC.
But I think the development of full artificial intelligence will spell the end of the human race.
Somebody is checking it out. I'm glad the Pentagon did it, because if it posed a threat, I don't think it won't.
Well, the craft generates its own gravitational field.
The internet has become the command center for criminals and terrorists.
They won't let it happen. That's what we're expecting to say. Roswell, Area 51, alien kept deep under the ground.
It's so sorry. You're here for a reason. You're listening to Troubled Minds Radio. Broadcasting live from the city of Boca, just off the extraterrestrial highway. Somewhere in the desert sands outside of Las Vegas. Somewhere in space time, loosely labeled Generation X, like Earth. They're asking questions of you. Earnest. Into the digital universe.
Good evening and welcome to Troubled Minds Radio. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and hello to all of you whom we also have Troubled Minds. What's up? It is go time. This is the show where we get together Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific, and we talk about all the things we're not allowed to talk about. You know what those things are: aliens, conspiracy, paranormal, the government, academia, 24-hour news cycle, propaganda, and the general feeling that we live in the upside down. We are live as usual and taking your phone calls and reading all the chat. We're streaming on Rockfin, D-Live, YouTube, and Twitter, and of course we're broadcasting live on the Fringe FM. And well, tonight we've got a little bit of time travel for you. If you're into that, if you're not, well, maybe we can change your minds. There seems to be a whole lot of time travel stories out there, and a whole lot of them seem to be a whole lot of BS, right? TikTok time travelers we've talked about in the past, and all kinds of pretty weird things. However, well, we'll get to time travel in a bit, but let's do the housekeeping, get to this other stuff first, things that we need to know about this show. And in particular, like I said, it is live. We're streaming on all these different platforms, watching the chat in all of them, and trying to keep up with you, because of course, we got people listening all over the world, and I'm honored by that. Thank you for being part of this and spending your time with us. And well, as part of that, I'm going to try and keep up with all the chat, read as much as I can. So I am reading chat in all the places and trying to incorporate your thoughts and ideas into the show as we go, because this is more of a crowdsourced sort of situation. This is more of a show where we get together and share ideas and maybe collectively come up with a narrative and some questions to ask, and that's what this is all about. So as a result, we are live, as I said, and taking your phone calls at 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. You can reach us at that phone number and also troubledminds.org. Click the Discord link at the website. We'll put you on in the Discord with all the rest of us, and of course we can get you on the show that way as well. Just jump in the caller queue and unmute your mic when you're over there, and we'll put you on the show. Easy as that. So a couple other things. We do have another Discord running over on Fringe. So go to fringe.fm/chat and we'll give you a direct invite. And Discord, of course, is a chat client. It's a voice client. It's a place to share links and ideas and photographs and all the rest of that stuff. And the best part is internationals can use it to communicate, which, again, the 702 area code is from Las Vegas, where I'm streaming. And if you don't like the long distance stuff and you're international, well, Discord is absolutely free, 100% free, as long as you have an internet connection. So there we go. Also, let's see, fringe.fm/chat. Join that Discord as well. Same program, 2 different chat rooms. I'm watching all of them because I have eyes in the back of my head. Basically, I've heard people claim I'm an android, I'm an alien, all these other things. Not quite. I just have eyes in the back of my head, so take that for what it's worth. Take it for what you will, anyway. All right, so, and one final thing is the easiest way to listen to Troubled Minds is at precisely 7:05 or 7:06, somewhere right in that pocket there. Just smash the play button on the Fringe app. You can download that at any app store, of course, iTunes and Android, and that's what's going on. So I think that sums it up. I think that gets us to where we need to be. And well, yeah. So a lot of news today, a lot of stuff coming out. Shout out to Matt in California out there for in part inspiring this show by sharing links in the Discord, and lots of other folks out there as well sharing links constantly and giving me ideas to talk about amazing things, and that's what we're going to do tonight. So so we'll start with this other one first, all right? But then we'll get to Nikola Tesla tonight. We'll get to his time travel story, which, by the way, if you didn't know, Tesla, the original Tesla, not Elon Musk and the Tesla cars and Tesla trucks. No, the original Tesla, he actually has a time travel story. If we haven't heard, well, we'll get to that. So, but let's begin here. Let's start with this tonight. Let's go to SciTech Daily. All right, and we'll start exactly with this. Now, this one kind of blew my mind a little bit. So we'll start here. We'll get to Nikola Tesla. We'll talk about the death ray. We'll talk about, of course, the FOIA that released the Nikola Tesla papers today, which were in the last couple of days anyway, if you guys didn't hear about that. All kinds of good stuff happening there. And, of course, we'll get to the Tesla time travel story. But let's begin with SciTech Daily. This is the one that will also probably blow your mind. The headline is this: Time reversal phenomenon. In the quantum realm, not even time flows, as you might expect. All right, and we've talked about this in the past, actually, how maybe parallel dimensions, the laws of physics possibly break down and don't actually react the way you would expect them to, okay? Because for whatever reason, kind of the polarity of things with, a positive and negative charge and batteries and things like this, electromagnetic fields. And, well, all the rest of this, it seems like if you have two universes next to each other, two parallel universes of string theory, of course, that maybe one of those parallel universes, clearly not ours, because we operate on the Newtonian physics or the Einsteinian physics as we know, but the one universe over might actually have time running backwards, and all of the actual laws of physics as we know them be completely upside down, the literal upside down, as it were. Okay, so then we go, so there we go, there's one idea. We've talked about that in the past, all right? But this is a little different. Now, think of it this way. All right, let's just read some of this article, and then we'll get to me rambling. I got plenty of time to ramble, but here we go. A new study shows the boundary between time moving forward and backward may blur in quantum mechanics. A team of physicists at the universities of Bristol, Vienna, and the Balearic Islands and the Institute for Quantum Optics and Quantum Information has shown how quantum systems can simultaneously evolve along two opposite time arrows, both forward and backward in time. The study published in the latest issue of Communications Physics necessitates a rethink of how the flow of time is understood and represented in contexts where quantum laws play a crucial role. Uh-oh. Yep, for centuries, philosophers and physicists have been pondering the existence of time. Yet in the classical world, our experience seems to extinguish any doubt that time exists and goes on. Indeed, in nature, processes tend to evolve spontaneously from states with less disorder to states with more disorder, and this propensity can be used to identify an arrow of time. In physics, of course, this is described in terms of entropy, which is the physical quantity defining the amount of disorder in a system. All right, you got all that? Now this is where we begin tonight. This seems a little strange. Now, of course, the quantum world is it's tiny, right? So we are made up of the quantum world. Okay, they talk about in this article the classical world, which is us, right? It's the macro world. It's where we exist in this time frame, this human perception, consciousness, whatever this is, right? And we've talked about consciousness a lot on this show. And if there is, or not time, let's say about reality, if there's an actual objective reality, or if all of this, whatever we see around us, so you hearing me right now through this digital darkness that goes out and digitized, and my voice comes through the microphone and finds you wherever you're at right now, all of this reality may or may not even be as we expect, meaning that subjectively, the human brain tries to put together a coherent narrative, all right, a coherent picture of a reality so we can understand it and live in it and even thrive in it, okay? But it doesn't necessarily mean that the human perception of whatever this is, whatever reality is, it does not mean the human perception of this is accurate at all. It just means it's filtered through a human lens of sorts, right? Through our brain and through our experiences and through time as we experience that. And so the weird part here is that not only do we have this, well, quantum sort of flux, I guess you could call it a flux phase of things moving back and forth in time. So okay, it's just quantum physics. I know, like a lot of folks, this makes your eyes glaze over, but the quantum world is pretty incredible. There's a lot going on with it. There's something called superposition, where a particle, the wave-particle duality bit, where superposition could actually be sitting in a spot where they can do both, depending on whichever is needed next. And also kind of highlighted by the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which of course is just the exact same thing, when you can't actually ever predict where a particle will be in a particular moment, because it's always bouncing around, sort of teleporting. And so you have some of this stuff happening in the quantum world, right? So not only do you have these particles that kind of won't stay still, they're just bouncing all over the place. We can't even measure them, and then once we do, sometimes they're particles, sometimes they're waves. We have all kinds of this weird stuff happening with photons and the rest of this in the quantum world. But this is the weird part. It gets even more weird than that. So think of it in terms of us, right? So just, touch your arm. That's the quantum world, except, well, you just can't see it. It's operating inside of us, inside of everything in the universe at all times, as far as we're aware, according to the quantum physics as we understand it. But all these particles are not static. They are constantly on the move, and again, until you measure them, you don't even know if it's a wave or a particle. And so again, you have this super weirdness happening, this superposition. You have the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and then now let's add this on top of all of that, which of course means that not only do we have these particles that can attain this superposition until measured, of course, and then they have to decide one or the other, which again leads us to the possibility of a matrix-like world, right? Like an actual world where we live in a simulation, because the computer hasn't decided what it's going to do with the pixels yet until we observe them, and then they decide, right? Maybe something like this. So all of that aside, right? Other than the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, superposition, and these particles just bouncing around, it's in us. It's in everything. The desk, the chair, the tree, even the rock, as Yoda said in Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, it's like the force, right? The force flows within you, right? Except the force in this case is this quantum world, and it's this is what we're made up of. It's what everything's made up of. Now, if we're talking about these quantum particles, and they bounce all over the place like this, and they're very hard to measure because of this instability, I guess you could say, at least according to the classical world, the realm that we live in, this larger macro world. Now you go to this SciTech Daily, and you look at what's actually happening with not just these things bouncing around. Now they're kind of flowing back and forth freely in time. In time, people. In time. Yes, like time travel time. But it is wild what's going on with this. Okay, so now, so think of the quantum world as it exists, as we understand it now. There's all that happening, but now let's add this wrinkle to it. And this is, again, time reversal phenomenon. In the quantum realm, not even time flows as you might expect. And let's get to the rest of this as this goes. This gets a little bit nuts, right? So Dr. Julia Rubino from the University of Bristol's Quantum Engineering Technology Labs and lead author of the publication said this, quote, if a phenomenon produces a large amount of entropy, observing its time reversal is so improbable as to become essentially impossible. However, when the entropy produced is small enough, there is a non-negligible probability of seeing the time reversal of a phenomenon occur naturally. All right? So what is going on? So we're talking about in the quantum world, these particles in small doses are not only moving forward in time like us, and who knows about the measurability of that, maybe they're actually moving faster than us and time traveling forward ahead. It's unclear according to this paper, but they have determined that at the same time, some of these particles in smaller entropy situations actually can travel backward in time. Which means, think of it this way, once again, we're talking about the quantum world, the entire quantum world, all right? Which is everything, which is all the particles of everything, like I stated. But the thing is this, if we already have this superposition and this instability, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and these things bouncing all over the place constantly, we can't measure them, we can't pin them down, we can't do any of this. Now add this to that equation. And we have these particles not only possibly moving forward in time ahead of our own time space in minuscule amounts, also moving backward in time. Now, this gets even more crazy. Now, here's a good example of this and what's happening. But, okay, think of it like this, right? We talked about the quantum world. We talked about parallel dimensions. We talked about wormholes and things like this, right? We talk about this stuff all the time on this show. But in this case, if this is happening inside of us, because once again, we're made up of quantum everything. The quantum world is the small world. We're in the macro world. We are made up of those things, all right? Again, the micro, the macro, all the rest of that. But the thing is this. Imagine if all the particles in your body are time traveling in slight amounts forward and backward. What does that mean about us? What does that mean about my hand right now, or my brain, or my mouth, or anything else that's going on here? Is what it means is that we are constantly in a state of time travel flux, like, right, in minuscule amounts, in different particles in our body, moving forward and backward in time. All right, now does that make any sense? Of course it doesn't, because quantum mechanics makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. And that's why this is pretty wild, right? So not only do we have all the rest of this stuff happening, now we have this quantum flux where we have time travel within our shell. The ghost in the shell, they say. Maybe the ghost is the time travel particles going back and forth. But anyway, listen to this. This is again from Dr. Julia Rubino from the University of Bristol's Quantum Engineering Technologies Lab. This is the cool. As she continues, we can take the sequence of things we do in our morning routine as an example. If we were shown our toothpaste moving from the toothbrush back into its tube, we would be in no doubt it was a rewinded recording of our day. However, if we squeeze the tube gently so only a small part of the toothpaste came out, it would not be so unlikely to observe it re-entering the tube, sucked in by the tube's decompression. Which means, of course, time travel. we're talking about time travel, and yes, on the quantum level and in small amounts. But if that's the case, and if every single thing in the entire universe, as far as we're aware, is built on this quantum principle, then we're saying that we are constantly, our entire state of being, our consciousness and everything is moving slightly in time. And you would expect, right? Because all these particles, they're all linked together to create larger things like us and the rest of this. However, well, all these particles are different as well. And so does that mean part of us is constantly in the future and part of us is constantly in the past? And it's changing and bouncing around like these ping pong balls, like we're talking about with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and the superposition and everything else? Well, I don't know. I don't know, but it is pretty wild to think about. And not only that, there's more to this. We'll get to this tonight as we go. But like I said, it kind of got me thinking in terms of, well, yeah, time travel, right? Because of course, not only do we have this pretty nutty stuff happening here, again, the time reversal phenomenon in the quantum realm. We also have that came out in the last 3 days here. Thanks again, shout out to Matt in California for sharing this in the Discord today. Well, the famous or infamous papers of Nikola Tesla that were seized by the FBI have come to light via a FOIA, which is a Freedom of Information Act request. So we're going to get to some of that tonight as well. And yeah, lots going on tonight. So we got some time travel stuff to talk about. We got Nikola Tesla. We're going to talk about his death ray. We're going to talk about his time travel experience. You got it. He did have a time travel experience with Nikola Tesla. From his own words, by the way, this isn't a secondhand account. And, well, I don't know. What's going on with this? You tell me. I have no idea. I'd love to hear your thoughts regarding this as we keep going tonight. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. And yeah, well, the quantum world seems to be a crazy place. Uncertainty principle, indeed. Well, how about uncertainty and time travel principle? So not only are these tiny particles bouncing around, we can't even measure where they're at from one moment to the next, or even predict where they're going to be. Well, could that now be because they're actually time traveling? Yes, I don't know, right? So again, this is science. This is breaking news. This is from November 26th. It's just a day or two ago, and these are scientific papers that have hit the scientific world recently. And so that's the thing. So, given all of this stuff, what does it mean? What does it mean for us? What does it mean for time travel? What does it mean for things like, I don't know, let's say deja vu or the Mandela effect? What does it mean for the idea of a broken timeline? What does it mean for all of this? It certainly seems that, well, the quantum world is super weird. And what all this means is we probably understand less than we did yesterday. Because, of course, like I always say on this show, after you spend 3 hours talking about a particular thing, I don't think any answers seem to come to light. It seems like by the time you're done, you're like, okay, now I kind of maybe start to understand it, but now I just have more questions. And that's what happens on this show. So the question tonight is this. Do you think, well, we live in that constant state of quantum time travel flux, which would mean we're time traveling all the time. Of course, forward and backward in this shell. The ghost in the shell, well, maybe it's us, time traveling constantly. And maybe you can explain things like deja vu. Maybe you can explain things like ESP. Maybe it can explain things like the Mandela effect. Or, well, who knows? I have no idea. Like I said, this is not the answer show. This is the question show. And that's what we're doing tonight. So that's the questions there. And can all of this actually become part of a broken timeline or influence it or create it somehow or some manner? So we're going to talk about Nikola Tesla tonight, time travel, and a bunch of other stuff. And of course, 100%, I'd love to hear your thoughts. If you want to be part of the show tonight, you know what to do. Give me a call, 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. We're talking about Nikola Tesla, the death ray, his time travel experience. We are talking about, yeah, that's right, quantum tunneling, time travel, superposition. There's too much to explain. Let me sum up. All right, love to hear your thoughts on this as we come back. We'll take a quick break. You're listening to Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. Don't go anywhere. More time travel, Nikola Tesla, and you when we return. Be right back.
Life insurance. What's your excuse for putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think your work coverage is enough? There's a lot of excuses for putting off life insurance, but one big reason why you shouldn't? If the unexpected were to happen to you, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' tuition, and all the other bills? In a time of grief, the last thing you would want is for your family to have to sell the house and struggle to survive financially. At Ethos, we could get you covered in just 10 minutes, and boom, family protected. Rates can increase the longer you wait, so no more excuses. Take 10 minutes today and discover the modern way to get the life insurance coverage you need. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethoslife.com/audio. That's ethoslife.com/audio.
Hello, it is Ryan, and we could all use an extra bright spot in our day, couldn't we? Just to make up for things like sitting in traffic, doing the dishes, counting your steps, all the mundane stuff. That is why I'm such a big fan of Chumba Casino. Chumba Casino has all your favorite social casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere with daily bonuses. That should brighten your day a little. Actually, a lot. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com. That's ChumbaCasino.com. Hello, it is Ryan, and I was on a flight the other day playing one of my favorite social spin slot games on ChumbaCasino.com. I looked over the person sitting next to me, and you know what they were doing? They were also playing Chumba Casino. Coincidence? I think not. Everybody's loving having fun with it. Chumba Casino is home to hundreds of casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere, even at 30,000 feet. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com to claim your free welcome bonus. That's ChumbaCasino.com and live the Chumba life.
Welcome back to Troubled Minds. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and we are streaming on Rockfin, YouTube, D-Live, and Twitter, and we are broadcasting live on the Fringe FM. I'm taking your phone calls tonight as we talk about time travel, talking about quantum tunneling, talking about how quantum particles seem to time travel backward and forward. Love to hear your thoughts. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. We're going to get to Nikola Tesla tonight as well, because apparently, shortly after Nikola Tesla's death in 1943, the FBI moved in and seized all of his papers. They say there were two truckloads of Tesla's papers. All right, and if you guys remember this kind of goes back to, wouldn't you know it, Donald Trump's uncle. If you could believe that. So apparently he was involved in this process of actually confiscating these papers. Well, let's not say confiscating. Let's say the government took them for safekeeping. Well, all right, that's the way this goes. And so, some of those papers, right? That's one of those conspiracies that goes way back. And it's like, well, the government swooped in, they stole Tesla's papers, and what were they trying to do, right? What were they trying to cover up? There's this talk of free energy, there's talk of all of this stuff, right? And so what does this mean? Well, it seems that the government was definitely interested. And if you go with some of these conspiracy theories, right, there's the free energy, the Nikola Tesla stuff that gets written off as, no, he never perfected that, blah, blah, so on and so forth. The death ray, right, Nikola Tesla's death ray, which they say never actually existed. It was one of those things that was a myth, right, a fable, that this actually was never a thing and it was just a hoax or whatever, right? There was no actual Nikola Tesla death ray. Well, a FOIA release in the last week or so has actually showed that the death ray indeed did exist. Yep, we'll get to that tonight. And, get to your phone calls because we're talking about, not just Nikola Tesla, his papers, how they were seized by the FBI in 1943, shortly after Nikola Tesla passed away. Well, but then what were they trying to cover up? What were they trying to hide? What were they trying to seize? And talking about time travel. Because why not? And by the way, there's a nice tie-in here. Not only have these, the FOIA release exposed these documents from the government, so we've got three data dumps sort of things happening here. And we're going to get to that. I've got links down in the description. Links are there on YouTube. You guys can find it all there. And it's already there. Again, shout out to Matt in California for pointing that out to me today. I would have completely missed it, which is why I always say this is a crowdsourced show. We get together and we talk about these things. We share ideas. And, you inspire me. I hopefully inspire you back. And that's the way this goes, right? So that's the thing. That's what we're talking about tonight. Nikola Tesla, his papers were seized by the FBI. We're talking about his death ray. We're talking about the free energy bit. And we're talking about, he had a time travel experience. So, as we look at this quantum world, back to this from SciTech Daily, time reversal phenomenon in quantum realm, not even time flows as you might expect it. So, what are your thoughts? What does all of this mean? Have you heard of this Tesla stuff? Have you heard of the quantum world? Does it confuse you? Are you up to speed on this? What does this actually look like? So that's what we're going to do. We'd love to hear your thoughts. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Let's go to our good buddy James in Michigan. James Celsius, Paranormal. Welcome to the show, my friend. How are you today?
I'm good. Hopefully you can hear me.
Loud and clear. We're talking about quantum time travel, quantum tunneling. You're probably familiar with this from the recent movies with Thanos and the rest of that, right? I think it was Ant-Man that did some quantum tunneling to time travel. Do you remember this?
I did not actually see the movies, but unfortunately I'm not as familiar with that. But it's just a very interesting topic. So, I love this stuff.
Okay, sweet. So I figured you being a huge Marvel fan that you would have seen those movies. So my bad. Completely sorry about that. Didn't want to spoil something for you, but there is quantum tunneling in the second variety. But okay, so what do you think about this now? This whole thing we're talking about, this time reversal phenomenon, the quantum realm. Not only do we have the Heisenberg uncertainty principle with these things bouncing around, we can't even pin them down. But now we have the fact that they may be in small doses time traveling, influx constantly, back and forth in time. What the heck, right?
Yeah, there are two questions that come to mind with that idea, based on that idea. The first is, doesn't that mean that at the beginning of, let's say, what if this means basically there is no beginning or end to the universe? Because if you're at your beginning moment, how can you go back a split second even before that? Or if you're at the end, how can you go forward that split second and then come back?
The ends of time, the beginning and the end. Well, that's a good question. So that means at the very beginning in the singularity of the Big Bang, that you're correct. What if in a larger cosmic scale, this is actually happening to the universe? Yeah, well, I mean, it's expanding and all the rest of this stuff, but so the question is here, what happened before the beginning? And what happens after the end? Well, maybe the quantum world knows, because we sure as hell don't know, do we? Wait, don't know, do we?
Yeah.
What did we say?
Yeah, no, and so that was my first thought on this. The second is, it makes you think of the whole thought that every possibility is its own universe. Like every possible action, can lead to another universe or event or whatever. Does that happen because things go back slightly and then go forward in a different way each time?
Yeah, I think the implications here are pretty profound, because it means that time as we experience it and understand it is probably just a human concept. I mean, we've talked about this in the past, with sort of like the way time works is a flat circle, and right, some of the rest of these things, that all time exists at the same in the same moment, right, in the same quote moment. But I guess that would be a quantum moment, wouldn't it? That would be something to that effect, where if everything exists all at once in the same time frame, or at least in the same space, then, well, maybe this quantum stuff is actually those bridges happening just on the quantum realm. I don't know, man. On a quantum level, it seems pretty nuts to me that this is one of those things that we're still finding out. We basically know nothing about the quantum world. That's the craziest part about this. I don't know. What do you think about that ghost in the shell sort of situation? If we're made of these quantum particles, and they're always in flux, not just in motion, in superposition, back to the particle wave duality, but now also they're even fluxing in time, forward and backward, even at random, or who knows, maybe it's not random. That'd be even more weird. But does that mean we're sort of in a temporal distortion ourselves constantly, right? Like we got one foot in the future and one foot in the past.
Yeah, and it's so funny. I mentioned this in the chat too. How, in at least in the Star Trek that I know of, but probably in other fictional, quote unquote, fictional universes too, that there's a name for that, and I forget now who said it in the chat, but temporal flux. Temporal FL, that I'm not saying the bad word, so I'm going to make sure that I know.
It's got an L in there. I swear it's got an L in there.
It does, yes. I hope that comes across
clear enough.
Okay, but yeah.
So what is temporal flux then? At least describing this in a, let's say, a Star Trek sense. Can you explain what this means then?
I think it's basically what this theory says, which is that time basically is not the same. It's you going forward or backward through time. Sometimes even both, going forward and backward. Again, it's just a matter of we don't know how much or what kind of patterns there are to this. But that's basically the theory, which is really interesting. That another thing from fictional show is possibly being proven to be, or at least theorized to actually be real at this point.
Yeah, it seems wild. It seems wild that we are maybe in that, let's say, a temporal flux, not just within us, but that means we're sort of in that. I don't know. So we talked about, you've got a paranormal podcast, by the way. If everybody doesn't know, follow James at Selfie the Paranormal. Link is in the description down below. He talked about paranormal stuff 5 nights a week. Now, how does this change that? Does this mean that we're the ghost in a temporal flux?
I mean, that's the most interesting thing to me now recently is the introduction, at least to my mind, more so than, others, I'm sure, but to time being a reason for so much paranormal activity out there. And definitely, I would say that almost brings us one step closer to maybe someday explaining the paranormal. Not right now. I don't think we're there yet. But I think that is definitely a key. I think it could explain what they call residual hauntings. Maybe they're not even residual, or it's an energy field just copying something that already happened. Maybe it's more of we're glimpsing other times or other people basically in other times, and maybe they walk down the hallway a certain time every night, and we think it's a recording of them doing that, but no, it's actually them in their own time walking down this hallway at a certain time every night.
And we're picking up, so let's say they were in, I don't know, 10 minutes from now, right? So we would be sort of out of sync with their time frame. But in this quantum world we're talking about, having one foot in the future and one foot in the past, we would actually see them, even though we're not in sync with their time frame because of their quantumness jiggling back and forth in the time space. So maybe we are ghosts, which means that they would see us as ghosts as well, right?
Exactly, and that could explain also in a way that the cases where you see something or you hear something just for what seems like a split second, and then it's gone. If it's that short of if the movement forward or back in time is that small, that could explain why you might see or hear something just that, just real quick, and then it's gone.
Exactly. And so, well, that means that in this temporal flux, right? So whatever this is called, we're gonna roll with that because it sounds fantastic to me. The temporal, this wherever we're at in this time space realm of temporal flux, one foot in the future, one foot in the past, it certainly means that the reality as we know it is not like we ever imagined. I think we can probably both agree on that 100%.
Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, and I apologize to whoever mentioned that in the chat originally, and I forgot. Too late to look at it now.
That's okay. That's okay.
So yeah.
Okay, good stuff. Any other thoughts on this?
No, I'm just looking forward to hearing what everyone else thinks, because this is just brought up more questions to me. I mean, so great topic.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the call. If everybody loves paranormal stuff, and you absolutely do, because that's why you're here. Well, James here runs a podcast called Selfie Paranormal. He does paranormal stuff 5 nights a week, and go give him a follow. Link is in the description below. Selfie Paranormal. Thank you, James, my friend. I appreciate the call. Appreciate your input. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, thank you. And just so everyone knows, I'm going to be having Derek, the Night Stalker, on Friday. So just for those of you who are fans, as I am.
Nice, nice. All right, looking forward to that. I will not be doing Troubled Minds on Friday, so probably soon. Appreciate it.
Nice, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Have a good night.
You too. Thanks for the call. There you go. James kicking us off with some great ideas here. And what is this about? I guess the question is, are we that ghost in the shell, right? Are we that whatever is actually happening is one foot in the future, one foot in the past, in this quantum realm as time flows backward and forward, actually in small doses? So that would put us in some sort of temporal flux and perpetuity, right? So I don't know. There's some weird stuff to this. And how does it relate to Tesla, you may ask? Well, Nikola Tesla had a time travel experience. And the story goes a little something like this. All right. Speaking of time existing in all in one space all at once, it goes a little something like this. Okay. So Nikola Tesla was working on some project. Okay, he had set up, as we all know, the Tesla coil and all its energy and the stuff bouncing all over the place, the free energy and all the rest of this stuff that has been rumored that was suppressed and stolen by the government and all this stuff, right? Well, as we know, he worked with a lot of current, a lot of electromagnetic fields, all the rest of this stuff, right? And so then, on top of that, he ended up in a situation where he got stuck in some sort of, let's say electronic, sort of some current, some current hit him and grabbed him and froze him in that state where you know, if you get shocked when you're holding on to something, you can't let go, and so they tell you to whack somebody's arm with a stick, even if you got to break their bone to get them off. Well, he got stuck in that sort of thing on one of these contraptions he was working on. And not only that, his assistant actually came in and noticed it happening and had to save him by shutting the device off. So he may have actually died in that moment had his assistant not been there to save him. That's how this story goes, right? But then the thing is, on top of that, when he came out of that, he was rattled, shaken for weeks, if not months, because not only did he realize he almost died in that moment, but he also described that moment as everything. Meaning, you know how we describe, you know, these near-death experiences, how your life passes before your eyes, this type of thing, right? You experience everything in a moment. And, well, he experienced that, but it was not just his life, it was the entire universe. From beginning to end, all places, past, present, and future, he experienced in the same moment when he was stuck inside of that electrical contraption. And again, he probably would have died if his assistant hadn't come in and shut the machine off and saved him. And so, of course, not only did he have a near-death experience, it seemed like he had locked into, oh, I don't know, what do we call it, the Akashic record? He had locked into all the knowledge of the universe from the beginning to the end. And he still, to the day he died, he stuck with that story, he didn't change it. And he was also a believer in the fact that he wasn't actually creating the things he created, they were giving them to him, all right? There was some sort of download of information to him from some unknown source. And there's a quote there, I'll pull that quote up a little bit later, where he's describing whatever this source is. But that's what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about Nikola Tesla, we're talking about his time travel experience, we're talking about this quantum, this temporal flux, all right? So this temporal flux, again, like James was describing there, is the stuff of science fiction. You see this as a plot device in Star Trek, right? Maybe you get kind of bumped into the next time frame, and there's nobody there. You're on the Enterprise, but there's nobody around you. Well, because you're bumped out of phase, out of the time phase. You're still in the same space, which would be the ship, or the house, or the street, or the place you're in. But because you're bumped out of phase, nobody's there. Or only other people are there that are stuck in that same phase with you. Right? Well, that's what we're talking about. Temporal flux. Temporal flux. I don't know. Love to hear your thoughts on this as we keep on trucking tonight. As you know, taking your phone calls at 702-957-1037. Let's go to Joseph in Manila. What's up, Joseph? Welcome to the show. You're on Trouble Minds tonight. How are you, my friend?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Go ahead. What are your thoughts here?
Well, I feel like you've already talked about this, and I had my experience where I said I saw the whole world collapse in a flash, and there was like a core at the end of it. You know, I already went through all that, but what I was thinking the core could be is a dedicated server, basically like a source using us as like an organic what do you call it? Like we're basically like flies. We're just I don't even know how to really explain it, but it would be something that could survive the end of time. And if something could survive the end of time, it could collect. Like you could tap into it in the beginning of time. You know, it would just be there, you know. Like a dedicated server, you know. So like if we were going into a black hole and it's observing us or tapping into us, time for us is gonna slow down to nearly like it's gonna, or I don't know how it works really, but it's gonna change and it collects data from that. So maybe it's drip feeding, you know, all what's happening right now is just a drip feed off of the surface.
Right, so
meaning the surface in the
meaning that we're not,
that would be like the core.
Okay, the core. Then continue.
So, like, what were you saying?
Well, what does that mean about us then? So if we're able to experience both things at the same time, what does it mean about us in this moment? Can you get knocked out of in this temporal flux? Can you get knocked into another time frame? What do you think that happens with that?
I'm not sure if you could just get knocked out of your physical body, at least, but I'm sure there's a way to definitely see the future and see the past with machines and technology in the future. Like, you could definitely use your sci-fi imagination and do some stuff with that, I think.
Yeah, 100%. That's what we're at. We're talking about temporal flux, and we're talking about how the quantum world seems to suggest that this is not just a reality, but it's our reality. Pretty wild stuff. What else? What we got you on, my friend? We got about 1 minute left.
I mean, yeah, that's basically it. I wonder if you see, like, if you're able to see everything, like the whole world collapse and all that. I wonder if that means you're, like, tied to the end. And maybe I think everyone, we have to all be tied to the consciousness in some way, even though some people operate like differently. For us to make it and be this similar, everyone's like a Nikola Tesla.
Okay, all right, fantastic stuff.
Really
fantastic stuff. I appreciate it. Joseph and I, great stuff as always. Thank you for sharing your experiences. Thanks for sharing your theories. Fantastic call.
All right, man.
Have a great night. Thank you very much. There you go. Simple as that. Phone lines work. Thank you, James. Thank you, Joseph, for getting us kicked off tonight. We're talking about temporal flux, and not just temporal flux. We're talking about it in terms of science and how they've discovered. Yeah, that's right. That's right. At the quantum level, particles not only seem to be able to bounce around with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, immeasurable until measured, quantum particle wave duality. Well, on top of that, it gets even more weird because not only are they bouncing around immeasurable until we pin them down and actually measure, now we're finding out that, yep, these particles in small amounts with tiny amounts of entropy are able to travel back and forth in time. That's right. The quantum world is us. We are the quantum world on a macro level. So does that mean we are in a constant state of temporal flux? You tell me. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. It's 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. This is Troubled Minds on Michael Strange. More temporal flux, Nikola Tesla, and you. After the break. Be right back.
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess?
Haha, in my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win the top.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky?
It is Ryan here, and I have a question for you. What do you do when you win? Like, are you a fist pumper, a hand clapper, a high fiver? I kind of like the high five, but if you want to hone in on those winning moves, check out Chumba Casino. At ChumbaCasino.com, choose from hundreds of social style games for your chance to redeem serious cash prizes. There are new game releases weekly, plus free daily bonuses. So don't wait. Start having the most fun ever at ChumbaCasino.com.
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
We are talking about the filter of looking through your eyes and accessing your own computer. This reverse also feel playing or receiving memories, ideas, or images.
Broadcasting live from the city just off the extraterrestrial line. Somewhere in the desert sands outside of Las Vegas. Somewhere in a space station used for Generation X. I'm asking questions of you. First,
Good evening and welcome to Troubled Minds Radio. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and hello to all of you who may also have troubled minds. The show's live. We're doing this. We do this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific, and we do it on Rockfin, D-Live, YouTube, and Twitter. And of course, we broadcast live on Fringe FM. Taking your phone calls tonight, as we discuss. That's right, the temporal flux. Thanks, James, for the term temporal flux. We're talking about Nikola Tesla. We're talking about the documents that were seized from him just after he passed away in 1943. We're talking about his time travel experience. And does this all fit together? Are we as people caught in a temporal flux? 1 foot in the future and 1 foot in the past. You tell me. Love to hear your thoughts. If you want to be part of the show tonight, 702-957-1037. That's 702. So join the Discord at troubledminds.org. Click the Discord link and we'll put you on the show. Easy as that. We also got another Discord server running at fringe.fm/chat. Give you a direct invite. I watch you chat in all the places and trying to keep up with all you guys and all your amazing thoughts. And one more thing before we get going here, download the Fringe app. Go get the Fringe app on your favorite app store, of course, iTunes and Android. It's completely free and it's the easiest way to listen to Troubled Minds. Just smash the button Monday through Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific, and well, you'll get me, and of course, you'll get all the rest of the amazing stuff that's happening on Fringe on a daily basis as well. So, all right. So what we're talking about tonight is this. I see you, Matt. We'll get to you in just a sec. See you on the phone line there. All right. So this, right? We're going to start here again. Just reframe this as this. SciTech Daily reports time reversal phenomenon in the quantum realm. Not even time flows, as you might expect. All right, and so of course there's a lot here, right? A team of physicists at the universities of Bristol, Vienna, and the Balearic Islands, and the Institute for Quantum Optics and Quantum Information has shown how quantum systems can simultaneously evolve along two opposite time arrows, both forward and backward in time. And what that means is, just like I described, the entire quantum world is what we're made up of. Not just me, not just you, every object in the universe as we understand it. And if that's the case, that means every single thing is in a constant temporal flux because, well, these quantum particles are not only, as we described, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, superposition, and the rest of this. Well, the next step is they're bouncing all over the place. They're immeasurable until we pin them down and actually measure them. Particle-wave duality. Is it a particle? Is it a wave? All of this, right, was weird enough with the quantum world. But now, it's described like this. Yep, you got it. Small doses of entropy. If the phenomenon produces a large amount of entropy, this is from Dr. Juliana Udino from the University of Bristol's Quantum Engineering Technology Lab. She said this: if a phenomenon produces a large amount of entropy, observing its time reversal is so improbable as to become essentially impossible. However, when the entropy produced is small enough, there is a non-negligible probability of seeing the time reversal of a phenomenon occur naturally. That's right. Meaning time travel happens naturally in small doses in the quantum realm, all right? And it's constantly happening, all right? So here we go. Quote, we can take this sequence of things we do in our morning routine as an example. If we were shown our toothpaste moving from the toothbrush back into its tube, we would be in no doubt it was a rewinded recording of our day. However, if we squeezed the tube gently so only a small part of the toothpaste came out, it would not be so unlikely to observe it re-entering the tube, sucked in by the tube's decompression. And so what that means is, well, it sort of means everything, doesn't it? It sort of means that not only, well, is the quantum world even crazier than anybody ever could have imagined, we're made of the quantum world. And so if these particles inside of us are bouncing around, not only particle-wave duality, superposition, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, well, what about this thing? And these things are constantly time traveling, influx, back and forth, in and out, and, well, what does that mean for us? Are we in a constant temporal flux? That's James for the term, because I guess that's what this means, right? I don't know. So, love to hear your thoughts on this as we do this tonight. And if you want to be part of the show, one more time, 702-957-1037. We'll get to Nikola Tesla and the death ray in just a moment. But before that, let's go to Matt in California. What's up, Matt? Welcome to the show, my friend. How are you tonight?
Good. How's it going, Mike?
Doing very well. Thank you for sharing that Tesla article with me. It's one I missed, and I think it's pretty critical to the story tonight. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I always like talking about Nikola Tesla. He was a really smart guy, and he did a lot for science.
100%. And not only that, go ahead.
Yeah.
Continue.
I think he was really misunderstood. And I think he knew a lot of things that we need to. I like that they released the document because I want to look at what he was working on. I find it funny that they took it away. They were like for the safety of so no one his work doesn't fall into the wrong hands.
Right. Dr. Evil's going to pick up the Tesla papers and fire up the Tesla, right? Exactly.
So, I was wondering if people are working on, if they have two scientists working on his work now, and, they've had it, and they're working on it, but they just can't figure it out. Maybe he has some sort of missing component. One thing he needed to finish his, whatever he was working on, the free energy. Yeah, like one thing he just needed, one component that he couldn't figure it out. Something like that. But I want to talk, Nikola Tesla, he talks about the law of vibrations. He says it goes like, if you want to understand the universe, you got to understand vibrations. But all jokes aside, I want to talk about the law of vibrations, the quantum world.
Sure, go ahead.
So this is when Hermetic philosophers were talking about this, thousands of years ago. They're talking about the law of vibrations. The law of vibrations says that nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. Everything is always moving and vibrating all the time. So everything we see, when you see like a wall or whatever, we think it's standing still, but it's not. And the ancients knew this before the discovery of atoms. But when scientists caught up and found, atoms, and then they found the electrons, things around the atom, they started to realize that there's still space between those atoms. So, like I said, everything's always moving, and so the way that the vibration is what causes things. So there's like a difference of vibrations between like matter, like a physical, like a harder surface is harder because the vibrations are faster, and then even like energy and spirit has different vibrations, lower or faster vibrations. And then we throw the time thing into there, and that's where it gets kind of weird. But talking about like vibrations and things, have you ever like met someone you didn't like or been to a place you felt uncomfortable?
Absolutely.
And we call it bad vibes. Yeah, we call it bad vibes, right?
Right.
And then, where that comes from? That's really what it is. We're picking up on the vibration of the person or the place. And so everything, has different vibrations. You can think of things like incense and sage. When people burn incense, it's, cleansing. It's raising the vibration of, like, the temple, So that's why it feels so good. Or even crystals raise or change the vibration, have different vibrations and change the place. And so if you guys want to do this, just an easy little thing you do is called affirmations. Talking good about yourself. It's kind of like a mantra you repeat over and over. So you can say to yourself, you wish to vibrate with the energy of blank. So it could be, health, prosperity, love, a specific god or goddess or color or wonderful element. Whatever you choose, you just say it over and over again. You can, take a couple deep breaths, say it over in the mirror. Just try it out and say, I feel I wish to vibrate in harmony with blank. Fill in the blank with whatever you're wishing for. Say it 9 or 10 times, and see if the changes. See if you can change your vibration. Kind of cool.
Yeah, that's pretty.
But once you start getting into the time travel and stuff, that blew my mind.
Yeah, and that's all part of it, isn't it? So it is interesting. You stated that the ancients knew about this anyway. They spoke in terms of this maybe quantum vibration is constantly happening. But again, like you said, once you throw in the time travel mix, these things are actually phasing in and out of time as well. Not just our time, but it's slightly in the future, slightly in the past. Doesn't it stand to reason that maybe that whole frequency vibration thing, that like you said, the bad vibes, is we notice. Let's say for instance, I'm in a particularly foul mood today, all right, and let's say me and you hang out on a daily basis, and I show up and you're just like, wow, something's wrong with Mike. He hasn't even said anything yet, but you just knew it, you picked up on it, right? But is that now what we're talking about? Some weird thing happening on the quantum realm, in the quantum level, inside of me, that, well, I'm agitated, I'm nervous, I'm this, that, I'm the other thing, and so those things are vibrating faster, slower, whatever it happens to be, out of sync with what my normal energy might be, and you pick up on it. Well, now add the time travel into it, and I'm now not just maybe when I'm in that foul mood and I'm agitated and this time temporal distortion flux things going on, that maybe that's when you sort of phase into the next time frame, the next time slice. Maybe it vibrates a little bit more vigorously, if you know what I mean. And then just like we see ghosts, like we talked about when James called it, well, what if then you are now appearing in other time frames and they see you as a ghost? Pretty wild stuff, huh?
Yeah, I like to talk about this stuff, exercise your mind.
Yeah, 100%.
Make you think about things, because like I said, I like to talk about the vibrations and things like that. Nikola Tesla, and I like to talk about time travel, so it kind of just goes together. Now I'm kind of confused. I don't really know much about the temple book. But it's really interesting to me, so I like to talk about it.
Yeah, for
Thank
sure.
you for having that topic.
If you got it. Thanks for sharing the article. Like I said, there's no Nikola Tesla tonight without Matt. You're sharing the article in the Discord. So if you have not joined the Discord yet, troubledminds.org, click the Discord link, get in here and share. You never know when the stuff you share will end up on the show. Fantastic stuff. Anything else you got on that? So he did. Nikola Tesla was a big believer in frequency. What do you say? He said the three things: energy, frequency, and vibration. Didn't he?
Yeah, I think too. I think he was communicating with some like other dimensional spirit or some higher power, maybe. That's how he knew all this stuff. That's what I believe. And maybe they were trying to suppress that. There's a lot of when you start looking at Nikola Tesla and what he did. You just start running into all these like crazy conspiracies. I don't really want to go down because there's so many past the dark. But there's this one guy. What's that one guy's name? I always forget. Thomas Edison.
Yeah, Thomas Edison.
Yeah, so there's some dark conspiracies and things there. I just think it's interesting we look at it, research it, and talk about it. And I'm all for the free energy thing. So we gotta figure that out.
Yeah, 100%. And so notably, they did release his papers in the FOIA request that came out. So there's some missing though, of course, as you would expect, right? So they said that when he passed away in 1943, that they took 2 entire truckloads of Tesla's papers. And so on the FOIA here, let's go to the FOIA real quick. You can see this. It's vault.fbi.gov/Nikola-Tesla. There's 3 documents that they've released, which of course doesn't seem like it's 2 truckloads, but at least it's a start. And by the way, it confirms the death rate. Matt, did you catch that? And these I don't know if you read any of the documents or that article.
I read the article, but I kind of skimmed through some of the documents. Talking to y'all, so
yeah,
you can look at it on the computer.
Yeah, totally.
How's it work? But yeah, that's interesting. Go ahead and go with that. That's interesting too.
Okay, well, we'll get to the difference.
He invented a lot of crazy stuff, like stuff that you use to this day.
Exactly. And if that free energy got working, well, we're still waiting for the free energy. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's interesting is truckload how they just showed up. They're like, we can't let this fall into the wrong hands. We need it, and took it away. And then they released a little bit at a time. But I guess the question would be, why now?
Yeah, that is a good question. Why are they releasing these through the FOIA? Especially when we're talking 1943. They didn't even implement the National Security Act until 1947. And so they still kept this under lock and key until now. I mean, we're talking like this week. It doesn't make any sense. Clearly, there's a cover up here, and I think the conspiracy goes to 100%. What else you got, my friend?
Just want to say, like talking about Nikola Tesla, I know you guys do too, so just keep on researching. Thank you, Mark, for having me on.
You got it. Appreciate the call from Matt in California. Thanks for sharing the link. Thanks for inspiring the show. Have a fantastic night, my friend.
You too, good night.
Thanks a lot. There you go. Simple as that. You guys want to be part of the show? We're talking about time travel. We're talking about the temporal flux that, of course, is, well, all but confirmed by a paper that came out this week. And literally the same week, you guessed it, FOIA documents came out about the missing Tesla papers. Yep, not the Elon Musk Tesla, the Nikola Tesla. And as the story goes, he passed away in 1943, and the government moved in with Donald Trump's uncle, of all things, which kind of fits into a whole other conspiracy. Donald Trump is a time traveler. But we're not going to do that tonight. But in any case, right, it seems strange that all of this kind of coincided in the same week where they released these documents finally after they seized them way back in 1943. That the exact same time we have this happen. Yep, that's right. Time reversal phenomenon. In the quantum realm, not even time flows. So what does that mean? I think it means that we're constantly in a state of temporal flux. And of course, that means that we probably can't detect it, at least directly, like Matt was describing there. Maybe we detect those things indirectly through a sixth sense. And notice, just like he described, and he has a great point. Imagine you meet somebody that you've never met before, but they just give you a bad vibe. Right? What is that? Like it may be the way they make eye contact, or they avoid eye contact. It could be some social cues. But what about when there's none of that? What about when you just see somebody walking down the street and they give you a bad vibe? Are you picking up on this temporal flux that may be agitated? that may be moving, maybe so you pick up on it through this sixth sense, which of course you would expect to have in a quantum world, right, where this stuff is happening on the regular. Well, just speculating here, just drinking some maybe juice and doing our thing. Derek out there says shotgun in the maybe juice because but anyway, love to hear your thoughts on this. What do you think about Nikola Tesla? And again, we're going to get to his death ray in just a second, those papers that have been released, but we're talking about time travel. We're talking about Nikola Tesla's time travel experience. We're talking about the death ray. We're talking about how his papers were seized just after he passed away in 1943, and how some of those papers have been released this week through the FOIA. Again, why so long? That's a good question for Matt as well, 1943 all the way to now. But oddly enough, in the same week we get the Tesla papers released, we also get quantum time reversal. Weird. Super weird. All right, so that's what we're doing tonight. Love to hear your thoughts at 702-957-1037. Click the Discord link at troubledminds.org. The phone number is also there. You can find everything you need, Troubled Minds wise, right there on the website. All right, here we go. This is the thing. We're going to do this. We're going to keep on trucking. Let's talk about Tesla's papers, all right? And the fabled death ray. Now, this is a conspiracy theory, okay? This is one of those things that was never confirmed by any documents that anybody can prove or bring up, right? Well, here's one of those stories. The time Nikola Tesla paid for his hotel room with the death ray, this is from mentalfloss.com, and he was known for having he was a very peculiar guy, Nikola Tesla. He was a notable germaphobe. He was didn't like to be around people, didn't like to touch people, had very OCD, had things in all the right place at all the right time. He was one of those types of guys, right? So not only was he brilliant, he was also a little bit socially weird, as you would expect, right? That seems to track. And so on top of that, he lived in a hotel room at the Waldorf Astoria, right? And I think that's the name of the hotel. I'll check that in just a second to make sure I'm not fibbing here. But it's in this article I got pulled up. And so he would run up huge hotel bills because he didn't like to have his own place. He liked to have housekeeping and have everything just so. And so he was perpetually broke because he had these gigantic hotel bills all the time. So this is one time not at band camp, but at Waldorf Astoria instead, he actually said that he would pay for his room with one of his inventions. And that invention was the death ray, the fabled Nikola Tesla death ray. All right. So what he did is he told them, all right, I'll give you this invention. It's the death ray. Nobody can really. You shouldn't go into this box because it will actually, if you open it, it might kill you. Right. So you have don't do this. But it's yours. Okay. It's yours. So they took it. Right. They paid off like $10,000 or something like that in hotel bills for him because they were taking over the death ray. Well, here's what happened. After he passed away and they moved into the room to remove the things, somebody finally had the courage to open a box that was supposed to be the death ray. Turns out it was a bunch of spare parts just thrown in there and rigged to look like it was some sort of contraption. But it turns out it was non-functional and it was not a death ray. And so there you go. There's the actual conspiracy theory of the Nikola Tesla death ray, all right? Which is fine. We'll get to the rest of this in just a sec. But if you've never heard this story and you're into this and you're into time travel and you're into temporal flux, then you're in the right place. We're going to keep talking about this. We're going to keep taking your phone calls if you want to be part of the show tonight. I'd love to hear your thoughts at 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. This is Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. We're talking about Nikola Tesla, his death ray, his time travel experience, and yes, you got it, temporal flux. What does it mean? Hang around. More coming up. More Tesla, death ray, temporal flux, and you. When we return, be right back. More Troubled Minds on the way.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky?
No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Judy was born. Then Judy discovered ChumbaCasino.com. Now Judy's the life of the party.
Oh, baby, Mama's bringing home the bacon.
Whoa, take it easy, Judy. Chumba Life is for everybody. So go to ChumbaCasino.com and play over 100 casino-style games. Join today and play for free for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. ChumbaCasino.com.
Okay, round two. Name something that's not boring.
Laundry? Ooh, a book club. Computer solitaire, huh?
Sorry, we were looking for Chumba Casino. That's right, ChumbaCasino.com has over 100 casino-style games. Join today and play for free for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary.
Welcome back to Troubled Minds. I'm your host, Michael Strange, and we are streaming on Rockband, YouTube, D-Live, and Twitter, and we are broadcasting live on the Fringe FM. We're talking about, that's right, temporal flux. What does that even mean? Well, it means that not only do we have the Heisenberg uncertainty principle at the quantum level, the particle wave duality, and the fact that the quantum particles are bouncing all over the place. Well, now it turns out they also may be time traveling in small doses, forward and backward. Well, it might explain some things. It might bring some more questions. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. We're going to talk about Nikola Tesla, the death ray, finish that story, and keep on trucking. I'd love to hear your thoughts at 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037, and we'll put you on the show. Easy as that. All right, so let's finish the Nikola Tesla death ray story. Now, the thing is this, right? So he supposedly paid for the death ray with he transferred it over to the hotel to pay for his hotel bill. Okay, so that's how this went down. Nikola Tesla, again, kind of a germaphobe, sort of a weird, awkward recluse, clearly brilliant genius. But he liked to stay in a hotel instead of have his own place. And so he racked up really, really large hotel bills. And everybody knows he died broke, just like Matt said, Thomas Edison. You know that guy? Oh, that guy. But Tesla actually died broke because of these huge hotel bills that he couldn't really keep up with, even though he was brilliant and selling his inventions and all the rest of this. Well, it turns out to pay off one of his last hotel bills, he was way behind and everybody kicked him out. He offered up his infamous death ray. All right, and so the way the story goes is that he told the hotel, okay, I've got this invention, it's called the death ray, and it's super dangerous, and nobody should really play with this, but it's yours. I'll sign it over to you. This will be your thing, and I just want to be able to pay this hotel bill and catch me up and get me square. And so they took the deal. And so they canceled his hotel bill, and they were the proud owner of the Nikola Tesla death ray. All right, so it turns out he passed away. Again, rest in peace. 1943 is when Nikola Tesla passed away. So the FBI moved in, and they took his papers, two truckloads worth of papers, all right, which we'll get to in a sec. But the death ray turns out that finally he told the hotel staff that it was a very dangerous device. You shouldn't open it. Because you needed special equipment and the rest of this, and he would be there for them. And so the way it worked is when somebody finally had, after he passed away, when somebody finally had the courage to open the box, it indeed was not a death ray. It was a bunch of spare parts kind of rigged together to make it look like it was a contraption. It was non-functional, and it was, not a death ray at all. And so there's the conspiracy, right? The conspiracy is that Nikola Tesla invented a death ray, right? Because of these myths, right? These folklore, right? Word of mouth, hearsay, this type of stuff. And so in this case, right, Nikola Tesla with the death ray was like, all right, well, it seems like a really smart dude, kind of maybe conned him into paying off his hotel bill for a bunch of spare parts. But then also it really began that conspiracy theory that he did create an actual death ray, right? But again, if you kind of dig different corners into the different corners of the internet here and try and find evidence of the Nikola Tesla death ray, it kind of comes up empty. Like there's no evidence of it existing. No, even when they dismantled his projects and the government took them for safekeeping, safekeeping is what I mean. There was no evidence of an actual death ray, even though there was rumors of, because he had spoken of it and the rest of this, right? So there's that. However, now in this document dump that just happened, because just recently, again, this is from the vault.fbi.gov/Nikola-Tesla. There is documents in here, an actual memo from J. Edgar Hoover discussing Tesla's death ray. So the fabled thing actually becomes a thing with the highest levels of government. J. Edgar Hoover, of course, being the head of the FBI, and really the godfather of the deep state, if we're being honest here. Keeping a book on presidents and keeping himself in power for way long past his time. Imagine, like I always like to say, Jim Comey, good old Comey. Remember him, that FBI director? He thought he was this guy, J. Edgar Hoover Jr., right? Keeping books on presidents and politicizing stuff and airing their dirty laundry and the rest of this. Well, sorry, Comey, get on. Nowhere close. But anyway, so it turns out that the actual documents that were released, again, the links are in the description down below if you want to check this out and actually verify. Back to this article that described all of this as it happened. This is from, this is from Curious News. And this is the article that Matt shared earlier today. Download a treasure trove of secret documents seized by the FBI after Nikola Tesla's death. And so we have this, right? More than 300 secret documents that were seized by the U.S. government after Nikola Tesla's death are now freely available for download. And they got some notable things in here, some new revelations. The batch of documents made available thanks to the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, revealed the government interest in the so-called death ray weapon invented by Nikola Tesla. The papers also revealed that Nikola Tesla did not die on January 7th, 1943, as previously believed, but on January 8th, 1943, so they were a day off. And this is the interesting part about the death ray. The documents available at the FBI's website reveal a plethora of previously unknown information, which has remained a secret for more than 75 years after the FBI seized around 2 trucks of papers and documents belonging to Nikola Tesla. 2 trucks, 2 truckloads. All right, but we have 300 documents. I'm not a mathematical genius, but I think we've got some missing. Plot thickens, right? So here we go. This is, let's see, okay, on Saturday afternoon, January 9th, Gorsuch and Fitzgerald of Alien Property Control, figure that out, went to the hotel and seized all of the property of Tesla, consisting of about 2 truckloads of material, sealed all articles, and transferred them to the Manhattan Storage and Warehouse Company in New York, where they are now located, correct? So that's the story. And that's from these documents, right? Straight from the FOIA documents that they have on Tesla. The documents reveal the government's great interest in Tesla's weaponized invention, such as the death ray, a device that conspiracy theories claim to have existed for decades but was held a secret. After Tesla's death, the U.S. government rushed to take possession of his papers, documents, and inventions in fear that Tesla's will would fall into the hands of America's enemies, who would make use of the inventions and obtain an upper hand in the war. And yep, here we go. Among the jungle of documents, papers, blueprints, and inventions, it's interesting to find a letter addressed to J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI's first director, and of course, the godfather of the deep state. The document highlights the importance of an article where Tesla speaks of the death ray weapon and its crucial importance for future warfare, and how a country that possessed such a weapon would have a great advantage over its enemies. It kind of seems like Nikola Tesla maybe reinvented the Ark of the Covenant, right? A little box with a bunch of spare parts that don't touch it, so you're going to get shocked. Whoever holds this weapon will bring down the walls of Jericho. It almost seems like the death ray is not what you might expect. But anyway, J. Edgar Hoover actually had some interest in this, as did the government, and so there's how that story finishes. So he actually promised to pay the hotel in the form of his invention, the death ray, which turned out to be just a box of spare parts. But then we have actual government memos to, I say from, it's not from, it's to J. Edgar Hoover regarding the Tesla death ray. So, I don't know. There you go. There's to finish that thought up. If you want to be part of the show, we'd love to hear your thoughts on this. But we're talking about temporal flux tonight. We're talking about 1 foot in the future, 1 foot in the past. We're talking about Tesla's time travel experience. We're talking about death rays, the FOIA that just released some documents regarding Tesla and his death and his inventions, and finally an official document that mentions the death ray. So, let me hear what you have to say about this. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Go back to Joseph in Iowa. What's up, brother? Welcome to the show. What's on your mind, man?
Hey, so I want to make this kind of quick. You know, a lot of people have seen it, the Stephen King book. They made a movie on it where he goes back to save JFK.
I don't know the book, but okay.
And I think, well, there's always a guy there waiting, and he pops up at random moments. Now, I think this is because they might have that Tesla technology to be able to detect time travel. Maybe like people who hallucinate. You hear stories about people hallucinate military operations. Maybe their waves went off, but they preemptively knew that was going to happen, so they were able to catch you.
Ah, like the time police.
You know?
The time travel police.
Like, they basically made the time police, yeah.
Yeah, I love it. It was some sort of device that would actually detect these temporal fluctuations and actually nab a time traveler as they came back to change the timeline. Interesting, man. Interesting. Now, do you remember the name of that book? Anybody know the book out there? I'm not sure. I haven't read a ton of Stephen King, so I'm not exactly sure.
It's like a date.
What's a date?
It's the date of
Gotcha. So James Salcido, Paranormal, put in the chat. The name of the book is 11/22/63. Appreciate that, James.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, so there's always a guy there. So there's some sort of time police, possibly. You would expect, right?
Well, you gotta think where we are right now in technology. I mean, there could be tribes. You think of the Mayans, how they were doing mass sacrifices. Maybe they were beaming back in time and collecting that, you know, or, you know, I don't know how it would work exactly, but maybe they were in tune with that.
Yeah, I would think. So we've talked about this before, right? If at some point in the future time travel is perfected, you would expect there would be some sort of, you know, very much like Philip K. Dick's That Adjustment Bureau, where they would have these time cops. They would actually have them trying to keep people from going back and meddling with timelines, right? So, I mean, I can see that. Again, like in our current time space, I don't think we've got time machines. However, that doesn't change the fact that in the future they may. And if they do, well, that means they could probably come back here. And there would be catastrophic repercussions if somebody came back and were reckless with the time space, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was thinking about, like, how would they catch you? I was thinking, like, they would have to be able to see the energy, you know? Like, almost like an augmented reality. I think they have a game like that in this amusement park that I've seen, where, like, you hold, like, a pad, and you can see in the room ghosts and stuff. So they would have, like, some kind of energy. Maybe that's how, like, mold does, like, the perfect pattern, right? Maybe that's what, actually, that doesn't even make sense. I don't know.
Well, I think that's the craziest part of this, is none of this makes sense, and yet it seems every day something new scientific discovery comes out that verifies, yep, that's right, none of this makes any sense. so you're in good company, bro. I don't understand it either. I'm struggling here just to explain all this stuff. But yeah, fantastic. Thank you for chipping in again. What else we got? What we got you on phone, man?
That's it.
Right on. Appreciate it. Thanks for sharing. 11/22/63 is the name of that book, Stephen King. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good show. I watched the show. I didn't read the book.
Gotcha. Okay. Where can you find the show? Can you tell us? Is that Netflix or somewhere else? Okay. All right. Sweet.
Hulu or Prime, one of those.
Okay. I'll check it out. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, man. Appreciate the call. Have a great night. Thanks for listening. There you go. You guys want to be part of the show? We're talking about Nikola Tesla tonight. We're talking about his time travel experience. We're talking about his death ray and the Foya dump, right? But before all that, this story starts way back here. Time reversal phenomenon. In the quantum realm, not even time flows as you might expect. And what it means is, just to in brief, is that on the quantum level, well, we have this, again, Heisenberg uncertainty principle, right? Everybody knows the name Heisenberg from Breaking Bad, of course. That's where he took the name, by the way. A scientist by the name of Heisenberg was a quantum physicist who came up with the idea that, well, you cannot even predict where a quantum particle is going to be from moment to moment because they're teleporting around, right? So that's bizarre enough. Then you have this quantum entanglement stuff, which we haven't even talked about tonight. Albert Einstein called it spooky action at a distance, right? So you're thinking, okay, well, now we have all kinds of weirdness happening. We got these quantum things. Then we have the particle wave duality, right? Where on the quantum level, a particle can be either a particle or a wave, depending on the observer effect, whether it's being observed or not directly. And then, right, so then things are super weird, but then let's add to that, yeah, that's right, this quantum flux, or temporal flux is what we're calling it. Thanks, James, for the term there. And this is from, for sure, 100%. There's a paper that just came out, and here's the way this works. In the small levels of entropy, they say that these quantum particles can not only bounce around with this Heisenberg and the blue wave, particle wave duality, and all the rest of this stuff, entanglement, all that, but then as well, to make it even more bizarre, that, well, these particles can travel in time in small pieces of entropy, meaning this. We can take the sequence of things we do in the morning. This is a quote from Dr. Juliana Rubino from the University of Bristol's Quantum Engineering Technology Labs. Back to that. We can take the science of things we do in our morning routine as an example. Of course, we're thinking on a quantum level. It's just an example. If we were shown our toothpaste moving from the toothbrush back into its tube, we would be in no doubt it was a rewinded recording of our day. However, if we squeezed the tube gently, so only a small part of the toothpaste came out, it would not be so unlikely to observe it re-entering the tube, sucked in by the tube's decompression. And so it's not talking about any sort of known physics, it's talking about this bizarre, time travel. And the quantum particles not only are all this bizarre uncertainty, they also seem to be able to travel in small doses in time, forward and backward. Yep, that's right. And so it goes like this. The quantum systems can simultaneously evolve along two opposite time arrows, both forward and backward. You tell me. This gets more and more weird, right? Then, of course, let's put Nikola Tesla's time travel experience back on the table here, and think that, well, it seems like we really don't know a damn thing about the real world, do we? This subjective versus objective reality and quantum physics, and then of course the micro-macro, like Jesse said there with the fungus and the way it grows, sort of in the fractals and the rest of this, right? Everything does seem connected in some way. And it makes sense because, of course, if everything is built on a quantum level, in a quantum world, then it would make sense at the macro level if things, well, would follow some sort of pattern. And then, of course, we've got Matt called and talked about the energy, frequency, and vibration that Tesla talked about. And there's a lot of conspiracy theory going on. And oddly enough, a lot of conspiracy theory that's becoming conspiracy fact, including we now have a government document, a memo from FOIA to J. Edgar Hoover discussing, that's right, the vaunted, fabled Tesla death ray. So, let's get back to his time travel thing real quick. Nikola Tesla, he got stuck in some sort of, what would you call it? Some sort of magnetic field. All right, one of his actual devices he was working on, one of his experiments, he got caught in it, and it nearly killed him. And he was stuck, frozen in a moment, and could not escape. And it turns out his assistant walked in right as this happened and was able to shut the machine off and basically save his life. Well, what Tesla described after that fact was in that moment, he saw everything. Like I said previously, he was able to basically tap into the Akashic record, meaning, well, all the way, he was able to see everything from the beginning to the end in that one single moment, the past, the present, and the future. So, again, I don't think anybody would call Nikola Tesla a knucklehead. I think that would probably be a grotesque misrepresentation of who that man was. However, he's talking about that in terms of something greater. Like maybe he did have a peek into that Akashic record, whatever the universal Library of Alexandria has it, or something in that vein. So I don't know. There seems to be a lot here with this, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Still taking your phone calls and considering all these things as we do the drink the baby juice and consider all the weirdness. If you want to be part of the show, it's 702-957-1037. We got what's up, the mighty Rohan. What's up, Rohan? Are you there? Test 1, 2. Welcome to Trouble Martins. What's going on, man? Test 1, 2. Hello. 702-957-1037. Talking about this not quantum entanglement. If that wasn't good enough. We're talking about this temporal flux at the quantum level. What's up, Rohan? Welcome to the show. How are you, my friend? Your famous Liam Martin.
Hey, cheers, buddy. What the flux?
Right? Dying to make that joke all night.
Actually, it just came to me. You just said it just then. I thought, oh, I'll do it now. Quick, let's go. Anyway.
Quick, slide bucket. All right. So what do you think about this stuff? Like, what is going on in the quantum world, man? Like, are we literally 1 foot in the future, 1 foot in the past, and we are the actual temporal flux? What's going on with this?
Well, I think this is where we're starting to get the hints of stuff from, and sort of why it becomes like a golden age, the great unveiling and that. And I think James hit it on the money when he was talking about these kinds of discoveries that we're getting, that science is having to admit to. These are giving us hints into, as I say, starting to explain some of the paranormal. So when we get to explaining some of it, it's not paranormal anymore, is it? It's normal, right? And I think the same ties in with all the say water science stuff. It's like having that extra body. Are we multi-dimensional then? Okay. And I think this temporal flux thing, it's opening us up to having to accept the reality of being multi-dimensional beings. And I think this is where we're getting with it. Do you know what I'm saying? And because we've got the physical body, haven't we? But then we've got cooling photography showing us all got some kind of aura. That's like some other level body. China got Eastern medicines that are working with the subtle energy body. Got plenty of OBE reports somewhere. So there's another body there. So there's at least 2. Do you know what I'm saying? 3. And then we're looking at science and the universe and saying, what is more than 3 dimensions for all of this, stuff around us that we call universe. So it stands up to reason that there's going to be, we're multi-dimensional, aren't we? It stands up to reason, it stands up to Occam's razor. If all things are consciousness, which is another new scientific thing they're having to say, then, I think we're all in flux all the time. What do you think of that, Mike? I think everything's in flux continuously.
It seems to me that that's the case. And they say, actually, that if you can vibrate at the exact particular wavelength, that you can actually pass through solid objects, all right? If you control from your head to your toe, everything inside your body to vibrate in a particular manner, you will be able to pass through a particular door, for instance, if it's, the frequencies matched up just appropriately. So if that is the case here, that what we're talking about is that it seems like, people like to kind of crap on the idea that there's this stuff happening, that we could be dimensional creatures ourselves. But I think, well, we may be onto something here. I think that, as Matt says, it's not paranormal, it is normal, and that's exactly what you said when you tapped in here. Now we got like a minute left, so let's wrap it up. You're welcome to stay after we get off the fringe. We'll finish up with you, but give us a final thought here, and then don't go anywhere. We'll keep going.
Well, just to carry on from that, from what Matt said, 'cause he made some good points, but just to be quick, remember, you got to remember Einstein quote, I think this Einstein quote is what he said, basically, any reality that you want to have, you know what I mean, you just got to align your frequency to it. Do you know what I'm saying? And then it's going to happen, you're going to experience it, sort of thing. And we hear this, you know, in terms of, you know, the positive thinking thing, but I think there is something to this, and there's methods to doing it, so maybe we can talk about that in the third hour, Mike.
Okay, you got it. So hang tight. Rohan's got a podcast called Exiled Minds Podcast, guys. The links are in the description. Please go give him a follow. Listen to him. Brilliant dude, talking about amazing things on the daily. So go check that out. Rohan, mute up, hang tight. We'll come get you in just a second. We'll talk about this more in the third hour. And as we finish, you guys know how this goes. Well, it goes a little something like this. Another day, another dose of troubled minds. And what does this mean? The hell if I know. I don't have any answers. I'm not the answers guy, I'm the questions guy. But it seems like the more science seems to get caught up with things, the more weird reality seems to be. And that's what the show's all about. And as we finish, thank you for listening. Thanks for being part of this. If you're listening to us on the Fringe FM, stay tuned for Joe Root Lighting the Void. If you're listening to us on any other platform, stay tuned for the third hour of Troubled Minds. Be sure, be strong, be true. Thank you for listening. From our Troubled Minds to yours, have a great night. All right, we are now off the Fringe and into the third hour of Troubled Minds. And of course, we're still talking about quantum fluctuations, the temporal flux, 1 foot in the future, 1 foot in the past. And not only that, it's been confirmed by science. Remember, we're supposed to trust the science. What does that say for the paranormal? Now becoming the normal? Exactly right. Well, apparently we're supposed to trust the science. So that means, as Rohan said, we may be those interdimensional creatures that, get kind of crapped on in the zeitgeist. So, whatever. We're going to keep on talking about this and keep on trucking. If you want to be part of the show tonight, love to hear your thoughts. 702-957-1037. This is when we usually take a break, but we've got Rohan on the line, so we're not going to do that. We're going to talk to Rohan, and we'll take the break after we're finished. Welcome back to the show. Mighty Liam Martin, welcome back, my man.
Hey, brother. Wow. I'm on it. Yeah, skip the break. Look at that.
Skip the break. We're going to skip it. What's up? Race in the chat has a fantastic statement here. It says, we should probably master basic normal first before we start tampering with and screwing up quantum levels normal. Basic normal is already kicking most people's ass. It's got a fantastic point. Yeah, agreed, 100%. Well said. But yeah, so back to what we were saying. Let's continue with that. Go right ahead.
Sure. Yeah. Well, it's that ties into it nice actually. Yeah, the basics. We've got to get to the basics, and it's almost like and it's like tooting our own horns and stuff. But people doing the things we're interested in and discuss on these shows. You've got researchers are pushing against science, aren't they? It's still coming like 20 years. I mean, Nassim Haramein, I think he's been doing it 20 years. Okay, the vortex, Marco Rodin, vortex mathematics and eroding core, we'll just talk about in a minute. I mean, they've been doing this stuff for years. Yeah, the far sight remote viewers I was mentioning, Astro Reptilian from Mars mentions a lot. The remote viewers, they've been doing it independently for 20 years. It's like these things take time to get through, to break through the dogma. I think we're starting to see that sort of unfold now.
you know what I'm saying? And then these little, well, I say little, these massive discoveries start coming through. We're starting to look like, and then it starts to make it look like some of all that what the ancients and saying, and these gurus and spiritual people was right on the money the whole time. Do you know what I'm saying? So then I think, well, if that is then the reality, no wonder you don't want people to know. No wonder you're going to tell people it's woo-woo. Because before you know it, you'll have a planet full of ascended masters running around, and they're not going to pay tax. Right?
Ascended masters don't pay taxes. That also means
T-shirt.
Oh, you're killing me. No, you're right though. Back to actually what you said, like maybe a couple weeks ago when you called in with like the ascended masters. Like you said, how many people? Like 7,000 people on the earth. I believe you said should be Merlin level magicians, right? Something.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, should be able to levitate. Yeah, that was based on old population stats from back then. So.
Right. So now with that, so clearly Merlin didn't pay taxes then, so ascended masters now certainly don't. I love the thought. But okay, but what does it mean though with this quantum stuff? So are we in this eternal, this temporal flux, meaning that it is that energy, frequency, and vibration, and like we suggested in the past, we're able to control these things, like Matt said, with intention, maybe with meditation, maybe with affirmations, maybe like Robert has said over on Rock. What's up, Robert? I see you there. Thanks for showing up, man. He has said that the universe is there for us, and all we need to do is ask it. Tell the universe, not ask it, even demand it. Demand what we want from the universe, and it changes the course of things. I don't know. Do you think that's a possible part of this, and maybe this is kind of fits in?
Well, I think that fits in perfectly. Actually, he's on it when he comes in with it. He really hits him on the nail, and then it's like the counter song when he comes in with them. Because I think that really ties in with this definitely. Because that's what all the successful motivational speakers and sort of the successful, those life coach people, they all say that. They all talk like that. You know what I'm saying? I think there's something in it. I think there's something in okay, so, all right then. So, uncertainty principle, okay, if a tree falls, yeah, and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a sound? Right, we'll think about this. The definition of sound, it requires a sensing instrument like an ear and an eardrum to detect it. For those ear compressions to be defined as sound. So by definition, if there's nobody there to hear the tree falling, there is no sound by definition. Okay, now if the universe is thought to be similar to a computer simulation, okay, then why bother loading in the sound effect for a tree falling if there's nobody there to hear it, right? Which then gets us into that, are we creating time? Then, like Livestock said, are we creating time? Are we creating this? And I think that's exactly like what it is. And I mentioned Marco Rodin with the Rodin coil because the mathematics that work with that is called vortex maths. It goes with vortex maths because it's got this toroid with an electrical coil wound around it. Well, it's got two coils, funnily enough, running in opposite directions. Right. And they're running in opposite directions because he's saying that time moves in a figure of 8 pattern. Okay, so that would make it moving both backwards and forwards and looping back on itself. And so by winding a coil, electrical coil, just a normal coil, by winding it in a very acute angle, Story David pattern, with two circuits going in opposite directions, you three phases it, so it's got one on, then nothing on, and then the other one on. Okay, and in the negative draft space, when it's not on, it draws power still. So it actually produces more power for a field coil for less copper. It's been tested at Hewlett Packard. Right, so there's and that sounds a bit complicated, but when you look at the maths, it's like a figure of 8, time moving back and forward. So then that brings us on to Big T, Terence McKenna, because he had that time wave zero theory that everyone poo-pooed, and that had a frequency waveform that went back on itself. Do you know what I'm saying, Mike? So it's like we might have linked some of this stuff already and just not realised.
Yeah, and so it really kind of goes back to that whole idea too, like Matt was saying previously, that the ancients had all this figured out. They knew about energy, frequency, and vibration. The Dogon tribe knew about these dual sun systems and things that could not be seen with the Like there's some bizarre things happening with this stuff with the ancients knowing things they probably shouldn't. They didn't have tri-field recorders as far meters, tri-field meters. I mean, they didn't have any of that stuff, right? They weren't doing VP.
Tricorders.
Exactly. They had full-on tricorders, exactly, right? But I mean, I think that's the bizarreness here is that, and Matt adds in the chat as well, all mystic prophets talk about raising to a higher vibration. And so just like you described, well, if that's what's really happening here, then we are those actual extra dimensional entities, right? And so what about the ghosts and all the rest of this? What about the machine elves, man? Are they just like, 2 time slices ahead of us, and so they're kind of watching us from a different time slice in the same space, and we have to,
Oh my God. Do you know what they might be, Mike?
What's that?
They might be us. We're in resting time, doing trouble minds in the astral world. So when you pop into the DMT world, that's why there's a big J. It's all odds lot going, hey, come on, you can figure it out. Come on, you can do it. Come on. Don't bring your ego. You know what I'm saying? Because that's kind of how it feels. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I think that's what it is, Mike. I think that's what it is. I think when we jump into this container, this experience on this particular realm, I think everything's so limited in this container for reasons. There's a reason for it, because it gives you lots of advantages. Not knowing stuff, because it gives you the opportunity of discovery. Anyway, it's just a lot of philosophical stuff there, but I think that's the thing. I think obviously if everything's consciousness, then it's like it's only one person here, sort of thing. So we're all experiencing ourselves. Do you know what I mean? So then it makes it like anything's possible. So then it becomes a case of, well, is there an operating manual? And I think that's what, say, these meditators are doing. And if we're talking about times in flux, then there's got to be some universal time clock, hasn't there, sort of thing, or some update system. I think that might be what the stars is. Perhaps that's why astrology works. And if you know how it goes, because I'm thinking, what if you set an intention then for something in the future and set it in the past, and then that way they're going to meet each other in the middle, so at some point, aren't they, in time? So if you then make your in the now moment when you do the ritual or do the prayer, if you make that on the same day that those two things are crossing each other, going forward and back in time, surely that's the optimum power point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, and so, which would mean that we're basically just a hazy mess, right? Like the actual container that we live in. What's up? Shout out to Matt. Everything is so limited in this container. Put that on a shirt. The container that we live in, this meat suit, is just a quantum disaster. Well, that would explain some things, wouldn't it? That would,
the quantum psychic cybomb.
Exactly. That we're struggling with continually, not understanding all of these frequency vibrations and energy that's kind of flowing through us, that we actually are. We're made of it. It's not a part of us. We are made of these things. That if they're also time traveling willy-nilly, even in small chunks, small doses, well, it just means without thinking. I guess even in a photograph, right? You can take a camera and they say the camera could be an objective reality, right? And they take a picture, you still see a person, right? Like we still see visually a person. But again, we're only kind of sticking with a particular, light spectrum and the rest of the stuff. It's kind of tuned perfectly to the human eyeball. But then what about auras? You know what I mean? Like it kind of opens up all kinds of this other just really weird shit that people go, oh, come on, that's too woo, Mike. What are you talking about that shit for? And it's like, hold on now. What if our aura is that quantum time step back and forth, left and right, that's constantly happening, and it's throwing off some sort of signal, right? And
there you go. There's your imprint. Mike. Instead of inventing forces, you know what I mean? To explain first, you got on there, haven't you?
It seems like, and as Joseph said when he called in with that Stephen King JFK thing, that's how the time police might detect that you're out of sync, that you are not.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was so glad he brought that up, because that being in sync thing, I think that's the thing. I think that's what happened. I think that's why the Philadelphia experiment went wrong. Because if you don't anchor yourself to where you're supposed to be in sync, then it's a crapshoot whether or not you're going to pull it back in sync. Do you know what I'm saying? You've got to have a kind of marker, haven't you? Do you know what I'm saying? Can't really, so they sort of trial and error it. It's a bit like if I want to watch on Rockfin, but listen on another platform and get the audio from there. I've kind of got, unless the video's perfectly in sync already, you've got to keep pausing one anyway and getting sync come on. So how many USS Eldridges have you got to burn through before you figure out the sync point? You know what I mean?
Exactly. And so back to that whole point. So it means we are the ghost. We are the ghost in the machine, but it's not internal. It's external. It's all of us. It's every particle of us is in constant flux and time traveling, by the way.
Oh shit, you've been ghosting yourself.
There you go, it's official. You can actually ghost yourself. Yeah, this is pretty wild. Some of these questions, some of these ideas are out there. And the crazy part is there's some science here, right? There's some science backing this up. They're saying, hey, by the way, not only is this quantum world like super crazy, by the way, it's also time traveling crazy, right? I mean, there's a ton there. We haven't even talked about entanglement or the quantum immortality, any of that stuff. Like, we're leaving
it need to get there yet.
Yeah, it didn't even get there. There's not enough time to get there in one show. But I mean, I think that's the crazy part of this. I don't know. So if the ascended masters don't pay taxes, and they also know that the world is energy, frequency, and vibration, then what does that mean for us? Other than we got a long way to go.
Well, I suppose you have got a long way to go, and you haven't got a long way to go, because you think about it. People like someone like Jesus or Shiva, you listen to these people, what they say about us, and there's a lot of accounts of deities saying, don't worship me. Right, they really say that, don't they? They're like, it's giving your power away. They say, don't worship me. Right, use that power. So you can be impressed, yeah, and you can be grateful, but they'll say, if you're going to worship something, worship sort of yourself in the sense of elevating yourself to become me, because Shiva and Jesus and Buddha all said you can do this too. You just can't do it yet, but if you strive to elevate yourself through these basic rules, then you'll be able to do this too, and you'll be able to do more than this. Do you know what I mean? And they're all saying it. Do you know what I'm saying? So what message do you want to take? Do you want to take that message that we're multi-dimensional consciousness beings with a light body that can actually, yeah, we might be in a matrix, but that means we can all be Neo. Do you want that reality? Or do you want the reality that, oh yeah, you're made by this God that made you wrong, so you're a born sinner, and this dude died, that you're like shamed forever and forever marred. Do you know what I mean? And this, oh, you're a cancer to the planet, you're Plutus, do you know what I mean? It's like there's two completely different narratives there. One's like, you're just here to have fun and you're amazing and you're all gods. And the other one's like, oh, you're all pieces of crap and you must do better.
Sit down and shut up.
Shut up.
You're pieces of
crap. I said you can't talk anymore. You literally can't talk anymore. So you won't be able to sit down.
Right, exactly. What's up? A couple shout outs. What's up? Shadows of the Moon is here. What's up? Thanks for showing up. We got Annette over on Rockfin. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. Thanks for showing up tonight, Annette. Yeah, what's up? We're talking about all kinds of crazy stuff. We're doing with the mighty Rohan of the Exiled Minds podcast, the famous Liam Martin. Got some audio mashups coming from him. Thank you again for making that Ash one. Pretty amazing stuff. And other stuff coming. He's made some more that we'll play on the show as well. But yeah, I don't know. I think regarding all this stuff, it literally is, the paranormal is sort of becoming the normal. And like we've always said, right? Science is woo-woo until, or woo-woo is woo-woo until science says, oh, well, it's not. Here's what we figured out, right? And so, well, we're always trying to catch up to it. And like, again, we've talked about Wim Hof in the past. Think about that. Think about like his meditative state. Think about the cold showers, his breathing techniques. Maybe he's just found a way to maybe settle down that quantum agitation, the agitated state, right, through his whatever he's doing. And so it's allowed the body to become more of a perfect machine and less of a kind of a stress case, cancer thing, cancer making. I don't know.
That's right, because he's from Holland, right, Wim Hof, and he makes a sort of joke, but it's true, that he doesn't smoke weed. It's like I used to, but Holland, I don't need to anymore. I don't smoke, I stay fit and healthy, and I can get high off your own supply. He said you can activate the same endochromes, you can make the same process happen anyway, because your brain's already geared up for it, for the high off cannabis. So with his breathing stuff, it triggers it to happen anyway, so he gets high for free. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like,
Hey man, there's only one way to become more famous than Nikola Tesla. He offered free energy. Don't you dare get high for free, because you think the beer line is long. Holy shit, man. Don't do that, man.
But I think you're right for the trauma. See, you mentioned Joseph Campbell, I think, on the last show, and there's like the hero's journey and the discoverer's journey, the explorer's journey, but the hero does it for a trauma. And I think with the Wim Hof stuff, the ice work, the some cold showers, and you like shocking the body into triggering mechanisms to open up on you. A bit like you can, like plants can get a shock and stuff, and it can affect them. Do you know what I mean? I think we're looking at that stuff, like tapping into these things, like I say. And yeah, it's coming in. And I think that chatter was onto the chat message. I can't remember who said it was, but they was onto something as well in terms of, we've got more than one nervous system. We've got 3 nervous systems, and it's backed up with the gut feeling. You've had Scientific America says gut feeling, the second brain, right? And in Nature magazine, they wrote a paper about it saying that that's the gut feeling. It's got your stomach's enteric nervous system, and they call that the hub in the star network. Do you know what I mean? And Dr. Richard Allen Miller, the famed metaphysicist polymath, he says that your interior nervous system, your gut feeling, he says the reason that is accurate, if you trust it and don't get in the way of it when you're thinking, he says that's accurate because it pulls the information direct. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not going through your brain and it's all separate, so it's getting it essentially straight from hyperspace. Do you know what I mean? And if we go back to sorry.
Download it from the Chinos. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, straight in. You know, it's like, well, yeah, so sort of back the person in the chat comment there with to me some of this stuff explains things like deja vu, you know, and these people have teleported in history, you know, historically. So
Mandela effect, broken timelines, this goes all over the place, absolutely. We got a couple calls behind you, man. You're welcome to the stage, you know.
Yeah, go, man.
Okay, you can hang out, you're gonna go, it's up to you. Completely your call.
Yeah, I'll just mute myself for a bit, I'll show up for a bit, and read the rest of my names again together.
Alright, cool. Catch up with you just a bit. That's the Mighty Rohan. Follow his podcast. It's called Exiled Minds Podcast. You can find it in the description, link down below. Let's go to we're talking about this quantum weirdness tonight. Let's just reframe this real quick. Got a couple of phone calls we'll take. The time reversal phenomenon. In the quantum realm, not even time flows, as you might expect. Meaning that not just do we have this weirdness with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle with particle wave duality, we're talking quantum entanglement, quantum immortality, all of this weirdness in the quantum world. Now they're saying that quantum particles actually time travel in small doses as well. So, which means that we're placed, because not just us, everything in the universe as far as we understand it, is that we are in a constant state of temporal flux, because all of our atoms are time traveling, right? Even if it's a little bit forward, a little bit backward. And maybe this is what we talk about when we're considering frequency, energy, and vibration and the Nikola Tesla stuff, is that, well, maybe an ascended master has been able to calm the agitated state of their atoms and not have so much uncertainty. And it's more certain, and so they have more control over respiration, like Wim Hof, like we were saying. And who knows? There's a whole bunch of really weird stuff going on with this. And love to hear your thoughts. If you want to be part of the show tonight, 702-957-1037. Shout out to Bernays Sauce. I see you there. Thanks for all the great chat. Let's go to Robert in Pennsylvania. What's up, Robert? Welcome to the show, my friend. How are you tonight?
I'm fine. I'm gonna launch toss the bow of troubled minds.
Do it.
This quantum thing, all right, of instability, being able to, never knowing whether it's going forward or backward. It's just the nature of the universe, and it's the nature of us, right? We form a reality that is taught to us as the time goes by. We're taught that we only move forward. Right? We go from infant into sickly old man or woman and die. That's the forward movement, right? But it's also a lie, right? It's just something that is, it's like propaganda, where you can, where because everybody's doing it, right? The quantum instability, like that goes in either direction is determined by yourself, right? I'll give you a quick example. Let's say somebody reaches the age of 48. Takes a look at themselves in the mirror and says, I'm tired of this shit. Right? This aging is out of here. And decides, I'm not going to go forward, into the years. I'm going to go reverse. All right? I'm going to reverse my meat suit or whatever. I'm going, instead of aging, I'm going to unage or regress or whatever appropriate word is that. It certainly can be done. All right, it's a matter of, one of the things about it, I don't want to get religious because I'm not that particularly religious myself, but Jesus said it himself. He said, heal yourself. You could. He knew about quantum mechanics. He knew what was going on inside you. He knew about the instability. And I'm just saying, we're in control. And as long as and matter of fact, that's if you believe everything, nothing is impossible, right? It's hard to convince people, after all these centuries and stuff of how life goes on and that they actually have the power to change the reality anytime they want to, right? Because you created it, you assembled this meat suit, right? I don't know how better to say it. We're in complete control, but we don't think we are. And it doesn't make any sense to me because I know we're in complete control. It's obvious to me. But people don't seem to. I think it's part of forgetting who we are. Once we come from the other side and go into birth. But all these metaphysical things that I've talked about from time to time, calling into the show, are absolutely real. Right? Now, don't get me wrong. If let's say somebody decided, I'm not going to go forward into aging, I'm going to go in reverse. That doesn't mean that within the next day they wake up, they're, instead of being 48, they're 28. It goes reverse at the exact same pace as it went forward.
Right, well, and
like I said, I'm going to shoot an arrow over the bow of troubled mind.
I don't know if you were here when I mentioned you. I said the exact same thing, not exact, similar anyway, and based on a theory that you had previously. So we're here making our own rules, right? We don't have to ask the universe for anything, like you said previously. We demand it. And then once whatever happens changes with that quantum reality, right? Whether it's an agitated state or a less agitated state, maybe back to the Wim Hof stuff and meditation and who knows, it seems like they knew this stuff way back in the day. So it does make some sort of sense that we can control all the things we can control. And which
well, of course, because we're creating our reality every nanosecond of the day. We're creating it when we're sleeping, right? We're in charge. We did this to ourselves. We put ourselves here, right? And we're in total control of our space, of who we are and what we are, and the circumstances of our lives. And like what you were saying, referring to something I said some time back, you can demand the universe give you something that you feel you need. You can't be polite about it. You can't say, would you please do this? Because you let the universe make up its own mind.
whether to do so or not to do so. You demand it, and it has no choice. And by the way, I've been watching the show, listening to the show all throughout the beginning to now. But sometimes, especially when it's a complicated subject like this, for me, it's better to listen and hear what other people are saying, what you're saying, to absorb it. And that's really what I do. Sometimes it's just good to lay back and just listen.
Yeah, hell yeah. It's a radio show after all. You're definitely entitled to that. And I know you've been one of the top fans of Trouble Minds for a very, very long time, and I appreciate that very much. So the rest of this, what else you got? Any other hot take on this this quantum mess that we're talking about?
It's our quantum mess. All right? Just like you were talking about, I forget the spiritual guide or wherever you were talking about. He can calm his own atomic structure down. All right? He calms it down because he's in charge of it. He tells it, calm down. All right? If you got an ulcer, a stomach ulcer, it doesn't have to stay there. You don't have to take a lot of doggone Pfizer medications for it. Right? All you do is if you recognize that it's there, they say, go back to when it wasn't there. You tell it, go back to when it wasn't there. And it'll go away.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You won't have that ulcer anymore. But you're telling the stomach to go back in time to when it wasn't there. And it will.
Yeah, and so, we've seen this too. So science actually backs up this idea. We call it a placebo effect, where the body knows how to heal itself. It's like waiting for permission sometimes, right? It's a little weird.
Yeah, they call it a placebo effect, but that's a misnomer. It's reality. It's you taking control of your reality, of knowing what your reality is, and knowing that you're in charge of it. It has nothing to do with faith belief.
Right. Nothing to do with the sugar thing.
Knowing who you. Right. That's how they find all kinds of words for different things that just are common sense.
Gotcha. Right on. Fantastic stuff as always. What else you got for us, man?
Well, that's it. I'm going to sit back and listen to the rest of the show. And is Leon still here?
Yes.
Who's on before me?
Yeah, Rohan's still here. If you want to say something, then he's still here.
Rohan. Well, I listen to Rohan. He's fascinating. I like listening.
Okay. All right.
Good night.
Fantastic. Thanks for the call. Robert, you're the best. Robert in Pennsylvania. Appreciate the call. Have a fantastic one. We'll talk to you soon. Robert's got a book. Link in the description. Check it out. It's called Stories from a Fractured Mind. He sent me a copy. It was fantastic. If you like science fiction, consciousness, time travel, all this stuff, well, he's in the right place because that's the type of stuff he writes about. That's the stuff he thinks about. Check it out. He hates when I do it, but I'm going to do it anyway because he's been a big fan for a very long time and advocate for troubled minds, and he helped us get on the rock there. And that's the thing, right? Like I always said, it's not a competition. We can always succeed together, and that's what this is all about. So there we go. All right, so we got Rohan here. We got Mr. Mission Control on the phone. Let's do that, and then I guess maybe we won't get a break tonight. We'll just keep on rolling, right? When we get enough interest, like I said, embarrassment of riches, too many brilliant people, then we got to keep taking phone calls. Looking to hear from you. What's your idea on this quantum mess that we're talking about? 1 foot in the future, 1 foot in the past, literally, not just figuratively, like in a literal quantum state. And love to hear your thoughts. 702-957-1037. Let's go to Mr. Mission Control in Arkansas. What's up, brother? Welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Just been following this Omicron thing, and for everybody that's followed Monograph, and the notes that derived from the Twitter accounts that were full when he run the B11529. So I'm getting notes right now because I haven't been on the computer in several days. I've been kind of scared because I've been researching Dan Winter frequencies and gold ratio times Planck length is 1.618033989, and I've been messing with frequencies
with kind of like that, and like another equation, he came up with a 13.56, 3688 megahertz, and stuff like that. Well, the Omicron has a lot to do with time travel. Okay, let's just put it out there. And anybody in the audience that's been following mind grab stuff with it knows what I'm talking about. When there's 2 live streams the other day about the Omicron variant, right? And so I'm getting the notes right now off this Twitter. Seems to be like E, B, A, C, and F. And I think there's another one. But this guy, Live Free or Die Trying on Twitter, he made something with power cords. But, this I think is meant to be done with a frequency generator. And remember me telling you guys that a long time ago, several years ago, about 10 years ago, I inadvertently opened a portal in my son's room using a frequency generator and some other things that looped the radio frequency through my Wi-Fi or my phone, right? And it freaked me out. And it was just visual, it wasn't something thanked into it or anything, but, who knows what I did back then. Maybe I really did throw everybody into some kind of thing. But I'll give you the notes. Oh, here it is, the notes right here. You kind of posted the next down.
So we are on YouTube, as you know. Just keep it YouTube friendly. We need to get taken down here.
I'm sorry. Okay.
You're okay. Just what to dodge. Just help me help you. Go right ahead.
Okay. So the notes from the 3 accounts are the first one is EEBBACFBBAC. The second one is ACFDBACEEEB. And the third one, I'll get to my point in a second. The third one is BACEEEBACFB. Okay, so if you get those notes to make a frequency, I think there's 3 chords. There's 3 chords in each one of those. So 3, 6, 10 chords, right?
Like musical notes. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so EE. So the first one would be EE and BB would be a chord, and AC and F would be a chord.
You make that minor. You make the A a minor, and that's in the same key.
Yeah, well, you can figure it out. And play this back and get a chord regardless. October Rains. October RAEI. GENZ. Go away to Minecraft's Twitter and get the chords, and then get a frequency generator like a 10 channel, or you can get a Decarta. Decarta is a free download. You get 30 runs for free. And it's complicated. Oscilloscope thing, but you can mess with it on it and figure it out. But there's if you've got BlueStacks on your computer, you can download tons of frequency generators on your Play Store.
Okay.
Anyway, Winter's equation. Let me get my point real quick. Winter's equation. If you convert those notes to frequency, right? Each note, every note's a frequency, and then plug those in the frequency generator, and then you make it equal to 0.618. Adjust the frequency by numbers in the generator. Just has to be 0.618, and that's the gold ratio times Planck-Lake equation. And or you get the whole thing in 0.618033989. And pump that multi-frequency. I think that's going to open up in your local time-space continuum some sort of portal.
Okay, have you tried it?
No, I'm scared to do it. I'm scared to try. because I've opened the portal before, and I don't know if I'm able. I don't know if you're able to close it or not. See, that's. I don't know if this is the opening sequence, or if there's a closing sequence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. It's actually CERN has called this it's a scientific term called vacuum decay.
Oh, I got that. You know the 50 hertz steady signal I'm talking about on CERN? Let me check. It's still going. But they changed the 50 hertz steady signal coming out of CERN that's showing up on the VLS. And it's obviously, oh wow, now there's something else going on. So weird. Okay, so the 50 hertz steady signal is obviously being manipulated.
So what you're saying is we actually do live in the upside down.
You pretty much, well, you call it before last one was, yeah, he's pretty correct on that, yeah. I believe we're all synchronizing right now. Have you noticed the synchronicity going on, especially over social media, especially over YouTube? The algorithm, what I think is happening is the AI, because I've been doing gematria on everything, right? I did gematria on the phone, and I did it elongated. I posted it to Deep State Watchdogs, the 2 runs that I did is the elongated gematria, and one of them came up saying Lucifer was apologizing for himself and basically saying, you know, why don't you worship me and I'm the good guy and stuff, and all these gematrias, it always comes out as Lucifer and God and Satan are all trying to tell you something. Oh well, yeah, okay, so on the magnetic field of VLF, www.blf.it/sort, SORT3.html. You guys know that goes to magnetic field. And that 50 hertz steady signal is obviously manipulated. But, what was I saying?
So how does this all relate to gematria?
And the gematria on that article, it said we have to take out CERN at all costs. And I think that the AI is talking to us through time, and the mighty time travelers in our midst. And I think that the AI is warning us of a feedback loop. Because I'm notorious for shifting technology into feedback loops. For whatever that means, I think we're heading towards a time-space continuum feedback loop. If we don't stop CERN and do something about the what.
Gotcha. Thank you for hedging the words there. I appreciate it.
So I just dropped out on everybody tonight. Take that as you will. Man, thank you for your show, dude. I really appreciate everybody. I haven't been doing live streams lately because I've been dealing with this, dude. I didn't know. I'm kind of scared, you know.
Don't be scared. That's literally the number one thing. That's what troubled minds is all about. We have a troubled mind because we're not afraid. We're looking into the future, and don't worry, my friend. It's going to be okay. Right? Everybody, Mr. Mission Control has a YouTube channel. Check him out when he gets back to streaming. He's got some good content up there already. And thanks for the call, my friend. We'll talk to you soon. Don't be scared, man. Don't be scared. There you go. Simple as that. You want to be part of the show? 702-957-1037. I'm not sure. He just kind of dropped that on me, so I don't have any time to get any of that. But we'll just go with what he said. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on this, guys? We're still talking about Tesla. We're talking about his actual experience where he experienced, all the past, present, and future all in the same space. And, we're talking about this quantum mess. It is me. It is everything. And back to what Rohan was saying, by the way, is that he was talking about not just us being conscious, but the universe being conscious, and that's known as panpsychism. And so I think there's some weirdness to this. There's some if we're in that same quantum flux state, what was it called? The something flux, the temporal flux. Then it means the table is. It means the chair is. It means my cup is. It means this microphone. It means everything is. Everything's in a quantum flux, in a temporal flux. Let's say temporal flux. See, I almost did it. A temporal flux in a quantum mess. But I almost did. Yeah, I don't know. What's up? Coco Shells, what's up, TR3? Race Lucky 2 says, next person to open a portal is grounded for 3 weeks, no supper, no internet. There you go.
Aww. But Derek's wounded, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Busted. Yep, there we go. I don't know. I think that's the weirdness of this. I don't know. It takes on that one, Robert or Mr. Mission Controls over there.
Yeah, well, that was. I really enjoyed that call, and there's a couple of questions I would like to ask him on some detailed stuff, like physics stuff. Anyway, that story, I can see why it might want to be. I can see why this stuff is big into it, and it can seem worrying, and you think, have I caught on to something? Have I done something, especially something like that? If you've opened up a little bit of a mini portal by accident, or like I say, we've got to choose backs. But I will say, they're always talking about there. That's come up a couple of times in other things in this conspiracy stuff for me, in terms of the time police type thing, right? This thing with Yellow Book and this thing with the feedback loop. I thought I want to take that mic and run with it, but that's all right.
Go for it.
So, all right then. Okay, so the Yellow Book is a proposed alien technology that was given to us as part of the trade deal when we made an agreement. So we get a bit of UFO technology, and at some point in all of this dealings with aliens, supposedly we got this thing called the Yellow Book, which is basically the aliens' version of like a chronolyzer, like you can view time with it. Okay, so we've back engineered and made our own, the Looking Glass project. Right, but because this is all consciousness, and like Robert said in his call, was really great call. How's this? I'm going to buy his book because I like some of the comments he makes. So thanks for advertising that, Mike. I'm going to buy it now, so that shows in. But yeah, this thing about the whole consciousness. So thinking if your consciousness is based on your reality is based on what you've been taught is real, right? Yeah. So with this Yellow Book thing, with these Looking Glass things, they're interfacing, which is what the new technologies will be in the future. They're going to be driven, or sometimes even powered by your psychic influence. Okay, so when you're psychically influencing things with your normalcy bias, your personal, prejudice and that, when you view these future timelines, you're viewing them from your bias, because everything's in flux, they're not going to be fixed timelines. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's all going to be probabilities. Do you know what I mean? But you imagine if politicians are peering into the future, obviously they're going to be doing all kind of probability stuff. It's almost going to be like they're going to be gambling all day long on these, trying to adjust the timelines, but it's all probabilities and nothing's settled. Do you know what I mean? So I reckon that's what governments do behind the scenes. I reckon they're chasing the tail with that all day long. Now this thing about CERN being a problem, we must shut it down. I wouldn't mind seeing that Gamacha information that they've come up with there, with Mr. Mission Control's come up with, because I've never done any of that stuff. I know Night Stalker does it, like Gamacha, but that's interesting with that feedback loop thing, because that ties in to Al Bielek and the Philadelphia experiment when he claimed to have got propelled into the future, and there's an AI running floating cities, do you know what I mean? And there was this group called the Windmakers, which seems to add an appearance, in this cave where they found some stuff from this laser disc and stuff, do you know what I mean? There's supposed to be this stuff that was projected back from the future, warning us about this future reality that we could be heading to. And that was the same with this Yellow Book thing, because when it's a bit like our society splits off at some point on some timeline somewhere, and the elites have gone underground, some disasters happened, and you've evolved independently at different civilizations, and the people on the surface have gone off elsewhere, and then the people underground have ended up changing from being underground and then going off elsewhere, and they don't know about each other. But as soon as we start messing with time travel and stuff, it alerts them. Then there's like a race to come back, and these two races, like what used to be the elites and what is essentially us, have evolved independently.
from different points in time, one from 50,000 years, one from say 30,000 years from the future, I've come back to this point, trying to make sure this CERN disaster, one wants to make sure it happens, and the other one wants to stop it, sort of thing. I don't know if you've heard of that one, Mike.
Yeah, there's a ton here. Matt says in the chat, this topic has so many levels, and he's completely right. I was going to bring in the Philadelphia experiment tonight too, because Tesla had some links to that and how Lilac and the rest of this, and I was like, geez, this is just too much. I'm not going to do that. It's tough enough just explaining like quantum physics on a basic level, but yeah, man, I'm with you. A couple thoughts on what you said there. You said always in the future, right? Kind of probability. So the future is always in motion. Well, isn't that what Yoda said? Luke Skywalker asked him, if I don't go and help, will my friends be okay? Yoda meditates for a sec, closes his eyes, and goes, difficult to see. Always in motion, the future is.
Yeah, I remember that how you said.
There's your probability right there of the future always in motion. And there's another thought I had too regarding that. Very much like you guys have seen the Marvel cinematic with Thanos and the Infinity Stones, right? Doctor Strange actually has a moment where he does exactly the same thing. He goes in this like meditative state, super sped up. He's like floating in the air, and he's like a fast forward, like he's like, what is he doing? Like, I have no idea. And when he comes out of it, he's simulating future outcomes based on things that happen, and so he's going into those different time spaces, the different.
That's right. Took like life flash before your eyes. You saw 40 billion lives all at once, isn't it? Like, whoa.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they asked him,
headache.
Remember that? And they asked him, exactly. They asked him if there's any hope. He said, one.
Yeah, just in one.
One chance.
Yeah, one chance.
40 billion chances or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah, something like what Elon Musk said is about the chances of we're in a base reality and not a simulation. That's the same thing, isn't it?
Exactly right. Pretty wild stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I think again, more of this, that science fiction becomes science fact, paranormal becomes more normal. I think this quantum mechanics stuff, man, like this is creepy. Like this is super creepy. That well, okay, so not only do we have this quantum mess going on constantly, now it's time traveling as well. Even if it's in small increments, it means that every single thing around us is in these quantum leaps. Quantum leap, right? That's what it would be, wouldn't it? It's quantum leap. Yeah. Wild.
Haven't scientists teleported a particle and managed to teleport particles, right?
Yeah.
So if you start figuring the mechanism and the entanglement, and you can decide which, atoms you want to entangle. You know what I'm saying? You only got to zap one particle and teleport it, and if it's entangled to all the rest, they're all going to essentially go with it, aren't they? All four. Do you know what I mean? So it's making it look like teleports could actually happen in somewhere or another. Or maybe go beyond that. We wouldn't need craft, would we? Keep on with this. Do you know what I'm saying?
We just become the Merkaba, right? Merkaba time. It's Merkaba time.
Yeah, maybe create a water. Flashes of light everywhere, just flash outside the pub just to walk in. Do you know what I mean? So you can still feel the door. Yay! That sensation of going in.
Exactly. Or as Bill Murray famously said in Ghostbusters, it's Miller time. It's Merkaba time. We'll go with Merkaba time. It makes more sense. Oh, jeez. Yeah, man, there's a lot here. This is pretty wild. And I do like the idea that when Paul was able to kind of steady his quantum mess, right? Like he's through whatever, and so this actually lends some scientific credence to meditation, right? To sort of these calming rituals that people do, because we're just, the human condition is just a big spaz case most of the time, right? So it takes
Hospitals say they're being overrun with sick patients. Right now, the CDC
and shows which requires textiles for flu, COVID, and RSV. While there is no mask mandate, hospitals in at least 6 states, including California, have reinstated mask-wearing requirements inside the facilities. 91 Jewish places of worship throughout the state were sent an email bomb threat yesterday. Officials say the email turned out to be a hoax. Security said heightened. And the first race fatality of the year happened at Santa Anita. State court racing officials say Brittany Costa died Monday after a training injury in the crash. Santa Anita reported 12 racing and training deaths in 2022, 17 in 2023. Local weather from KR5, cloudy with rain, highs in the 50s. Right now, 53 for Dana Point, 52 in Brea, 50 in Chino, and 43 in Easton. We will look at from the KR5 2011 newsroom. I'm Brent Henry. Are you a business owner? Do you know or responsible for marketing? If you are, I have media for you can reach your goals and find new customers. You reach more consumers in your target area with online. Or we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively. Across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We want to send you out there and media to work for you. From your phone by phone, consistent and say keywords, great results. Now on T5 Journal, we say great results. Hosted by T5 Market and English Phone, our American history of the new podcast that connects T5 shows of a color cannabis visiting narrative about parents, families, business, and advisors. Now from years of research, this podcast reaffirms T5, breaking free from stereotypes. As provider investigators and not distributing things with exactly the evidence they needed to take full life, murderers to court. This includes the greatest T5 story ever told on the iHeartRadio and wherever you get your podcasts. KFI, AM 640, the stimulating talk. KFI, AM 640, KFI, AM 640, the stimulating talk. Join us today at firstdateam.com. To talk to George Lori, call the ROTHSCHILD line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-827-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Lori. When we return, we'll take final calls with Dr. Tony Young as we talk about his work, Limited for Life. Make sure you're part of the program. Next hour, Cyprus comedian Amy O'Clyde joins us to talk about communicating with the divine. Should be fascinating. Have you signed up yet to become a post insider? It's a great deal. It's 15 cents a day.
I recently joined on my business and you are free to post insider to get a complete news anytime you can. Idea from ordering the month and we'll see on the side with the system information. Hi, this is Aria from Canada, California. And I'm looking to post insider to see if I can make this any show or the time or where, or the garden or the kitchen, or the garden. And there's no more people posting. It's amazing for the show.
So how do you give it a try? Well, one, you go to our website, photooftheday.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says install it. Click that. It's full of beautiful reading. The other one is to download our free app from the App Store, the Coast to Coast AM app. Put it on your phone, and you can sign up through the app. You click on a subscription, and you get 2 weeks free through the app. So take advantage of it. And if you're in Canada, you can become a Post Insider now as well. And of course, there's something for you to listen in. If you're looking for recent ways to learn the science of weight loss versus just fat loss is the true secret to weight loss and fitness. Your thought creator Travis, it's anyhow, insulin management is the key.
I think that the weight loss isn't focused on reducing less calories, but a lot of people don't realize that one of the most important things to do is insulin levels. So if it's going to go straight to the liver, then it goes to the muscles, and if you really want, then it goes into the fat. If you're insulin present, the body's taking what you just ate. So the body has a mechanism that will actually shut down the energy in the fat, so you have to be able to control that. Insulin here is going to be very difficult, almost impossible to go in the fat. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Weight loss is the concept of this is control insulin. It's called insulin synthesis. Also, as an dietary controls your insulin levels. So by using these drugs for following this diet, it's putting the body into the fat-burning mode.
And weight loss help resolve a problem most overweight people have during the winter. What is it?
There's still concentrated drugs, and if you go back to the day, it's in the calories. So insulin in summer was created for weight loss of drugs that control the insulin resistance to liver, and then the weight loss of fat to increase that metabolism. Not uncommon for somebody to lose 5 pounds to a pound a day. So it really is the perfect duo to have it.
George's weight loss and fitness and cocktail health and order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code COACH. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. George's weight magic from healthylooking.com. What time of the year is this for you? How are your hard-earned savings for? Do you already see the impacts of inflation on the grocery store? And the dollar continues to lose buying power quicker than wages change.